just yesterday, really an hour or so before the report was released. Was that kind of a last-ditch effort, and did it stand a chance of actually working for him?
Yes, I don't think it really stood much of a chance. I think what happened in terms of the House Ethics Committee, and it's very rare. This is a committee that was actually relatively new. It was formed in 1967. It's the only standing committee that has both Republicans and Democrats and has an equal number no matter which party controls the United States House of Representatives. And you need to have a majority vote to release a report. And what happened was that a few of the moderate Republicans, two moderate Republicans, one of them being Congressman Joyce from Ohio, agreed with the Democrats to release the report. So that's basically why it was released. I think that Matt Gaetz, any sort of last-ditch effort, proved to be a failure.
Could any of this actually lead to charges being filed? Because it sounds as though the DOJ knows about all of this. They had investigated this for quite a while. No charges were filed. So does that kind of stay the way that it was prior to this?
Yes, I think so. I don't think there will be any charges filed against Matt Gaetz from a legal perspective. This is more of a perspective of his political future. And you heard some congressmen, like Congressman Glenn Ivey of Maryland, for example, saying that essentially, if he were to run for an office in the public sector, or for that matter, even if he wanted to get a job in the private sector, this will now be out. And this is something that theoretically an employer, whether the employer is a voter somewhere, whether the employer is somebody in the private sector, can certainly look at.
And Glenn Ivey will actually join us a bit later on this morning to share his thoughts on that. He'll be live right here on Live Now from Fox, so we'll hear from him a little bit later on. Now, kind of on that same note, we heard from Gaetz over the weekend as he kind of floated the idea of running for the Senate seat that is going to be given up there by Marco Rubio if he serves in Trump's administration. He also floated the idea of running for Florida governor. You just discussed this, but is any of that even a possibility now? Does that have any sort of impact?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, Marco Rubio, in terms of the United States Senate seat, so he's Donald Trump's nominee to become Secretary of State. I think, for all intents and purposes, he probably will be be confirmed without much opposition. So that means that there will be a Senate seat that will be opened up, but Governor Ron DeSantis has the authority to actually appoint the person that he would to appoint the successor. And my guess is it would not be Matt Gaetz, not only because of these allegations, but also Matt Gaetz is a former ally of Ron DeSantis, somebody who actually supported him in 2018 when Ron DeSantis was the underdog to Agriculture Commissioner Adam Putnam in the primary. But they since had a falling out. Matt Gaetz was a vociferous supporter of Donald Trump against Ron DeSantis in the 2024 presidential election. I don't think they particularly like it each other. It's hard for me to see a scenario where Ron DeSantis chooses him. I think he has other people, potentially Janet Nunes, the lieutenant governor, somebody else, maybe potentially somebody else that he would appoint to that seat. Now, theoretically, the seat, what happens is that the seat will then be up again in 2026, so he could actually run in a primary, run potentially to the right from somebody from another member of the Republican Party. He could do that. I think the chances of actually winning against another Republican are probably slim, but he could theoretically do that. I think the more logical case for him is probably running for governor in 2026. Again, you could have Jeanette Nunes running for governor as well. Also, potentially Congressman Byron Donalds, very popular congressman in the conservative bloodline of the Republican Party, could run as well. And he could certainly run. He would be one of many candidates running for governor of Florida. Ron DeSantis, of course, is term limited. But obviously, you got to ask Republican voters. I think that from a strategic standpoint, when they're going to the polls, and this Florida is still a state where the Democrats could win. They've had recently Democratic governors, whether it's Lawton Chiles or Buddy McKay. They can make the Republican voter might think, well, if we want to win in the general election, and especially since the Republicans have been in power for such a long period of time, the pendulum could swing. We want somebody who does not have these ethics charges hanging over their head. So we might choose somebody who's more of kind of an establishment Republican, or a safer pick, if you will.
Looking a little bit deeper into that, as we say, DeSantis will have the final say as to who fills that seat for now. Do you think Trump is going to have a hand in deciding that as well, maybe behind the scenes?
Yes, and that would certainly be a reproach mob between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. Donald Trump, again, in that race in 2018, Adam Putnam was the establishment candidate. and Donald Trump kind of went on a limb, if you will, and actually supported Ron DeSantis against Ron DeSantis at the time, a relatively obscure congressman from Florida, against Adam Putnam. He went on to win. Then he landed up barely winning the governorship. I think that he probably owes his governorship in some respects to Donald Trump's endorsement in the primary. But then in 2023, Ron DeSantis ran, even though Donald Trump was running as well. And I think Donald Trump really that really resents that. He started to call him Ron DeSantimonious, if you will. But certainly, if he were to choose, if he were to choose somebody that was Donald Trump's choice, and Laura Trump has said that she no longer wants the United States Senate seat, but whoever Donald Trump's choice is, and the Trump administration's choice is, if Ron DeSantis decides he's going to endorse that person and puts that person in the United States Senate, then that certainly would help to breach the relationship between the two. But there's also the possibility, theoretically, that Ron DeSantis could pick somebody that's more independent. He's leaving office in 2 years. He doesn't necessarily need to be in the good graces of Donald Trump, except if he's going to run for president in 2028, then he would need to do, assuming that if he does run for president in 2028 or 2032, he certainly does not want Donald Trump to be against him.
What do you think of the timing of the release of this report? We're talking about Christmas week. A lot of people not necessarily paying that close of attention to the news. Obviously, a lot of people are talking about this, so a lot of people read over the report and saw the news reports. But what do you think about releasing it on Christmas Eve?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Sometimes you see this stuff happen. Back in 1992, for example, George H.W. Bush pardoned some figures from the Iran-Contra, and he did it right around Christmas time, where you're not getting that much media coverage. But I think that a lot of it is just a coincidence, and a lot of it is just the fact that this was the time that the Ethics Committee was able to vote, and they was able to get two Republicans to join every Democrat, the 4 Democrats, and vote to release this report. But I don't know what the legitimacy or what the kind of any more than just a coincidence it being released right around Christmas time is.
A lot of response came in on social media from Matt Gaetz as the report was released. What do you make of just some of that response overall?
I think that for the most part, it was in terms of public figures, it was very negative. You see some folks really getting some political mileage out of it. For example, Sean Casten, the congressman from Illinois, got up there and really talked about how there have been other examples when the Ethics Committee has released a report after the congressperson has resigned. He talked about Congressman Bonner, he talked about Congressman Lukens, and talked about Congressman Foley. But I think that generally speaking, it's pretty much tribalism, if you will. Anybody who supports Matt Gaetz or who's a conservative is going to come out and they're going to say, well, the DOJ did not say that he should be indicted or convicted. They will say that this is just a political witch hunt. This is a way to embarrass him. And people on the other side will say that this is somebody who overstepped their bounds, who engaged in unethical behavior, and is now trying to cover it up. But that's the tribalism that's certainly permeates the body politic.
On that same note here, my last question for you. Do you believe that this is going to cost him some of his political allies, speaking, of course, about Matt Gaetz?
I think that it probably will in the state of Florida, just because if he does decide to run in 2026, there really is no incentive for a Florida Republican to come out and endorse Matt Gaetz, because there would probably be somebody else. Now, theoretically, before this, he was thinking about running for governor. When I'm talking about Senate, I'm saying if he were to run against Ron DeSantis' choice, if he were to run for Senate, or if he were to run for governor, theoretically, I think that he gives pause for some conservatives or some even kind of center-right type establishment Republicans that may be on the periphery of supporting him. They might say, wait a minute, why do we want to support somebody with all these ethics charges? We need to support somebody who's more of a safe choice, if you will. So in that respect, it probably will. But I think that for the most part, I think some members of the Freedom Caucus, I think that conservative members of the House of Representatives, which is really kind of his bailiwick in terms of garnering their support, are going to continue to support him.
All right, Rich Rubino, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Just that, once again, there is precedent for releasing a report, and it has happened in the past, and there are 3 examples recently. The House Ethics Committee is very rare. It's the only committee in the entire House of Representatives that's a standing committee, meaning that it continues from Congress to Congress, and no matter which party is hegemonic in the United States House of Representatives, It still has 4 members from the Republican side and 4 members from the Democratic side, so it's very sui generis in that respect.
All right, Rich Rubino, as always, thank you so much for joining us to help break it down. And if we don't talk to you, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Thank you. You as well.
And I do want to dig a little bit deeper here into that report. Mike Emanuel with Fox News breaks down more of the findings.
Was indeed the honor of my professional life.
Former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz looking back fondly over the weekend on his nomination to be President-elect Donald Trump's Attorney General.
But some things don't go according to plan.
Gaetz' nomination was derailed by allegations of misconduct, claims now supported by the House Ethics Committee. In a report released Monday, the panel accuses Gaetz of, quote, regularly paying for sex, including with a 17-year-old girl, along with buying and using illegal drugs, all while serving in Congress.
The House has to hold itself to a higher ethical standard.
Gaetz, who's continually denied the allegations, blasted the report on social media, saying, quote, there is a reason they did this to me in a Christmas Eve report and not in a courtroom of any kind where I could present evidence and challenge witnesses.
You can see a vindictive tone to this whole thing.
Gaetz resigned from Congress immediately after Trump nominated him for Attorney General, effectively ending the ethics probe since he was no longer a member of the House.
They've been going great. Senator's been giving me a lot of good advice. I'm looking forward to a hearing.
While initially optimistic, Gaetz ended his run for AG 8 days after being nominated, saying he was becoming too big of a distraction. Now some lawmakers feel the release of this report could have unwanted consequences.
This will probably now start a war of other reports that are going on members to get leaked or votes to be called.
The Justice Department also investigated sexual misconduct allegations against Gaetz, but declined to press charges. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Taking a look over the White House now, we are less than a month away from the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. And the month of January will start with a vote for House Speaker. But after the near government shutdown, will Mike Johnson be reelected to the role? Alexandria Hoff with Fox News joining us to discuss all of this. Alexandria, good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you here, as that vote does take place for House Speaker, does Mike Johnson stand a chance of not being reelected?
Well, the margins are so thin, so yes, he does stand that chance. He can only afford to lose the support of one Republican, and no Democrats will come to his aid. So this could be a battle, and we know these kind of battles can take weeks. That's something the Republican Party says that they also can't really afford to lose at this point.
And digging a little bit deeper into this right here, if you have no speaker, could that delay the election certification? And what are the potential impacts of that overall?
Yeah, so as I was alluding to it, as we all remember, when it came to Speaker McCarthy, remember how many rounds there were trying to get him into the speakership role. And then when it comes down to Mike Johnson, Democrats, they're upset, or Republicans, some of them are upset about the fact that he worked so closely with Democrats to pass that initial version of the spending bill last week. So some are saying they do not support him in entirety right now. They are needing to be convinced. As I mentioned, he can only lose one vote. So if that happens January 3rd and there is no speaker vote, they can't certify the election by the 6th, that can end up postponing a lot of the agenda that President-elect Trump is hoping to implement on day one. We keep hearing that on day one. So there's a call right now from some Republicans to President-elect Trump to say, bring Speaker Johnson under your wing, kind of push out your support that you have for him a bit more so we can get all Republicans voting in unison to keep him as Speaker for the incoming term.
And I do want to ask here, when we talk about President Biden, another headline here is him commuting the sentences of 37 of those 40 federal death row inmates. What has been the reaction overall to that?
Well, passionate reaction, as people are when it comes to the death penalty. But you do have even some Democrats coming out and saying, well, wait a minute, we know you're legacy building right now, but are you undermining the criminal justice system we have in this country? These 37 individuals, I was digging into these cases yesterday. I mean, these are some vicious killers. The Trump team, they've called them the worst of the worst. But I mean, truly, one man killed 12 people in Philadelphia. There are child killers on that list, mass murderers. The president did exempt 3 people from that list. Those are anybody who was found guilty of a mass murder where it was hate-fueled or terrorism. But that is not to say that there weren't 37 plus victims of these other men. So there's been some back and forth. The Congressional Progressive Caucus, though, they're applauding President Biden, calling the death penalty inhumane. They think this is a step in the right direction. But I'll add, they actually think that the other 3, even though it can, Dylan Roof is on that list, the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter, he's on that list of those who will remain on death row. They're even saying that they need to have their lives spared as well.
All right, Alexandria Hoff there with Fox News with several political headlines. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you are taking a live look over New York City at this hour. We are going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But on the other side, we will get right into some of the headlines there, as a lot of stories out of New York are making headlines. We'll check in with our Fox News team as well as our Fox 5 New York team for the latest. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on this Christmas Eve. The time now 7:20 on the East Coast and 4:20 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I want to head over to New York City right now, where an investigation is underway, and we are learning more after a sleeping subway passenger was set on fire and killed. Investigators now saying the man who is suspected of committing the crime, which was caught on camera, by the way, has now both been charged and was in the country illegally. Nate Foy with Fox News breaking down all of the details.
This illegal migrant from Guatemala is charged with murder and arson after police say he set a woman on fire and killed her on a New York City subway car Sunday morning.
The suspect used what we believe to be a lighter to ignite the victim's clothing, which became fully engulfed in a matter of seconds.
An Immigration and Customs Enforcement spokesperson tells Fox News, quote, Sebastian Cepeda Khalil, 33, is an unlawfully present Guatemalan citizen who entered the United States without admission by an immigration official. Cepeda first crossed the border illegally in 2018. Border Patrol agents arrested him in Arizona and he got deported. But then he crossed illegally again as a getaway at an unknown location and time. Police described the attack as random on a woman who appeared to be sleeping.
appears that she's motionless at that spot. There is no interaction between the two. We don't believe they knew each other, no.
Hours after the attack, police found Cepeda with a lighter in his pocket after receiving a tip from 3 high schoolers who recognized his wanted picture. New York Governor Kathy Hochul posted on X after the woman's death, quote, "Since deploying the National Guard to support NYPD and MTA safety efforts and adding cameras to all subway cars, crime is going down and ridership is going up."
As far as Governor Hochul, shame on her. She supports sanctuary status in that state. She has a green light law. ICE and CBP can't even work with local law enforcement.
ICE's enforcement and removal operations confirms with Fox News it will lodge an immigration detainer on Cepeda, testing the results of incoming border czar Tom Homan's meeting with New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
That was Nate Foy with Fox News reporting, and that is just one of many headlines that we have been following out of New York City. I do want to check in with our Fox 5 New York team for the latest on the Luigi Mangione case, but also more developing news.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, pleaded not guilty to state murder and terror charges in a Manhattan courtroom. His defense attorney slammed the, quote, perfectly choreographed perp walk and Mayor Adams' presence, claiming it contained potential jurors.
He was on display for everyone to see in the biggest staged perp walk I've ever seen in my career. It was absolutely unnecessary. He was cooperative at all accounts. There was no reason for the NYPD and everybody to have these big assault rifles that, frankly, I had no idea was in their arsenal. And what was the New York City mayor doing at this press conference, Your Honor? That just made it utterly political. And frankly, Your Honor, the mayor should know more than anyone about the presumption of innocence that he, too, is afforded when he dealing with his own issues.
The federal charges could carry the possibility of the death penalty, while the maximum sentence for the state charges is life in prison without parole. Mangione's next court appearance is February 21st. Federal prosecutors say the owner of a Brooklyn construction company will plead guilty to a conspiracy charge tied to the corruption case against Mayor Eric Adams.
Erden Arkan is accused of working with a Turkish government official to funnel illegal campaign contributions to the mayor. He would be the first person linked to the case to enter a guilty plea. An attorney for Mayor Adams says Arkan's decision will have, quote, no bearings on the mayor's case whatsoever. There's a wide range of reaction after the latest shakeup at the NYPD.
Now this follows the resignation of the department's top uniformed officer, who was accused of demanding sexual favors in return for working overtime. Let's get right to Good Day's Robert Moses, who joins us with what the police commissioner and mayor are now saying. Robert, good morning.
Tashani and Tina, good morning to you. And in the wake of the high-profile resignation of Chief of Department Jeffrey Maddrey, Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch made it clear that there's a new sheriff in town. She spoke yesterday at an NYPD promotion ceremony, the first time that we've heard from her since all of the shakeups at the top of the department this past weekend. Now, while she didn't mention any names, she left no doubt about what and who she was talking about. Tisch accepted Maddrey's resignation Friday after allegations surfaced that he demanded sex from Lieutenant Quatisha Epps in exchange for granting her overtime opportunities. Epps says she went public with her story after she made headlines for earning more than $400,000 in a single year, about half of which came from overtime, which, by the way, Epps says, Maddrey and others approved. Tisch yesterday, in so many words, promised she won't tolerate alleged behavior like Maddrey's.
We are consciously and decisively turning the page to ensure that we always match the lofty ideals and values that make this department the envy of the world.
Maddrey is a longtime ally of Mayor Eric Adams, who defended him in the past, but in an exclusive one-on-one interview with our Morgan Mackay, Adams said he would not defend Maddrey if he did what he's accused of doing.
Serious allegations, and very troubling, and they have to be investigated accordingly, and that is what the police commissioner is doing and any other entity is going to do. I've never defended any accusation of any inappropriate behavior. I defended his police record. He has had an exceptional police record.
So with Madry now out, Chief John Schell is serving as interim chief of department, and Chief Edward Thompson is now leading the Internal Affairs Bureau, the IAB, after Tisch relieved Miguel Iglesias, who had been leading the IAB, of his duties. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
Rob.
A big thank you there to our Fox 5 New York team for their coverage. And I do want to take you to that mayor one-on-one that we saw Morgan Mackay with Fox 5 New York do. They discussed a variety of topics, and I do want to play that right now.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for being here today. I really appreciate it. So let's just start out with the top news of the day. Reportedly, the man who set the woman ablaze, killing her, was a migrant. Is that something you can confirm, and what's your reaction to that?
I'm getting briefings from the police department, but it appears as though he was a migrant that was removed from the country and then came back into the country. Yes, this is a country of immigrants. It's a country of those who want to seek to pursue the American dream. But those who violate that pursuit, we need to immediately remove them from our country. You know, after they serve their time, I don't want to turn them back into a country just to have them sneak back in, and the family members are not receiving justice for what happened.
Now, you have said that one of the reasons why you're facing 5 federal charges is because of your criticism of the Biden administration for their handling of the migrant crisis. Has someone told you that? What sort of evidence do you have that led you to believe this?
We have witnessed constant leaks that was coming from what we believe only those would have been known by the federal government. And I strongly believe that this had a lot to do with my clear defending this country.
Now, your lawyer filed a letter today saying that because of these alleged leaks, that they are worried about you getting a fair trial. Are you also worried about that?
Yes, I am. You know, because remember, where do we pick our jury from? We pick our jury from the public. And to see some of the things that have come out, some of them is just, you know, just not true.
If President-elect Donald Trump offers you a pardon, will you take it?
I'm seeking justice. I should not have been charged. I have done nothing wrong. Whatever avenue that's available for us to pursue justice, we're going to do just that.
And that was Morgan Mackay there with our Fox 5 New York station. I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following. Very limited information at this point, but as you can see there on your screen, it appears that American Airlines is experiencing, quote, a technical issue with all of its flights. Now, this right here is a post on X or Twitter, depending what you call it, and it is in response to somebody asking about the situation. Now, American Airlines says we are currently experiencing a technical issue with all American Airlines flights. Your safety is our utmost priority. Once this is rectified, we'll have you safely on your way to your destination. So we are reaching out, of course, with the help of our Fox affiliates to get a little bit more information. Once we have it, we'll pass it along to you at home. But we also have this live look right here over Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport over in Atlanta, the busiest airport, some would argue, in the country. As we are in one of the busiest travel seasons, we're going to have an expert join us here in just about an hour with those travel tips and what to expect if you still have to head to the airport. Do have to head to a quick break now. It's 7:30 on the East Coast and 4:30 on the West Coast. On the other side, we will go international and head over to the Middle East. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:32 on the East Coast, 4:32 on the West Coast. Do want to get to some breaking news out of the Middle East as we are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border. The Houthi rebels have now fired another ballistic missile at Israel this morning, triggering sirens across the center of the country and over in southern Israel for the third time in less than a week. The Israel Defense Forces saying that it managed to intercept the missile before it entered Israeli airspace. Now, according to a military source that spoke to the Times of Israel, the projectile was shot down using the long-range Arrow air defense system, which is designated to take out ballistic missiles outside of the atmosphere. So much to discuss out of the Middle East, as always, so I do want to bring in Dr. Asaf Romarowski, the Executive Director of Scholars for Peace in the Middle East. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you, as always, for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, first off, we are now talking about another missile fired by the Houthis in Yemen. Does it seem as though they are heating up their action against Israel, as we are hearing a lot about these missiles being fired?
For sure. I think that, the Houthis see all of this as part of what they define, where they define the first attack as Palestine 2. They see the entire narrative that you're coming out of the Houthis rhetoric-wise. You're seeing them supporting of what they define as their brothers in Gaza. And clearly the ongoing onslaught of attacks proves that they are getting more sophisticated. They've been able to have much more successes in their attacks. Remember, at the beginning of the war, they were only firing at the southern part of Israel, going to the city of Eilat, which is the southernmost city inside of Israel. And now they're hitting center parts of Israel itself, Tel Aviv, Jaffa, and they're able to intercept and really get through the missile system, the missile defense system that the Israelis have. While this attack was thankfully able to be thwarted before it got inside of Israel, we did see the other day where buildings and the schools were hit, projectiles all over the place, and it's hitting and it's getting through the system. That is indeed an increase in the acceleration of all this, which also speaks volumes of the fact that potentially there is more supply coming in from the Iranian chain. Again, they're funded by the Iranians, and they're giving them more sophisticated missiles that are allowing them to make these hits and, of course, have these successes. So that's, of course, part of the larger concern, not to mention the fact that the successful attacks by the Houthis are revealing the gaps in the Israeli missile defense systems, and what are the Israelis doing about that? That being said, the Israelis did indeed retaliate Hudaydah, and there was an attack on Sana'a. They're going after attacks in Yemen to deter these attacks. But again, this is yet another front that Israel is forced to deal with, which is a constant element. And of course, another reminder that of where the war is coming from, that is from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And you are taking a live look once again over the Israel-Gaza border. We've talked a lot, especially you and I, just about the potential for that ceasefire. And we've now heard from two former U.S. officials. They wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal saying that the release of the 7 remaining American hostages has to be a part of the first phase of any kind of deal between Israel and Hamas. We know this is Trump's former national security advisor, Robert O'Brien, and Biden's previous U.S. ambassador to Israel, Tom Nides. They wrote, quote, "The American 7 aren't a bargaining chip." Israeli officials do believe that 96 of the 251 hostages abducted by Hamas are still there in Gaza, and that includes the bodies of at least 34 of the hostages. Do you feel that once President-elect Donald Trump does take office, that bringing home the American hostages is going to be a priority?
Well, I think that the hope is that the Biden administration hopes that they can make this happen before Trump, enters office. Obviously, they need a win. And obviously the op-ed that you're referring to and the fact that Tom Nides is involved in that, penning that op-ed is clear about the fact that they would like to have a win before they leave office to show a successful transition of power and to show that they've done something successfully with regard to the American hostages. There's been a great deal of pressure reminding the world that there are still Americans in Gaza, and where is the pressure coming from the United States? That being said, if this passes January 20th, clearly Trump made unequivocal statements about what he expects to happen, and not to mention the fact that he is going to use force to move things along. I think that they are close, or those are the rumors at least that we're seeing now as far as a deal. It is a emotional roller coaster, as you and I have discussed for the past year now, how the hostages have been used as political pawns all around. Now that Hamas is at 90+% devastated, the hope is that they can squeeze Hamas to move this along. And there have been all these carrots that have been delivered and given to the Hamas members, saying you can escape here, you can leave, you can go to areas of like Turkey and Doha and other places, just release the hostages back and to move this along. The other bargaining chip on the table, which is part of the conversation, has been the infamous Palestinian leader Marwan Barghouti. Barghouti is serving over 5 or 7, I believe, life sentences plus 50 years for all of his blood on his hands during the second Intifada back in the early 2000s. He was a crony of Yasser Arafat, but he is believed to be the heir apparent, and so Hamas is using him. And on all these kind of conversations, his name has been thrown out there time and time again. With the idea, again, part of this point that I was raising before, of extradition to Turkey and then returning back. I think it'll be, he does have a lot of blood on his hands, and that would be a huge mistake to move that along. But these are the kind of high-level individuals of terrorists that they're talking about in return for the hostages. And that's really the kind of game that you're playing here, as far as the high-value prisoners that the Israelis currently have versus, as you said, the 96 that Israel believes to have alive, not to mention the dead bodies, to bring them, return them back to a Jewish burial and bring them back home. This is the emotional roller coaster, and this is the pressure that has been coming from the beginning from the Israeli population on the Netanyahu government. We need to make a deal at any cost, and that's where you're seeing a lot of the push and pull play out here.
And one of the questions here for a very long time has been about how many of those hostages are still living. The fact that there hasn't been a list that is provided to Israel, a list that was asked for, frankly, a year ago. We've talked about this for months upon months, and that list has not been provided. So is that going to provide more fear about the conditions of the hostages? But also, does Hamas know where all of these hostages even are?
That's the main concern, and the bigger concern is there's going to be a kind of a bait and switch. Hamas does not want to be confined to any kind of written, designated commitments. They have done these bait and switch deals before. We'll say, we're going to agree to this, and we'll provide you with dead bodies versus alive. I mean, this is a constant game that the Israelis have. And to your point, as you said correctly, since the beginning, the Red Cross has never been allowed to go in. We don't know exact name. We don't know conditions. There are a lot of speculations as to their whereabouts and whatnot. The hope is, again, this is all part of the interlocutors vis-a-vis the Egyptians and the pressure coming from the United States, that Hamas is gathering all the information to provide when it comes to the whereabouts of the hostages. Most likely, what we do know is that whatever is this kind of remnants of the Hamas leadership in Gaza, like with Sinwar before, they are basically surrounding themselves by the hostages because they are the lifeline. Not to mention the fact that they are the hardcore Hamas Islamists who embed themselves within the civilian population. As we've seen with previous hostages, that's where they're most likely being hid. And they are used there as target practice, as we've heard from the other hostages, that some of these neighborhoods, when they were targeted, they would put out the hostages first in order to create them as the first line of defense. So this is what the unfortunate reality that we're looking at here, and what we need to, and this is where the pressure is coming down. The hope is that they can give enough carrots, and there could be, and the patrons of Hamas, namely groups, like the Egyptians and like Doha and others, they can squeeze them to make this deal happen.
Dr. Asaf Romarowski, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and help break down all the latest developments. We appreciate it, as always.
Thank you, as always. I appreciate it.
And the time now, 7:43 on the East Coast, 4:43 on the West Coast. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we will head out to New York City as we continue to follow all of the developments of the top stories coming from there, including a man charged with setting a woman on fire. All of that coming up here in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 7:46 on the East Coast, and it is 4:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. An undocumented immigrant from Guatemala has been charged in the death of a woman who was set on fire on a Brooklyn subway. Cops say the 33-year-old migrant told officers that he was drunk at the time and does not remember doing it. Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York station is live for us over in downtown Brooklyn. She has been following this story from the get-go and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Briella.
Yeah, good morning to you, Josh. Now, 33-year-old Sebastian Zapeta is that suspect's name. He could be arraigned here at Brooklyn Criminal Court as early as this morning. And police say he was actually evaluated for mental health at a local hospital last night. Eventually, they say he will be transferred to federal custody, where he could face deportation. Zapeta was escorted out of the NYPD 60th precinct yesterday in a white Tyvek suit and handcuffs. He has been charged with first and second degree murder, plus arson, after allegedly setting a woman on fire aboard a Brooklyn F train over the weekend and then watching her burn. According to a spokesperson for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, Zapeta is an undocumented immigrant from Guatemala. Officials say he first entered the country illegally back in 2015 2018, he was spotted by Border Patrol agents in Arizona and deported back to Guatemala, but at some point he snuck back into the U.S. His last known address is a men's shelter here in Brooklyn. According to the NYPD, to backtrack, Zapeta calmly walked up to a woman who was seated on the train Sunday morning after it stopped at the end of the line in Coney Island. He then set her on fire with his lighter, got off the train, and watched the horror unfold from a nearby bench. Just absolutely awful. The victim, who has yet to be ID'd by police, died at the scene from her injuries. Responding officers captured images of Zapeta on their body cameras. Hours later, he was taken into custody on another F train at the Herald Square station after 3 teenagers recognized his photos and called 911. Police thank them in part for his quick arrest. Brooklyn DA Eric Gonzalez said in a statement, this gruesome and senseless act of violence against a vulnerable woman will be met with the most serious consequences. And back out here live again, Zapeta could be arraigned as early as this morning. Also, according to the New York Post, he received a transit summons in May of last year. But other than that, the paper reports his record, at least here in New York City, was clean. For now, we're live here in downtown Brooklyn. Josh, we'll send it back to you.
Still a horrifying story and a lot left to figure out. Briella Tomasetti there with our Fox 5 New York station. Thank you so much, as always, for being here with us.
Thank you.
And I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following at this hour. Take a live look from one of our many cameras that we have over in Indianapolis. This is from our Fox affiliate there. They say crews with the Indianapolis Fire Department are currently working a building fire, and this is right near downtown. You can see the smoke rising there in the distance. The department called to the building near the intersection of East Walnut Street and North Pennsylvania Street, if you are familiar with that area. It was just after 5:30 a.m. local time there, and the address is for the Sanctuary on Penn. That is an old church that now serves as a wedding venue. Again, this is right near downtown Indianapolis. You can see just how many crews are on the scene and how far back our Fox Indy team is being pushed there, but they are zoomed in, and you can see what appears to be that historic church as the smoke is rising. And you also have fire crews that are battling the fire from overhead. You can see all the hose lines that are there in the distance. Looks like they are trying to fix the camera up. But again, we are working to gather some more information, which will include how the fire did start, if there is any sort of suspect, for instance, that we might be looking for. Again, Indianapolis police and the fire department there have not provided a lot of details. It's not clear if this was intentional or not. Either way, we will stay in touch with our crews there. And if we do get any sort of press conference, news conference there with officials, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, crews with the Indianapolis Fire Department working this building fire near downtown. This is the old site of the Sanctuary on Penn, which was an old church, now serving as a wedding venue for Indianapolis. Do have to sneak away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 7:51 on the East Coast and 4:51 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:53 on the East Coast, and it is 4:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. And you are looking at some video right now, aerial video that is being provided by a station over in Greensboro, North Carolina. That is where we do know that an officer was shot and killed while responding to a man inside of a Food Lion. All of this unfolding very quickly just yesterday. I do want to send it over to a news conference that was held very briefly, about 5 minutes in length, with the police and the sheriff's office as they provide the latest details.
Thank you for being here with us. First, we want to honor the life and service of Officer Michael Horan, who was killed in the line of duty this morning. Together, we are mourning Officer Horan, who was a husband, a father, a son, a friend, and much more to his family. He became a sworn officer with the department in early 2018 and served in a patrol bureau, District 4, on Squad A. Officer Horan was hired in September of 2017 to start the 103rd PBIC Academy. He was an excellent officer. He had an outstanding reputation inside the department and in the community. We ask that you please keep his family, friends, and fellow officers in your thoughts and prayers. Officer Horan responded to a call about a man with a firearm inside of the Food Lion in the 4700 block of Lawndale Drive. A shooting occurred inside of the store at approximately 11 a.m., fatally wounding Officer Horan. The circumstances of what led to the shooting are currently being investigated. Thanks to the help of multiple partners, the offender is in custody and there is no threat to the public. We will release more details about the suspect as the investigation evolves. Our department has requested the State Bureau of Investigation to be the lead investigating agency in this case. On behalf of the Greensboro Police Department, we want to thank all of our law enforcement partners across the state for your support and for your efforts today in quickly apprehending the suspect. We also want to thank our community for continuing to support our officers and their families during this difficult time. We will be sharing more information with media after the news conference with details about a GoFundMe, as we've received multiple calls of overwhelming support from the community and law enforcement agencies across the nation. We plan to honor Officer Horan's life and service through that. At this time, City Manager Trey Davis would like to share a few words.
Good afternoon. I'm Greensboro City Manager Trey Davis. I want to take a brief moment to recognize our City Council members who are here in support today. Thank you to those of you in the media who have come out to cover this very sad story. Thank you also for staff members who are here present today to support, those of you who may be watching via stream. I wish I was here dressing under different circumstances. And to put it simply, we're heartbroken. I want to express my love and my support for the Greensboro police family, a family that I served along with for 17 years before stepping into this role. This is truly a family, but a family that has been tested today. I want to thank all of you ahead of time before we even go into the next few days for respecting each other as we work through this tragedy. Before we leave today, First and foremost, I would like for us to take a moment to think about Officer Horan's family during this time. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Think about Officer Horan's Greensboro family and the loved ones and those here in this city that support our police department. Thank you.
All right, so not taking any questions right there, but again, they did identify the officer that was killed, shot and killed, while responding to that Food Lion over in Greensboro, North Carolina. If we do get any updates on that, we will make sure to bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 7:59 on the East Coast and 4:59 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to get to another big story here at the top of the hour that we have been covering over the past couple weeks, as the man accused of gunning down the head of United Healthcare in Midtown Manhattan pleaded not guilty to nearly a dozen state charges. Luigi Mangione appeared briefly Monday in a New York courtroom on state charges in the fatal shooting of CEO Brian Thompson. The state charges do include murder as an act of terrorism. The 26-year-old was expected to be arraigned Thursday when he was quickly flown from Pennsylvania to New York, but that was postponed after federal charges of murder and stalking were filed against him. While New York does not have the death penalty, the federal charges do make that an option if he's convicted. Mangione was arrested at a McDonald's over in Altoona, Pennsylvania, days after Thompson's murder. An employee of the fast food restaurant recognized him from photos and videos that were circulated by the police department. Mangione now jailed in New York without bond, staying in the same facility as Sean Diddy Combs and Sam Bankman-Fried. So much to discuss, so I do want to bring in Herb Subin, the lead trial attorney at Subin & Associates in New York City. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks, Josh. Great to be here.
Thank you. And first off, I do want to say here that we know during that hearing, we did actually hear from Mangione's attorney. Now, she said that because of the comments that have been made by New York City Mayor Eric Adams about the case, that is going to make it very difficult for her client to get a fair trial. What do you make of that?
So she's right. I mean, he's gotten so much publicity, and what you're hoping for when you're picking a jury is that you're going to get people that have an open mind and haven't prejudged the case. In this case, it's going to be virtually impossible to get anybody who hasn't heard about the case and probably doesn't have an opinion about the case. Mr. Mangione has been such a polarizing figure that finding 12 people that really don't have a preconceived notion of what their opinion is on him is going to be very, very tough, if not impossible.
And once again, we did see supporters of Mangione gather outside of the courthouse as he went before the judge. Is the love, quote unquote, for Mangione and the nationwide attention good or bad for the defense? And what about the prosecution? But I also want to mention there were people who lined up outside of the courtroom and waited to actually get inside because they are supporters of his and just wanted to watch. So is all of this good or bad for both sides?
It's probably much better for the defense. Remember that the prosecution has to prove that Mr. Mangione is guilty on all of the counts by an unanimous verdict beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a very high standard. And if you have people that are liking him and feel for his so-called cause, then that's going to create a real problem for the prosecution to get unanimity, which is what they're going to need. As for the defense, the problem is going to be that there seems to be a mountain of evidence against him. And so will the people, will the jurors do their job and decide the case based solely on the evidence, or is it going to be more about his personality and his sort of iconic status?
One thing I want to point out here, when we take a look at this video, this is actually from inside of the courtroom just yesterday for that arraignment. My understanding is that cameras are rarely allowed inside the courtrooms there in New York. We don't see it happen very often. However, obviously a camera allowed in here. So what do you make of that, the fact that those cameras were allowed to capture this?
So it generally, number one is the courtrooms in New York State are open to the public, so anybody can go to a courthouse and watch whatever proceeding is going on, unless it's a family court or it's one of the specific matter. Ordinarily, though, New York doesn't allow courts, but it does allow the discretion of the trial judge in particular instances to allow cameras in the courtroom. But for the vast majority of cases, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the first one since I've worked here that we've actually been able to get a camera inside the courtroom, and that's several years. Do you think at any point that Mangione is going to have bond set to where he can be out on bond, or is that unlikely as the case does progress?
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Almost definitely no, Josh. Basically, in the federal court, he's been held without bail. Yesterday, when he went to state court, they put a symbolic $1 bail on him because the state knew that he was going to be held in federal custody until both trials are completed. So the simple answer to your question is no.
What do you think about the murder as an act of terrorism charge? That's been a topic of discussion over the last week or so. Is that charge used very often, and is it likely to stick?
So no, it's not used very often. Generally, by the way, we're seeing a charge of first-degree murder, which is unusual in itself because it's murder with aggravating circumstances. For example, if you kill a judge or a police officer or a first responder or murder for hire, those are generally what we see for first-degree murder. Murder in furtherance of an act of terrorism is murder with the intent to coerce either the population or the government. The thing, I do believe that there's a good chance that that will stick because of the quote manifesto that Mr. Mangione had with him, that he wanted to whack a health executive because of his disdain for the health insurance industry that we have here in this country. So that, I think, is going to be a critical piece of evidence in that murder for terrorism.
All right. Herb, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help discuss this just a little bit further. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Yeah, that just my sense is that picking the jury here in this case is going to be quite a challenge for everybody. And, but my belief is that once the jurors do start to sit, they really want to get to justice and get to the right result. So even though he's quite popular, Mr. Mangione, I hope, gets a fair trial and that the jurors decide the case based on the evidence.
Before I let you go, on that note, could you actually see the case being moved to a different location for trial as a result of that? Is that a possibility?
It certainly is. I kind of find it unlikely because of just the nature of the case, the political nature of the case. Mayor Adams was at a press conference during the perp walk. I think that the political influence is going to be too strong to have the case moved, although I could certainly see where the defendant would have a strong argument to say that they can't get a fair trial here.
All right, Herb Subin, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help discuss this a little bit further. We appreciate it as always.
Thanks so much, Josh. Have a great day.
You too. And as I mentioned, there has been a lot of news developing out of New York City, so we have been checking in a lot with our Fox 5 New York team, and I do want to check in with them now as they have the latest on several stories we're following very closely, but also this situation involving American Airlines dealing with a technical issue on all flights. I want to pop this up for you really quickly right here so you can get a better look at what we're talking about. This is actually a response from American Airlines to a passenger who had sent them a tweet or X post. They said, "We're currently experiencing a technical issue with all American Airlines flights. Your safety is our utmost priority. Once this is rectified, we'll have you safely on your way to your destination." Again, that is one story that our Fox 5 New York team is covering. So let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Yes, thank you. And we're following breaking news at this hour.
As if holiday travel isn't tough enough, it just got worse for passengers flying on American Airlines. Good day, Dan Bowens is here, and he is monitoring the situation. Dan, what is the latest?
Tina and Tashani, American Airlines is the world's largest air carrier, and this morning they have a huge problem, and it's coming at a terrible time. Millions of people traveling for the holidays, and now we have confirmation. All American Airlines flights nationwide grounded, snarling traffic on the busiest of days. This is affecting all American airline flights in the U.S. on this Christmas Eve. More information, this coming directly from the company itself. American putting out a statement on X saying it is currently experiencing a technical issue with all American airline flights. Your safety is our utmost priority. Once this is rectified, we'll have you safely on your way to your destination. Now we want to take a look. Live images here. This is at LaGuardia. You can see the snow is in the air, but these problems don't appear to be related to the weather. This looks like it is some type of technical problem. The Federal Aviation Administration, better known as the FAA, issued a full ground stop, and it remains in place this morning. Bloomberg reports the airline may be experiencing a software issue. It's unclear if this is a technical problem or some type of cyber attack. We're working to get answers on that. The early reports we're seeing, in reality, it's the people who are traveling this holiday who are affected. And we have a crew heading to LaGuardia Airport this morning, hoping to talk to some of those passengers. In other videos that were posted to social media this morning, gate officials in Fort Lauderdale told passengers the system is down. Quote, "The system is down." That's what they said. And according to Down Detector, American Airlines had thousands of outages all within the last hour or so. It does not have a time frame as to when the problem will be fixed. But again, if you're going to pick somebody up at the airport this morning, or if you have a flight out yourself, you should be prepared, because once you have a big issue like this, especially at airports all across this country, it will resonate all throughout the morning. It could be kind of like a domino effect, seeing some of those flights. So we'll be tracking what happens and let you know. Tina and Tashani, back over to you guys this morning.
And Dan, we just got word from our producer that the ground stop is now over. So you'll continue to we're hearing reports at this time that the ground stop is over. But
yeah, early reports the ground stop is over. It may appear that they are going to start to get some of those systems back up and running. And once they do that, they should be able to start moving some of those passengers who weren't able to get onto the planes, back out onto the planes, get some of those planes moving. But once you have a big delay like this, that's when you really start to see a lot of these problems.
Definitely a ripple effect for sure. Dan, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We do have new details this morning about the man who police say killed a woman on the subway by setting her on fire.
Police say he's an undocumented immigrant who previously was deported in 2018 but found his way back to the city. Good day's Briella Tomasetti. She is live in downtown Brooklyn with more on this horrific story. Briella.
A horrific story, Tashani and Tina. Good morning to both of you, and especially one to report on Christmas Eve. The MTA, though, credits newly installed surveillance cameras on every train car for leading to that suspect's arrest so quickly. Also crediting 3 teenagers for calling the cops when they recognized photos of that man. His name is Sebastian Zapeta. He is a 33-year-old Guatemalan migrant who allegedly entered the United States not once but twice illegally.
Mira, ¿por qué hiciste? ¿Por qué poniste fuego a la mujer?
33-year-old Sebastian Zapeta was escorted out of the NYPD's 60th precinct yesterday in a white Tyvek suit and handcuffs. He has been charged with first and second-degree murder plus arson after allegedly setting a woman on fire aboard a Brooklyn F train over the weekend and then watching her burn. The NYPD calling it one of the most depraved crimes the department has ever seen. According to a spokesperson for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, Zapeta is an undocumented immigrant from Guatemala. As I mentioned, officials say he first entered the country illegally back in 2018. Zapeta was spotted by Border Patrol agents in Arizona and deported back to his home country. At some point, he snuck back into the U.S. His last known address is a men's shelter in Brooklyn. According to the NYPD, Zapeta calmly walked up to a woman who was seated on the train Sunday morning after it stopped at the end of the line in Coney Island, setting her on fire with his lighter, getting off the train, and then watching the horror unfold from a nearby bench. The victim, who has yet to be ID'd by police, died at the scene from her injuries. Responding officers captured these images of Zapeta on their body-worn cameras. Just hours later, he was taken into custody on another F train at the Herald Square station in Manhattan after 3 teenagers recognized his photos and called 911. Brooklyn DA Eric Gonzalez released a statement in response to his arrest, reading, "The depravity of this horrific crime is beyond comprehension, and my office is committed to bringing the perpetrator to justice. This gruesome and senseless act of violence against a vulnerable woman will be met with the most serious consequences." Now, it's unclear at this point if Zapeta has an attorney, but federal officials say they will file a request to have him turned over to ICE after this criminal case here against him is over in New York. He could be arraigned as early as this morning. Again, it's Christmas Eve, so things close on the earlier side. We will be watching the situation incredibly closely. But for now, that's the very latest live here in downtown Brooklyn. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
We know you will, Briella. Thank you for that report. Federal prosecutors say the owner of a Brooklyn construction company will plead guilty to a conspiracy charge tied to the corruption case against Mayor Adams.
Erdoğan Arkan is accused of working with a Turkish government official to funnel illegal campaign contributions to the mayor. He would be the first person linked to the case to enter a guilty plea. An attorney for Mayor Adams says Arkan's decision will have, quote, no bearing on the mayor's case whatsoever. Reactions are flooding in after yet another shakeup in the NYPD.
Chief of Department Jeffrey Madry resigned over the weekend after being accused of demanding sexual favors in exchange for overtime opportunities. Let's get right to Good Day's Robert Moses. He's been following the story and has more. Robert.
Tashani and Tina, in the wake of his resignation, Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch is making clear that there's a new sheriff in town. She spoke at the promotion ceremony for the NYPD yesterday. It's the first time that we've heard from her since the shakeups at the top of the department over the weekend. While she didn't name names, she left little doubt about what and who she was talking about. Now, Tisch accepted Madry's resignation Friday after allegations surfaced that he demanded sex from a female lieutenant named Quatisha Epps in exchange for granting her overtime opportunities. Epps says that she went public with her story after she made headlines for earning more than $400,000 in 1 year, about half of which came from overtime, which Epps says Madry and others approved. Yesterday, Tisch said she won't tolerate alleged behavior like this.
We are consciously and decisively turning the page to ensure that we always match the lofty ideals and values that make this department the envy of the world.
Mayor Eric Adams has defended Madry in the past, but yesterday in a one-on-one interview with our Morgan McKay, the mayor said he wouldn't defend Madry if he in fact did what he's accused of doing.
Serious allegations, and very troubling, and they have to be investigated accordingly, and that is what the police commissioner is doing and any other entity is going to do. I've never defended any accusation of any inappropriate behavior. I defended his police record. He has had an exceptional police record.
So now that Madry's out, Chief John Schell is in as interim chief of department. Chief Edward Thompson now leading the Internal Affairs Bureau after Tisch relieved Miguel Iglesias, who had been leading the IAB, of his duties. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
All right.
First, it was Amazon. Now, more employees at Starbucks are walking off the job. Starbucks Workers United, the union representing baristas, expanding its strike today. Haley Fixler with our Fox 5 New York team live for us over in Brooklyn to break down the second strike happening over the holidays. Good morning, Haley. It's another one here.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, it is. And this one started with workers at 60 stores across the country. But this morning, the union says that workers at more than 300 Starbucks shops across the country will spike. And this morning, just before 7 o'clock, there's about 4 people standing outside of this Starbucks location. Now, the union says that in total, about 5,000 workers are expected to participate today on Christmas Eve. This strike is impacting shops in major cities like here in New York, L.A., Boston, and Seattle. Workers are demanding higher wages and better staffing and better schedules. Now, a representative from Starbucks says that the company already offers competitive average pay and benefits, including free college tuition and company stock. The rep adds that the union's proposals are not sustainable because of what the company already offers, saying in part, quote, the union chose to walk away from bargaining last week. We are ready to continue negotiations when the union comes back to the bargaining table.
If the company wants us to continue giving them our labor, they need to compensate us better.
Now, the Starbucks strike comes as the Amazon strike continues. Teamsters sticking to the picket line as they have since Thursday last week. They are also asking for higher wages and better working conditions. The union says Amazon refuses to bargain for a labor agreement. Now, we watched on the first day of the strike as some of the Teamsters tried to prevent workers still on the job from making their deliveries. Union members told me that day they strategically planned the protest to be just before the holidays to send a message to the company during the busiest time of the year. And despite both unions saying that thousands of employees are striking, Starbucks and Amazon reps say that there should be minimum disruption. There are 10,000 Starbucks stores across the country, and Amazon says the union members only make up 1% of their workforce. Live in Park Slope, Brooklyn, Haley Fixler, back to you.
All right, Haley, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. And of course, we'll see how things shape up over the next several hours. That was Haley Fixler with Fox 5 New York speaking to us just about an hour ago as that strike is going to get underway. And she said there were already some workers who had shown up to go, quote unquote, to the picket lines there. You are taking a live look over New York City from our camera that is right outside of the Fox studios there across from Radio City Music Hall. As you can see, that is the Christmas tree. And what you're going to notice is a lot of snow coming down. If you were watching Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York station a bit earlier, you could see just how much snow was falling on her where she was at. But again, it is blanketing the city at this point, and that could mean some travel issues for folks out there. We are going to speak with a travel expert coming up in just about 10 minutes, as so many people will be hitting the road right before the Christmas, Hanukkah holidays. It is now time to head to a quick break at 8:20 on the East Coast and 5:20 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Unwrap the magic of the holidays with Live Now from Fox as we track Santa's sleigh ride this Christmas Eve. Our real-time Santa tracker will pinpoint the Jolly Fellow's location so you know right where he is at every moment. And while Santa makes his way from rooftop to rooftop, our official Santa trackers will ensure you're always in the know about his next stop. Tune in to Live Now from Fox and be part of a Christmas Eve like no other.
Merry Christmas!
All right, a big thank you there to Stephanie Quinn. She is going to be hosting Track Santa Now. That is tonight, Christmas Eve, 9 p.m. Eastern Time to 12 a.m. Eastern Time. She'll be here in the hot seat with some special guests. I don't want to give anything away, but she may have been able to track down Santa. That is still unclear. I do want to send it over to Rebecca Castor because she has more on the NORAD Santa Tracker and what folks are going to be doing, again, on this Christmas Eve.
And is tracking Santa's sleigh.
Santa just left Kyrgyzstan.
It's a tradition that started by accident. In 1955, a department store misprinted a phone number in a newspaper ad for kids to call Santa. Instead, it was the number for the Continental Air Defense Command, NORAD's predecessor. And that Christmas Eve, officers took dozens of calls from kids asking the same question. Where is Santa, and when will he arrive at my house?
He generally tends to start just to the west of the international date line and work his way around the globe, generally moving north to south.
Now NORAD gets hundreds of thousands of calls every December 24th. And it takes a large team of volunteers to keep the magic alive.
It is something that brings real joy to the members of NORAD.
NORAD's everyday mission is to track everything that flies in the sky over the U.S. and Canada. So they have the best technology and qualifications to keep up with Santa and his reindeer.
We have a network of satellites that orbit about 23,000 miles above the Earth, and they are aided by the heat from Rudolph's nose. That helps them be able to see where the sleigh is.
Kids and the young at heart can go to noradsanta.org to see where Santa is right now. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And as she mentioned, you can track Santa right here. That is going to be Track Santa Now, 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight to midnight. Stephanie Quinn will be in the hot seat with some special guests, but we do have the live NORAD tracker already up because it's already Christmas in some spots here. Looks like Santa was last seen over in Cooktown, Australia, and he is now headed toward another location there in Australia, expected to arrive in just about 3 minutes. The NORAD Santa Tracker folks will join us here in just about an hour, and they'll explain how they're able to track Santa, and I believe it has something to do with Rudolph's nose, so they'll clear that up for us coming up in just a bit. 8:26 on the East Coast, 5:26 on the West Coast. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to here on this Christmas Eve. You're watching Live Now from Fox. welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 828 on the East Coast and 528 on the West Coast. Taking a live look over Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta, where there's already been an issue at airports nationwide during a very busy holiday travel season. All American Airlines flights were grounded a short time ago due to a, quote, technical issue. We don't know a lot more about it just yet. But the Federal Aviation Administration has now lifted the ground stop for American Airlines, so slowly things should return to normal, but it is going to take a while. Now, if you are going to be traveling, you're going to be at airports, hitting the roads to your holiday destination, you are far from alone. As always, millions upon millions of people will travel over the holidays, and Maddie Bourgeray is a travel expert at RV Share, joining us now live to discuss everything you need to know if you are hitting the road, hitting the skies, any of that. Maddie, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Of course. Merry Christmas Eve. And first off, I do want to ask you overall, for folks who are going to be traveling on the roads here, what do they need to know?
So AAA is reporting that there's more than 119 million people traveling this holiday season. So that's a lot of people moving around across the U.S. And what you need to know is that it's going to require some flexibility, some patience as you head to the airport or hit the roads. We still have some busy holiday days ahead of us, travel days, mostly on December 26th, December 27th, and December 29th are going to be the busiest days for car and air travel. So those are ahead of us. And the slowest days, although still busy, is today, Christmas Eve, and tomorrow, Christmas Day.
And I'm sure it's not going to help that as we take this live look over New York City, you have that snow really coming down, and we know that can lead to delays, cancellations, and things of that nature. So what should we expect specifically when you talk about the airports? How does Christmas kind of compare to, let's say, Thanksgiving? Because we know we always hear records are being broken over Thanksgiving, but what about Christmas?
So there is a record-breaking year for air travel for Christmas, and that's still 2 million more people than Thanksgiving. So there are 30% more people on the road and taking to the skies to travel this holiday. So it's definitely busier over Christmas and New Year's. I think it's because the holidays fall on Wednesday, so there's more flexibility, longer school breaks, and people are getting out there to travel. I would really recommend, a good rule of thumb is to travel before 11 a.m. via car, and when flying, mornings are going to be the busiest in those TSA lines. So practice, patience, get there early. Even if you have TSA pre-check or clear, you're going to want to add some extra time to your travel day.
Do people actually travel on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, or have a lot of folks already kind of hit the airports, hit the roads to get to their destination ahead of today?
They do. A lot of people do travel, even though it is less than the other days. Most of the time, people find cheaper airline tickets for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, or New Year's Day even. So we will see people still traveling, and I would just keep your eyes out for those airline delays that we were talking about earlier, and then also weather delays. Of course, there's not anything significant right this second, but of course that could change at any moment.
Give me some travel tips, as you already kind of did, but for drivers, for flyers, and maybe if you're taking a train or things of that nature, because not everyone is driving or flying.
That's true. Other types of modes of transportation like train, RV, cruising is up 10% this year. So some tips for those are just to, again, practice flexibility if you have it. Get there early and practice or look out for weather delays and other things that could be ahead, and make sure you're looking in your current area, but then also the destination you're traveling to make sure that you can, foresee anything that might be down the road as you travel across the country.
All right. Maddie, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. Anything else you want to add for folks out there who are going to be traveling and just need that last minute advice?
Yep, I would just say, take your time and watch out for any, traffic. Of course, that'll be heavier in the metropolitan areas, and just have a safe and travel day, and a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
All right, Happy Holidays. And don't forget, we are going to be tracking Santa tonight. That is Track Santa Now with Stephanie Quinue and some special guests starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, running all the way through midnight. You can watch that right here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to pop up this image right here on your screen. And actually, as we're talking about the ground stops, we have Haley Fixler, who is over at Fox 5 New York. She is actually reporting on that right now. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Now, we do not know the extent of the technical problem and what it entailed, but we do know there are already lasting impacts. I want you to take a look at the LaGuardia Airport flight tracker. This is just an example from one airport of what the domino effect is going to look like. A long list of delays for American airline flights going through at least 10 o'clock this morning, but it is anticipated that the delays will go throughout the day. And of course, this is Christmas Eve morning. TSA expects to screen 40 million people from now through the new year. And of course, it is Christmas Eve. People are trying to get home to their families, and we will continue to keep you updated about any delays and lasting impacts. Live outside of LaGuardia, Haley Fixler, back to you guys.
All right, Haley.
That was Haley Fixler there with our Fox 5 New York team. She has been all over the place this morning following all of that developing news, including the Federal Aviation Administration now lifting that ground stop for all American Airlines flights. But as she mentioned, the domino effect is going to be felt because now they have to catch up after all of the flight delays that did result from this. If you are going to be heading to any airport across the country, make sure you check ahead of time. Check the airline and the airport website to make sure that your flight is on time. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 8:35 on the East Coast and 5:35 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and it's Christmas Eve. Thank you so much for being here with us at 8:37 on the East Coast and 5:37 on the West Coast. I do want to take you over to California, where we are covering a developing story after a wharf collapse at the historic wharf over in Santa Cruz has led to 3 people having to be rescued from the water. There's a lot to this, so LaMonica Peters with our Fox 2 San Francisco team has more.
after the National Weather Service issued a high surf warning on Monday. Capitola police closed down part of the village closest to the water, including restaurants, stores, and hotels. They also advised that residents and visitors stay away from Esplanade Park, the wharf, and Capitola beaches. Resident Nico Garner says he often surfs there, but will stay away for now.
There could be debris also. You don't know if there's stuff from the wharf that's still trying to come down here, so I wouldn't do it.
Just south of Capitola, California State Parks also says they responded to a call around 11:30 Monday morning. A Santa Cruz County man had been trapped under debris due to the high surf. Bystanders freed him, but he later died at the hospital, and his identity has not been released.
Capitol Police, come to the door. Capitol Police, evacuation in the order, come to the door, please.
As nightfall approached, Capitola police evacuated the Venetian Hotel on Wharf Road. Guest Dee Dee Vargas says she's in town for her mother's funeral and had already decorated her room to bring in the Christmas spirit.
It's Christmas, and I know what that's about, and I know it's all going to be okay.
Then she was told she'd have to evacuate and find someplace else to stay.
I was told at first that it was just going to be temporary, and now I'm told I've got to go find another place to stay tonight, and who knows how long.
Now, again, there is no flooding in Capitola right now, but the high surf warning is expected to remain until Tuesday at noon, and so the evacuations and the closures will stay in place until it's lifted. LaMonica Peters, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
LaMonica, thank you so much for that report. And as we mentioned, the wharf did collapse there over in Santa Cruz, California. 3 people had to be rescued, and crews did hold a news conference to provide an update very late yesterday. Want to play that for you now on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Keeley. I'm mayor of the city of Santa Cruz. I'm joined by our city manager, our fire chief, police chief, and other city officials. Roughly 12:44 this afternoon, a segment of the end of our municipal wharf fell into the ocean. That was a result of very strong waves crashing into it. It was a portion of our municipal wharf that had already been determined to need to be taken down, repaired over time. That's where the Dolphin Restaurant was, where one of our restrooms is, where some material and equipment and personnel were out there this morning. The personnel that fell into the water were rescued, 2 by our folks, 1 self-rescued, and there are no serious injuries involved in that, and we believe that everyone who went into the water is now accounted for and safe. Additionally, we lost several pilings, many pilings, a lot of the deck of the wharf itself, as well as the restroom and what remained of the Dolphin Restaurant. Those are in the ocean. The restroom number 3 is all the way to the beach and is sitting there being pounded by waves as we speak. Some of the pilings and piers that were destroyed and washed away are in the ocean, and they are serious hazards for people and for any kind of navigation. So we're asking people not to be in the water, not to be on the beach, not to have their vehicles, their boats or other devices out in the water. These are massive piers which weigh hundreds and hundreds of pounds apiece and are being driven by the Pacific Ocean. That is not something that we think folks ought to mess around with. We encourage people to stay out of the water until further notice. We are assessing at the moment the structural integrity of the wharf. That is being done by city personnel. We have our building department, our public works, our parks department, our police department, our fire department. All of those have responded as they do, and we are undergoing activities to make sure that we've got everyone accounted for. We believe we do, and we are anticipating that what is coming towards us is more serious than what was there this morning. This is going to be high tide at a time when we have king tides and all kinds of other activities out there in the Pacific Ocean. I'm going to hand this off to other folks. I am reminded, though, many, many years ago when I was actually a state legislator, and we'd had a little bit of damage on the wharf back in the day. Dick Wilson was the city manager, and he said, "Are you surprised that when you build a public roadway over a mile of open ocean, that something happens, and there's disasters that are different than the roadways on land?" So I can't say that this is terribly surprising. We have a wharf and a public roadway and businesses out over a mile of open ocean. And so we are taking this very seriously. I'd like to turn this over to our city manager, and he will go through other individuals who will be able to provide you with other information. Matt Huffaker.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mayor mentioned, this most recent incident was another testament to the power of our changing climate. We're finding every year that our models, our forecasts, despite all the effort that our staff put in collectively to planning for these potential incidents, each year it's really blowing through our forecasts. I wanted to take a moment to really just applaud and recognize the swift action of our city staff today. It was through their efforts of our Parks Department, our Wharfs crew, our Police Department, our Fire Department, that there was no loss of life today through this significant incident. With that, this is just a reminder that we need to continue to stay vigilant. Our coastline is wild, it's unpredictable, and we continue to see that winter season over winter season. So please take care over this holiday season. With that, I'd like to take a moment to hand it over to Parks and Rec Director Tony Elliott, who is on site today with his team.
All right. Thank you to the mayor. I'm sorry?
Also, first and last name.
Yeah, my name's Tony Elliott, T-O-N-Y. Last name is Elliott, E-L-L-I-O-T. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Santa Cruz. As the mayor said today at about 12:45, the Santa Cruz Wharf was hit as part of this swell event with large waves, and we lost, we believe, approximately about 150 feet of the end of the wharf. So that included the restroom building, some equipment that was out there staged as part of the construction site, as part of the renovation of the wharf in response to the last 2 years of storms. So in the midst of that project, again, hit by another storm this weekend, or today, Monday. So what we're doing now is working closely with the police department, the fire department. Our first priority today was the safety of the public. So we evacuated the wharf immediately after the incident today. Staff safety is another critical priority. So our staff, while they're out there inspecting the wharf, we're doing so swiftly in closing off the end of the wharf. The wharf is currently closed and will remain closed indefinitely until we can assess the structure and figure out next steps. But public safety and staff safety have been the top two priorities. Again, the issues that we saw today are really reflective of the storms that we've seen the past couple of years that have damaged the end of the wharf. So we were in the midst of about $4 million worth of work to restore and recover at the end of the wharf. And again, got hit by a storm this year, which has done further damage. So next steps are to be determined. But again, the top priority is really public safety. So for the community and people visiting Santa Cruz during the holidays, we just really encourage everybody really to pay attention to the high surf advisories, the high surf warnings, be very safe in the beaches and cliffs. Really don't come to these areas when we are in these high surf warnings. So a lot of danger, a lot of issues, and they aren't over. So we're really at the peak of the swell event currently. The swell will continue into Tuesday and will remain pretty heavy through the week. So we encourage safety and again applaud and thank our colleagues at the police department, the fire department, marine safety, and the team that has worked together in this incident.
Chief Odie. We're going to take Chief Odie, then we're going to hear from Chief Escalante.
Rob Odie, Fire Department, last name spelled O-A-T-E-Y. Today, we were proactively in the water patrolling the coastline with PWCs, and we also had lifeguards patrolling the cliff, both warning those that were on the cliffs potentially too close to the cliff's edge, and those in the water potentially in danger. And again, as we heard at 12:45, we did get a call for a partial collapse of the wharf with people in the water. Those units that were in the area, both in the water and on the cliff, responded and did effect rescues of those individuals that were in the water. They did extricate 2 people and take them to the Santa Cruz harbor, where they were treated and released. And again, we had about 10 fire units that were on the scene, assisting and collaborating with both state parks and the police department. We had a drone in the sky, both assessing damages and also looking for victims. Again, we want to confirm all victims have been removed safely. There have been no other injuries reported, and the wharf was safely evacuated. And at this point, again, it'll remain cleared and evacuated until we can determine that it is safe for normal operation. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Escalante.
Bernie Escalante, Chief of Police, ESCALANTE. Don't have a lot to add. Basically, we responded with our partners here, and as mentioned, primary focus was life. We were able to effectively get everybody off of the wharf safely, and now we're allowing them back out to get their vehicles and get off of the wharf. So at this point, it was just a major collaboration of public safety efforts, Parks and Rec, fire. We had law enforcement from all over the county that responded to help as well. So I think at this point, we could probably take questions. I guess.
Does anyone tell us what the workers were doing at the time of the collapse? How many that were there? How many went into the water? Were they all work crews? Were any people just visiting who went in?
So as of this morning, the end of the wharf was closed due to previous construction as part of the recovery project from the storms last year. So as the city's been preparing for this swell and the storm expected today and into the week, we had crews out this morning monitoring conditions as the swell peaked around 12:44 this morning. So the team that we had out at the end of the wharf, so we had our engineering team with Power Engineering, and we had our city project manager out on site as well. So those 3 individuals were there during the time of collapse. There were no members of the public at the end of the wharf during the time of collapse. Again, all 3 of those individuals were rescued, transported, but have very minor injuries to report.
So what kind of work were they doing?
The team that was out there today, we had 2 engineers, we had our project manager, so they were inspecting the end of the wharf in terms of the condition, how the wharf was being impacted by the storms today. We, through the city's Emergency Operations Command, knew that these storms were coming in, and we had prepared as much as we possibly could. So the equipment that was staged at the end of the wharf for construction, we had moved a lot of that. Some of that equipment remained in place. We had a skid steer, we had a crane at the end of the wharf. There was part of that wharf recovery work. So the team was out there assessing conditions, poised to make changes or make operational adjustments as needed based on the conditions. At that time, around 12:44 is when the wharf collapsed, losing about the last 150 feet or so of the wharf.
I've talked to witnesses who say they heard, first they saw pilings that had broken loose prior to the collapse. So did your team see any of that? And then I'm told from witnesses they heard the wood cracking before the collapse. Did your team had any idea that this collapse was imminent, or did it catch them off guard as well?
I don't have any information about pilings that we may have lost or the timing or sequence thereof. I would say that our staff and our contractors had no sense or indication that the wharf was going to give way. Again, they were out there doing inspections as part of our preparations to make sure that the wharf was safe, again, with the priority of public safety and staff safety. And in the process of doing those inspections, the end of the wharf collapsed.
As far as the rescues, can you kind of describe more as to how that happened? Was that you folks coming in on boats, taking the 2 people who were extracted from the water, and then the person who, I guess, as it was described, self-rescued themselves? How did they manage to do that, too?
I can't speak to the self-rescue, but we sort of took a multi-pronged approach. We had the PWCs, the personal watercraft, with rescue swimmers on the back that came in and took 2 of the victims. We also had engine-based rescue swimmers that jumped off of the wharf, and they had paddle boards and also rescue tubes. So we kind of threw everything we had at the event. We had initial reports of 4 to 6 people. So of course, not knowing how many we had, we wanted to have people come over, affect the rescue, life safety first, and of course gather intel. So we sent all of our rescue swimmers over to get information and of course rescue those individuals. So we kind of, that's how we approached it. And of course they were rescued initially by the PWCs that were in the water and eventually transported to the yacht harbor.
Can somebody kind of elaborate more on the, I guess, fears concerning the debris, the pilings, the debris that we saw in the water still, just how dangerous that is and what the concerns are there for the public?
That'll remain a concern. That's still going to be there. It's difficult to say when and where it'll wash up on shore. Right now, the main beach is closed and Cowles Beach due to those hazards, both hazardous materials in liquid form and solid. And they could end up on our city beaches, the state beaches, both Seabright and Twin Lakes. And really, with this swell and its direction, it could sort of spread, that debris field could spread sort of anywhere south of our location. It's really hard to tell, and so we'll sort of have to wait and see.
Mayor, you had said.
All right, a news conference there with officials over in Santa Cruz, California, as they provide the latest after 3 people had to be rescued following that historic wharf collapse. If there is another news conference or any other updates, we'll make sure to bring those to you right here with the help of our Fox 2 San Francisco team. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 8:55 on the East Coast and 5:55 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on this Christmas Eve on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to get to a big story we've been tracking really over the last 24 hours, but kind of longer than that. The House Ethics Committee's long-awaited report on Matt Gaetz documents a trove of salacious allegations, including sex with an underage girl. Citing text messages, travel receipts, online payments, and testimony, the bipartisan committee paints a picture of a lifestyle in which Gaetz and others connected with younger women for drug-fueled parties, events, or trips, with the expectation that the females would be paid to take part. The former congressman filed a last-minute lawsuit to try to block the report's release, and Once it went public, he slammed the committee's findings. He has denied any wrongdoing and has insisted that he never had sex with a minor. A Justice Department investigation into the allegations ended with no criminal charges filed against Gates. So much to discuss in that report, as we have been over the last 24 hours. I do want to bring in Congressman Glenn Ivey, a Democrat from Maryland who is on the House Ethics Committee. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today and discuss this.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you, the report is more than 40 pages in length, released a little less than 24 hours ago. Can you explain to me what stood out to you overall about the contents and the findings of the report?
Well, I mean, the overall findings, there is substantial evidence that former Congressman Gates engaged in, prostitution, statutory rape. There are issues about use of illegal drugs. I think cocaine and ecstasy were those two. There's other various issues about, gift ban restrictions and the like that are sort of lower level ethics violations. But the ones I just hit on are, I think, the most high profile violations.
In your opinion, did the report need to be released and why?
Yeah, I supported releasing the report because I thought it was important for the public to have a chance to see what we've been working on for all this time, but also because of the nature and the seriousness of these allegations or findings, actually, of violations. I thought they should know. I thought the public had a right to know what he'd been doing while he was a member of Congress. In addition to that, I think it's important for other House members to know where the House Ethics Committee draws the lines about what conduct is acceptable and what crosses the line. And I suppose in the future, there may be, voters or employers or some, who may be making decisions about whether to elect Matt Gates or hire him. And this is the kind of information that I'm sure they'd want to know before they made a decision on that front.
And on that same note here, he floated the idea over the weekend about filling Marco Rubio's Senate seat there if Rubio is actually confirmed by the Senate for the Trump administration. But he also floated the idea of running for governor of Florida. Do you expect that this report overall is going to impact that or could impact it in any way?
Well, now that we're in the Trump era, it's kind of hard to know. I mean, there have been a lot of things that have come out about the president-elect over the years that haven't slowed him down one bit. On the other hand, the rest of us, mortal politicians, seem to be held to a standard where the kind of conduct that we found in this report could make a difference for voters. But ultimately, it'll be up to the voters to decide, what they think is impactful and what they think isn't when they make those, if and when they make those determinations about whether to vote for Mr. Gates or not down the road.
We kind of talked about this a little bit during the commercial break, but tell me about the timing of the release of the report, because a lot of people on social media have pointed out that the release happened just 2 days before Christmas, a time when a lot of people aren't necessarily paying attention to the news and things of that nature. Did that play any sort of role, or what was the reasoning behind the timing?
I mean, it's just we're coming to the end of the year. So Congress works in 2-year increments. We call them sessions or Congresses, and a session is a year. When you come to the end of a Congress, the Ethics Committee, whatever it hasn't released, if it goes into the next Congress, it has to start over again. So basically, this was just like a lot of other things, like the vote to keep the government open. There was a big rush at the end there to get it done on Friday, because it's just the end of the session, the end of the Congress. So there's nothing really more to it than that.
In your opinion, just based on your knowledge of everything, do you think that the lawsuit that Gates filed Monday, what do you make of that? He was trying to prevent the release of the report, but what do you make of that, and what does that say to you overall?
Well, I think it's already been dismissed, or he's already acknowledged that, it's going to be ineffective and he'll withdraw it. But whatever the purpose was, it was filed too late. So I think essentially it was moot, because by the time he'd gotten it out there, the report had already been released by the committee. And I don't think the court accepted the filing because there were some technical mistakes that had been made when they filed it. So for whatever the purpose was, it's been ineffectual. And, the report's out, and I think it's good for the public to have a chance to review it and draw their own conclusions.
All right. Representative Glenn Ivey there. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us. Anything else you want to add about the report before I let you go?
Well, I think you covered it, but, thanks for having me on, and happy holidays to you and all of you there.
Happy holidays. Thank you again. And I do want to dig a little bit deeper into some of the findings of that report. Mike Emanuel with Fox News has the details.
Was indeed the honor of my professional life.
Former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz looking back fondly over the weekend on his nomination to be President-elect Donald Trump's Attorney General.
But some things don't go according to plan.
Gaetz' nomination was derailed by allegations of misconduct, claims now supported by the House Ethics Committee. In a report released Monday, the panel accuses Gaetz of, quote, regularly paying for sex, including with a 17-year-old girl, along with buying and using illegal drugs, all while serving in Congress.
The House has to hold itself to a higher ethical standard.
Gaetz, who's continually denied the allegations, blasted the report on social media, saying, quote, there's a reason they did this to me in a Christmas Eve report and not in a courtroom of any kind where I could present evidence and challenge witnesses.
You can see a vindictive tone to this whole thing.
Gaetz resigned from Congress immediately after Trump nominated him for Attorney General, effectively ending the ethics probe since he was no longer a member of the House.
They've been going great. Senator's been giving me a lot of good advice. I'm looking forward to a hearing.
While initially optimistic, Gaetz ended his run for AG 8 days after being nominated, saying he was becoming too big of a distraction. Now some lawmakers feel the release of this report could have unwanted consequences.
This will probably now start a war of other reports that are going on members to get leaked or votes to be called.
The Justice Department also investigated sexual misconduct allegations against Gaetz, but declined to press charges. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Taking a look over the White House now, we are less than a month away from the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. And the month of January will start with a vote for House Speaker. But after the near government shutdown, will Mike Johnson be reelected to the role? Alexandria Hoff with Fox News joining us to discuss all of this. Alexandria, good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you here, as that vote does take place for House Speaker, does Mike Johnson stand a chance of not being reelected?
Well, the margins are so thin, so yes, he does stand that chance. He can only afford to lose the support of one Republican, and no Democrats will come to his aid. So this could be a battle, and we know these kind of battles can take weeks. That's something the Republican Party says that they also can't really afford to lose at this point.
And digging a little bit deeper into this right here, if you have no speaker, could that delay the election certification, and what are the potential impacts of that overall?
Yeah, so as I was alluding to it, as we all remember, when it came to Speaker McCarthy, remember how many rounds there were trying to get him into the speakership role. And then when it comes down to Mike Johnson, Democrats, they're upset, or Republicans, some of them are upset about the fact that he worked so closely with Democrats to pass that initial version of the spending bill last week. So some are saying they do not support him in entirety right now. They are needing to be convinced. As I mentioned, he can only lose one vote. So if that happens January 3rd and there is no speaker vote, they can't certify the election by the 6th, that can end up postponing a lot of the agenda that President-elect Trump is hoping to implement on day one. We keep hearing that on day one. So there's a call right now from some Republicans to President-elect Trump to say, bring Speaker Johnson under your wing, kind of push out your support that you have for him a bit more so we can get all Republicans voting in unison to keep him as Speaker for the incoming term.
And I do want to ask here, when we talk about President Biden, another headline here is him commuting the sentences of 37 of those 40 federal death row inmates. What has been the reaction overall to that?
Well, passionate reaction, as people are when it comes to the death penalty. But you do have even some Democrats coming out and saying, well, wait a minute, we know you're legacy building right now, but are you undermining the criminal justice system we have in this country? These 37 individuals, I was digging into these cases yesterday. I mean, these are some vicious killers. The Trump team, they've called them the worst of the worst. But I mean, truly, one man killed 12 people in Philadelphia. There are child killers on that list, mass murderers. The president did exempt 3 people from that list. Those are anybody who was found guilty of a mass murder where it was hate-fueled or terrorism. But that is not to say that there weren't 37 plus victims of these other men. So there's been some back and forth. The Congressional Progressive Caucus, though, they're applauding President Biden, calling the death penalty inhumane. They think this is a step in the right direction. But I'll add, they actually think that the other 3, even though it can, Dylan Roof is on that list, the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter, he's on that list of those who will remain on death row. They're even saying that they need to have their lives spared as well.
All right, Alexandria Hoff there with Fox News with several political headlines. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Absolutely.
And I do want to take you out to this live image that we do have right here. This is over New York City. As you can see, it is definitely coming down. A lot of snowfall, but folks are still walking around. Not as many cars as you might expect around this time of the morning on the roadways, but people still out venturing around on this Christmas Eve. Now, it's important to note that we've already seen some travel issues earlier on this morning as a result of quote-unquote technical issues that caused a ground stop for all American Airlines flights at airports nationwide. As a result, again, of some kind of technical issue, we are still working to gather more details on really all of that. But when you have the snow coming down as well, that is likely to lead to even more delays and cancellations. So even though American Airlines flights are back running up again, you can imagine there will be a domino effect, and flights are definitely going to be impacted. And while we're looking at snow, I do want to remind you here of Track Santa Now. Stephanie Quinue will be in the hot seat tonight from 9 p.m. Eastern to midnight. She is going to track Santa with the help of NORAD, as well as other officials and some special guests here. I might have seen the Grinch. I'm not entirely sure, but she will have all of that coming up tonight on Live Now from Fox. And in just about 20 minutes, NORAD will join us to explain exactly how they are able to track Santa. Do have to head to a quick break now at 9:10 on the East Coast and 6:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:12 on the East Coast and 6:12 on the West Coast. Viewer discretion is advised for this next story as we head over to Richland County, South Carolina. That is where 2 teens, including a 13-year-old, have been arrested after a police canine was killed during a chase. There was a news conference that was held with the Richland County officials. I do want to send it over to there now so we can listen in.
Everybody good? Stand here today with a very sad. The whole sheriff's department is very sad that we've lost one of our police dogs. Boomy was killed earlier this morning, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. But I'm also very sad, but also very mad. This is 3 weeks in a row I stood at this podium and talked about young people and guns and stolen cars, shooting at deputies, and now this morning killing one of our police dogs. I am not going to call them kids. They don't deserve that title of being called kids because they make some very adult decisions by shooting at us, killing our dog. Just running wild out here in the streets, doing what they think anything that they want to do. Absolutely no parental supervision whatsoever. This is going to stop. At some point, this is going to stop. They're killing each other, trying to kill us. It is going to stop. I can guarantee that we're going to do everything in our power to put a stop to this. And we're going to put as many in DJJ as we can. I know DJJ is overcrowded, and people will say, well, we don't need to put these young people out here. It's terrible and stuff. That's exactly where they need to be, is behind the wall, behind the fence, because there's nowhere else that we can protect our citizens except for having them locked up. And so those out there who think, well, it's the holiday season, we need to let them all go home and it's been Christmas, they ain't going to do nothing but come out there and rob and shoot and hurt people. They need to be back there. DJJ needs help. They need a bigger facility. They need more people because these young people are more violent and violent every single day. And we are seeing it here in Richland County. Again, this is the 3rd week in a row I've stood up here and talked about a shooting that's involved young people. Car was stolen in the city of Columbia yesterday about 9:30 a.m. Last night a little bit before 2:30. This morning a little bit before 2:30 a.m. Our deputy spotted the stolen car. Got into a chase with it, used the stop sticks, deflated the tires. The car finally came to a stop in the Greenview community, not far from where we're at right now. Doesn't have anything to do with Greenview, just that's where these little thugs ended up driving. One stayed in the car, 2 of them took off running. Our K-9 deputy, Alan Ware, and his K-9 Boomy was there. You see both of them right there. The dog took off after the suspect. Got out of vision, the vision of the K-9 handler. Shortly thereafter, K-9 handler and other deputies heard shots, and I'm going to play you those shots in just a minute, and you're going to hear them. Heard the shots. They ran to where they heard the shots. They were able to find Boomy there, but had been shot at least 3 times, we feel like. Had the vest on. Boomy had his vest on, but the way the shots were, they were up underneath the vest, and so the vest was not able to save the dog's life. The dog was probably dead at that point. The very fatal shots. We took the Boomy to the vet anyway to see what we could do. We arrested one 16-year-old at the scene. I want to play you the video. Now, Shot Spotter. This is what we have throughout the Midlands. It's not all over the place, but last night, just in the Midlands of Columbia, 44 shots that Shot Spotter picked up. 44 bullets were fired last night throughout the Columbia area. If you don't think this is dangerous and this is not a war zone that these young people are doing, then you're fooling yourself. So I want you to listen very closely, because you're going to hear the shots, the 5 shots that were fired that took our dog's life. Play that one more time. We found shell casings, and we also found a pistol. The pistol we found matches the shell casings, and probably going to match the bullets that are still in our dog. It's hard to describe the emotions that our people have. You know, this is the third dog we've had killed this year. This is the second dog we've had shot. First one we had shot had to medically retire because of being shot. Teenagers, young people who just do not care whatsoever. The 16-year-old that we've arrested, that's what he's charged with, obstruction of justice, misprision of felony. Had an ankle monitor on that he hadn't charged up since December the 4th. DJJ had a pickup order on him, has not been picked up. Has a very long, lengthy record. Recently was in DJJ for, I want you to listen very closely what he's in DJJ for, choking out a police officer. And here he is in our community on an ankle monitor that he is not charged up, so which means it is absolutely worthless. But here he is out here involved in a stolen car and the killing of one of our police dogs. We have 2 more that we're looking for. Now, going back to the other one, I can't tell you his name. The law doesn't allow me right now to stand up here and tell you what his name is. And I think that is a miscarriage of justice that I cannot tell the community who this person is that was out here this morning. You know, 16 years old. I hope most 16-year-olds will not been about running the streets in a stolen car this time morning. We're looking for 2 more, probably 16 to 19 years old, 2 African-American young men that we're looking for that was involved. We have videos of them from our dash cams in the car. We're going to find them, no doubt. No doubt whatsoever we're going to find them. So wherever you're hiding, you're not going to hide far enough that we can't find you. Whatever rock you crawl underneath, we're going to lift that rock up and we're going to get you. The smartest thing you can do is come turn yourself in. If you've got parents that care about you, they need to bring you in. You got friends that care about you, they need to bring you in. But if you don't come in, that's fine. We're going to find you. I guarantee you, as I'm standing here right now, you're going to be in jail. And if I had to bet money on it, you're going to be in jail before Christmas gets here, too. That's a guarantee. You know, it's frustrating to continuously have to talk about these young people and what they're doing. I want to go back to our deputy and the dog. That's what we need to focus on right here. We need to focus on how dangerous it is that, you know, these deputy sheriffs, these canines, what they encounter every day that they go to work. That's who we need to be praying for. Prayers aren't working for these young people. That's who we need to be praying for right there. Praying for that. That's not going to happen again. Praying for Deputy Ware and Boomy. Praying for them. That's what we need to do. This community needs to think about them and these other deputies out here who are out there every single day chasing bad guys. Chasing bad guys. Because that is our job, is to chase them, and our job is to catch them. And unfortunately, you have that happen because we're dealing with some very dangerous people out here in our community. So, questions?
So, Sharon, just for clarity, you're looking for an additional 16-year-old and a 19-year-old outside of the two
No,
16-year-olds?
we're looking for 2 individuals that we believe are between 16 and 19.
Okay.
We haven't identified them yet. We're right there getting them identified. They're probably in that age group. But we have 1. We're looking for 2 more. There's 3 total.
How long has the canine been with the police?
Alan Ware's been with us about 3 months. He's got 5 years in law enforcement. Came to us from another agency where he was canine with Bummy. Brought his canine with him. They've been partners for 2 years. Boomy was a Belgian Malinois, as you see. Just made a great team. Just imagine the bond that they've created between the human and the police dog. And I know, unfortunately, I can't stand here and tell you that when we catch this individual that shot and killed our dog, that he's going to go to jail for a long time, because our law doesn't allow that. It's hopefully going to be changed this year. I know that there's been some legislation already pre-filed that's going to increase the penalty for shooting and killing or injuring a canine while they're working. And there's a difference between somebody's pet and a canine that's out here working. I love our pets. We love our pets. We don't want nothing to have our pets. But these dogs are out here protecting the community. They are a little bit different, and they should be treated differently. And hopefully this past year, we've had 3 killed. Sled's had 2 killed. That's 5 dogs that we've lost in the line of duty. We lost another one because it got shot and medically can't work anymore. That's what we're dealing with every single day.
So what number are we at right now, Sheriff, as far as juvenile shootings for the year?
Oh, I have no clue. But that's probably the majority of our shootings, the majority of our victims. I think last press conference I said our average age of majority of our shooters and victims are probably 21 and less. So that's where we see the problem. Our murders are down from last year. We've solved every one of them, but it's still the young people out here with guns and what they're doing. 2 weeks ago, stood up here and talked about 2 15-year-olds who were shooting at our deputy. Showed the video of that. Last week, stood up here and talked about 2 14-year-olds who shot and killed 2 15-year-olds in separate shootings. The picture's clear. The picture is very clear, the age group that we're having the problems with. We need to get our head out of the sand, and that is our community needs to get their head out of the sand and realize that, we have a lot of good kids in our community, but we've got a few that are like these up here that we talked about in the last few weeks. They need to be locked up, and that's where they need to stay. Go ahead.
Purposes, the 16-year-old fled, the one that got arrested. Did he flee, or was he one that stayed?
Our deputies were on him quick enough that one of the deputies was able to get him before he got out of the car. At gunpoint, they were able to hold him. So we captured him. The other 2 were able to jump out of the car and run away. That's the 2 that we're still looking for. One of those is the one who shot our dog.
I have 2. First, where was Boomy shot at? Are you able to share that? And then the second, how much more is this costing the sheriff department when you have lost 3 dogs in the weeks?
Boomy was shot in the chest, and it was pretty much instant that he was killed almost instantly. How much it cost us, I don't know. Boomy cost us $13,000 just to purchase the dog. That doesn't go to the training. I don't put a figure on that. I mean, these dogs are no different than our human deputies, so there's not a dollar amount that we can put on them. But they're highly trained dogs, and that's why we're the best. That's why they're the best. That's why you're seeing we've got probably the largest canine unit than anybody in this state, and we're very active. We have 2 dogs on duty all the time, 24/7, 2 dogs are out, and they're active with what all we've got going on in the Columbia area. And it's not just what's out in the county. We'll assist the city, Forest Acres, everybody. We assist everybody. You know, our job is to catch bad guys, and that's what we're going to do.
Sheriff, one question.
All right, a news conference, a very sad one underway there over in South Carolina as we learned that a 13-year-old and another teenager have been arrested in connection with the killing of a police canine. Now, as you heard, that is the 3rd police canine there in the county that has died this year. Another one, I believe he said, dying from a gunshot wound as well. The time now 9:28 over on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live coverage to get to in just a few. We'll be right back.
Unwrap the magic of the holidays with LiveNOW from Fox as we track Santa's sleigh ride this Christmas Eve. Our real-time Santa tracker will pinpoint the Jolly Fellow's location so you know right where he is at every moment. And while Santa makes his way from rooftop to rooftop, our official Santa trackers will ensure you're always in the know about his next stop. Tune in to LiveNOW from Fox and be part of a Christmas Eve like no other.
Merry Christmas!
And there you have it. That's Stephanie Quinn. She will be in the hot seat tonight for Track Santa Now. That starts at 9 p.m. Eastern Time and runs through midnight. She will be in touch with NORAD and special guests to take a look at Santa's location. Now, we do have NORAD up right now. You can see that Santa is over China at this point. Looks like he is going from one location there to another. We're going to keep an eye on the Santa tracker here with NORAD and bring you all of the latest news as we get it. Now, it is Christmas Eve, and that means no question NORAD is tracking Santa here. We do have Lieutenant General Thomas M. Carden Jr. with NORAD joining us live to discuss how they're able to do this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Well, Josh, thanks for having me, and Merry Christmas from NORAD. We actually use our radars, our network of satellites, and our fighter jets, the tools we use every day to keep North America safe. We just happen to have a special aviator in the skies today that we're looking out for with Santa Claus.
And how did this all originate? How were you guys able to first realize, whoa, we can track Santa and his every move?
Well, you know, it actually started with a misprinted newspaper ad in 1955. So this is our 69th year. There's a young boy read that ad, He called to figure out where Santa was. There was a colonel at NORAD that answered the phone, and today we have over 1,000 volunteers that are helping us track Santa in our operations center and provide those updates to boys and girls around the world in 9 languages, actually.
And I do have to ask, what is the special sauce, so to speak, that allows you to be able to track Santa and know exactly where he is? Because, I mean, that's got to be some tough work.
Well, you know, it really comes down to really modern technology is amazing. Santa lifted off about 3.5 hours ago. Our north warning system with our radars across Canada and Alaska picked him up as soon as he left the ground. And then the heat given off from Rudolph's nose gives our satellites an infrared signature, and we're locked on to Santa at all times to ensure his safe passage.
I said that it was the heat off of Rudolph's nose, and Taylor Anderson, our producer here, said, no, that can't be it. So I'm glad you were able to clarify that for us. How many people are able to watch Santa Tracker every year? Do you have any sort of count on that? Because I know a lot of people are watching.
Well, it's millions hit the www.noradsanta.org every year. Last year, our call center, 1-877-HI-NORAD, took over 400,000 telephone calls and provided those updates to boys and girls around the world.
How does it feel to be able to help children and adults track Santa every year?
Well, we here at NORAD are certainly honored to participate in this and to engage with Santa as he makes his journey every year. And, you know, we're using the same tools that we use to keep North America safe. So it gives us a great sense of fulfillment to be able to serve the people of North America.
And you do a lot. You're not just tracking Santa, you're doing a lot otherwise as well. Can you explain some of how NORAD operates and what else you get to do all year round?
Well, you know, NORAD is responsible for aerospace control, airspace warning, and maritime warning. So it really comes down to the all-domain defense of North America, from seafloor to space. The men and women at NORAD are every single day working to bend the odds in favor of safety for every person in North America.
And if we're maybe on, and I'm not sure you have any insight on this, but if we're maybe still on the naughty list, do we have time to get moved over to the nice list before Santa makes it here to North America?
Well, you know, Josh, I'm really glad you asked that question. There's a couple of things you can do. The most important of which is to be in bed by 9 o'clock. That certainly helps your odds that Santa's going to drop by and possibly leave a gift for you.
Awesome. All right, Lieutenant General Thomas M. Carden Jr. there with NORAD. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Just thanks for having us, and thanks for giving these updates to young boys and girls. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to all of you and your listeners.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thank you again. And I do want to take another live look at the NORAD Santa Tracker. As you can see, he is over China at this point and will likely be there for just a bit. We are going to track Santa right here on Live Now from Fox all throughout the day and into the night. Don't forget, we have Track Santa Now. That is with our very own Stephanie Quinue, 9 p.m. Eastern Time to 12 a.m. Eastern Time. She is going to have everything you need to know as she watches Santa's every move. A lot of special guests as well. Do have to head to a quick break now at 9:36 on the East Coast and 6:36 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:38 on the East Coast and 6:38 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Taking another live look over at NORAD Santa Tracker, you can see right now Santa is over China and will likely be there for quite a bit. We will be tracking his every move all throughout the day, and tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Stephanie Quinue will be watching as he travels over North America. Now, of course, Christmas Eve and Christmas are a time to help others and give back, and we have a situation like that playing out over in downtown Houston. Do want to bring in Shelby Rose. She is with our Fox 26 Houston team, and I can see a lot there, Shelby, going on behind you, and a lot of people just wanting to help.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a little bit of toys that are behind me, Josh, but this is the 46th annual Super Feast. It really is an amazing thing the Citywide Club, a local nonprofit in Houston, puts on every single year. They're expecting to serve 30,000 people in just about an hour and a half. That's when doors open. And behind me, that is definitely the elephant in the room. I mean, look at this. When I tell you that there are 100,000 toys that are currently being sorted out by so many volunteers, I really do mean it. Like, this is all donation based, and it's really incredible. And obviously, because this is the Super Feast, can't happen without the feast, right? So anyone who comes in, they can get a free hot meal. There's also food baskets for anyone that can really help out a family for a few days, full of canned goods and other non-perishable items. But that's not even it. There's also free clothing, haircuts, and other services like career technician and youth leadership. It really is all donation based as well. Houstonians really come together every single year to help out the Citywide Club and really put this on. But of course, it can't happen without the hundreds of volunteers. You're seeing them all right now. They're already worked behind the scenes, as well as those who are already here early this morning and ready to serve.
It's always a good feeling when you're able to give back, because any one of us at any time could be on the other side of the table. And so it gives my heart joy to know that I do have something to share and to give back.
And it really is just incredible to see how much gets put together days ahead of time, weeks ahead of time. But Josh, the really amazing thing is that it's not solely limited to Christmas Super Feast. There actually just about a month ago was the Thanksgiving Super Feast, where there was just about 30,000 people also served there. Josh.
All right, Shelby Rose there with our Fox 26 Houston team. Glad to see all of those efforts being put forth as it is Christmas Eve and tomorrow Christmas, of course. Shelby, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Of course.
And it is 9:41 on the East Coast, 6:41 on the West Coast. Do have to sneak in our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. So much more news to get to, though, in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox, 9:44 on the East Coast and 6:44 on the West Coast on this Christmas Eve. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next couple hours with all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. I do want to take you to a developing story out of Rhode Island. That is where the governor says that an estimated 650,000 people have been impacted there by a major cyber attack. He spoke on that, so I do want to pop up the audio here and listen in.
Hello. How you doing? Very good. Thank you for being here. Okay. We're good. Thanks, Lindsay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. We want to give the latest updates on the Rhode Island Bridge data breach and the actions that we are taking to address the cybersecurity breach. So we have identified approximately 650,000 individuals who we believe have been impacted by this breach. In January, each of these individuals will receive a letter in the mail that explains how to access free credit monitoring. In the meantime, we continue to ask everyone to take steps to protect your personal information and your credit. And this includes protecting the minor children in your household. Most minors do not have a credit history unless their guardians have co-signed for bank accounts or credit cards. However, if a criminal has yours and your child's personal identifiable information, they could still impersonate the guardian and initiate credit in your child's name. To protect against this, apply for free credit monitoring for all the minors in your household now. Each of the 3 credit bureaus have dedicated pages to protecting children's credit, and they are a great resource to go to. And also, don't forget to go to cyberalert.ri.gov for the latest updated information. So the good news at the moment is that Deloitte and the state IT are making progress in getting Rhode Island bridges securely up and running. However, that work won't be finished by January 1, which is an important date for some programs and services. First of all, I want to let you know that if you are enrolled in SNAP or temporary assistance for needy families, your January funds should show up on your EBT card without a problem. For these programs and for Medicaid, there is no need to worry that your benefits will be terminated. There will be no terminations while the system is still down. For Health Source Rhode Island, however, customers who have not yet chosen their insurance plan for January do have new action steps to take. And with that, I'll have Director Lang give you the information on what steps you should be taking. Director?
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Lang, and I'm the director at Health Source RI, our state-based marketplace for affordable health insurance. I know this is a very busy season, and it's hard to find extra time to take the important steps we've outlined to protect your personal and sensitive information. We are urging everyone to go to the website cyberalert.ri.gov today and follow the 5 steps the experts recommend to protect your personal information. As many now know, our system has been down since Friday, December 13th, due to the cybersecurity incident involving Deloitte, the vendor who manages that system. I want to offer some information to Rhode Islanders who are wondering what this means for their health insurance through HealthSource RI. The bottom line is that we have you covered. If you have questions, concerns, or you need to take steps to set up your health insurance for the new year, we are here for you. We are extending our contact center hours for the next few weeks. I also want to share some specific guidance for HealthSource RI customers about how to make sure you're all set for the coming year. We are extending our open enrollment through February 28th so that once the RI Bridges system is back up and running, customers have time to choose the coverage for the year ahead and even get it backdated to January 1st, 2025. If you're concerned about having active health insurance on January 1st, for example, if you or someone in your household has a critical prescription medication or other important medical need, we will help you get coverage that starts on the 1st of the year. If you need to have coverage for the 1st of January, please call HealthSource RI's call center. We will be ready to take those calls starting noon this upcoming Thursday, December 26th. And I'm going to give you that phone number. 1-855-840-4774. We will help you enroll in coverage directly through Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island or Neighborhood Health Plan of Rhode Island with a January 1st coverage start date. Again, you'll be able to enroll directly with active coverage starting January 1st. You will not be responsible for premiums while you're temporarily enrolled in this program directly with the carrier. And our carriers are also working to limit out-of-pocket costs that customers will face in the months of January and February, like copays and deductibles. Once our system is back up and running again, we will help you apply through HealthSource RI. And that's important to ensure that you're receiving any federal financial assistance that you would qualify under normal circumstances. I'm going to run through this direct enrollment program once again. While our system is down, we have a temporary program to ensure that Rhode Islanders with an urgent need for health coverage starting on January 1st are able to enroll through either of our two health insurance carriers, Neighborhood Health Plan of Rhode Island or Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island. For the months of January and February, those enrolled in this direct option will not be responsible for premiums, and carriers are working to limit out-of-pocket costs like copays and deductibles that you incur during that time. Again, it's really important to note that once our system is back up and running, we're going to encourage customers to come through HealthSource RI and ensure that you have affordable health insurance set up for the remainder of the year. We'll help you enroll and make sure you're accessing whatever financial assistance is available to you at that time. So what do you need to do? We're standing up a dedicated webpage with this information at healthsourceri.com/covered2025. It will be available later this afternoon. We'll be ready to take your calls and connect you with this option, again starting at noon this upcoming Thursday, the 26th. We'll walk you through your options and help you understand what's available to you and how it will work. Then we can help you enroll online through the carrier of your choice. Again, those options are with Neighborhood Health Plan and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island. We're normally open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 9 to 12 on Saturday mornings.
And that was a news conference with officials there. I wanted to dip into it over in Rhode Island, where they say that about 650,000 people have been impacted by that cyber attack. They're giving information there about how to protect yourself, essentially, and said if you are a victim, if you were targeted there, they would have sent you mail so that they could make you aware of that. I do want to take you out to New York City right now, as we have been covering a lot of top stories coming in from that area. That includes the latest on the case against Luigi Mangione, as well as the situation where NYPD says an illegal immigrant set a woman on fire as she was sleeping on the subway. Let's send it over to our Fox 5 New York team for a look at their coverage.
A ripple effect for sure. Dan, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We do have new details this morning about the man who police say killed a woman on the subway by setting her on fire.
Police say he's an undocumented immigrant who previously was deported in 2018, but found his way back to the city. Good Day's Briella Tomasetti. She is live in downtown Brooklyn with more on this horrific story. Briella.
A horrific story, Tashani and Tina. Good morning to both of you, and especially one to report on Christmas Eve. The MTA, though, credits newly installed surveillance cameras on every train car for leading to that suspect's arrest so quickly. Also crediting 3 teenagers for calling the cops when they recognized photos of that man. His name is Sebastian Zapeta. He is a 33-year-old Guatemalan migrant who allegedly entered the United States not once, but twice illegally.
Mira, ¿por qué hiciste? ¿Por qué poniste fuego a la mujer?
33-year-old Sebastian Zapeta was escorted out of the NYPD's 60th precinct yesterday in a white Tyvek suit and handcuffs. He has been charged with first and second-degree murder plus arson after allegedly setting a woman on fire aboard a Brooklyn F train over the weekend and then watching her burn. The NYPD calling it one of the most depraved crimes the department has ever seen. According to a spokesperson for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, Zapeta is an undocumented immigrant from Guatemala. As I mentioned, officials say he first entered the country illegally back in 2018. Zapeta was spotted by Border Patrol agents in Arizona and deported back to his home country. At some point, he snuck back into the U.S. His last known address is a men's shelter in Brooklyn. According to the NYPD, Zapeta calmly walked up to a woman who was seated on the train Sunday morning after it stopped at the end of the line in Coney Island, setting her on fire with his lighter, getting off the train, and then watching the horror unfold from a nearby bench. The victim, who has yet to be ID'd by police, died at the scene from her injuries. Responding officers captured these images of Zapeta on their body-worn cameras. Just hours later, he was taken into custody on another F train at the Herald Square station in Manhattan after 3 teenagers recognized his photos and called 911. Brooklyn DA Eric Gonzalez released a statement in response to his arrest, reading, "The depravity of this horrific crime is beyond comprehension, and my office is committed to bringing the perpetrator to justice. This gruesome and senseless act of violence against a vulnerable woman will be met with the most serious consequences." Now, it's unclear at this point if Zapeta has an attorney, but federal officials say they will file a request to have him turned over to ICE after this criminal case here against him is over in New York. He could be arraigned as early as this morning. Again, it's Christmas Eve, so things close on the earlier side. We will be watching the situation incredibly closely. But for now, that's the very latest live here in downtown Brooklyn. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
We know you will, Briella. Thank you for that report. Federal prosecutors say the owner of a Brooklyn construction company will plead guilty to a conspiracy charge tied to the corruption case against Mayor Adams.
Erdogan Arkan is accused of working with a Turkish government official to funnel illegal campaign contributions to the mayor. He would be the first person linked to the case to enter a guilty plea. An attorney for Mayor Adams says Arkan's decision will have, quote, no bearing on the mayor's case whatsoever. Reactions are flooding in after yet another shakeup in the NYPD.
Chief of Department Jeffrey Madry resigned over the weekend after being accused of demanding sexual favors in exchange for overtime opportunities. Let's get right to Good Day's Robert Moses. He's been following the story and has more. Robert.
Tashani and Tina, in the wake of his resignation, Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch is making clear that there's a new sheriff in town. She spoke at the promotion ceremony for the NYPD yesterday. It's the first time that we've heard from her since the shakeups at the top of the department over the weekend. While she didn't name names, she left little doubt about what and who she was talking about. Now, Tisch accepted Madry's resignation Friday after allegations surfaced that he demanded sex from a female lieutenant named Quatisha Epps in exchange for granting her overtime opportunities. Epps says that she went public with her story after she made headlines for earning more than $400,000 in 1 year, about half of which came came from overtime, which Epps says Madry and others approved. Yesterday, Tisch said she won't tolerate alleged behavior like this.
We are consciously and decisively turning the page to ensure that we always match the lofty ideals and values that make this department the envy of the world.
Mayor Eric Adams has defended Madry in the past, but yesterday in a one-on-one interview with our Morgan Mackay, the mayor said he wouldn't defend Madry if he in fact did what he's accused of doing.
Serious allegations, and very troubling, and they have to be investigated accordingly, and that is what the police commissioner is doing and any other entity is going to do. I've never defended any accusation of any inappropriate behavior. I defended his police record. He has had an exceptional police record.
So now that Madry's out, Chief John Schell is in as interim chief of department. Chief Edward Thompson now leading the Internal Affairs Bureau after Tisch relieved Miguel Iglesias, who had been leading the IAB, of his duties. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you for that report.
I do want to get to another big story here at the top of the hour that we have been covering over the past couple weeks, as the man accused of gunning down the head of United Healthcare in Midtown Manhattan pleaded not guilty to nearly a dozen state charges. Luigi Mangione appeared briefly Monday in a New York courtroom on state charges in the fatal shooting of CEO Brian Thompson. The state charges do include murder as an act of terrorism. The 26-year-old was expected to be arraigned Thursday when he was quickly flown from Pennsylvania to New York, but that was postponed after federal charges of murder and stalking were filed against him. While New York does not have the death penalty, the federal charges do make that an option if he's convicted. Mangione was arrested at a McDonald's over in Altoona, Pennsylvania, days after Thompson's murder. An employee of the fast food restaurant recognized him from photos and videos that were circulated by the police department. Mangione now jailed in New York without bond, staying in the same facility as Sean Diddy Combs and Sam Bankman-Fried. So much to discuss, so I do want to bring in Herb Subin, the lead trial attorney at Subin & Associates in New York City. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks, Josh. Great to be here.
Thank you. And first off, I do want to say here that we know during that hearing, we did actually hear from Mangione's attorney. Now, she said that because of the comments that have been made by New York City Mayor Eric Adams about the case, that is going to make it very difficult for her client to get a fair trial. What do you make of that?
So she's right. I mean, he's gotten so much publicity, and what you're hoping for when you're picking a jury is that you're going to get people that have an open mind and haven't prejudged the case. In this case, it's going to be virtually impossible to get anybody who hasn't heard about the case and probably doesn't have an opinion about the case. Mr. Mangione has been such a polarizing figure that finding 12 people that really don't have a preconceived notion of what their opinion is on him is going to be very, very tough, if not impossible.
And once again, we did see supporters of Mangione gather outside of the courthouse as he went before the judge. Is the love, quote unquote, for Mangione and the nationwide attention good or bad for the defense? And what about the prosecution? But I also want to mention there were people who lined up outside of the courtroom and waited to actually get inside because they are supporters of his and just wanted to watch. So is all of this good or bad for both sides?
It's probably much better for the defense. Remember that the prosecution has to prove that Mr. Mangione is guilty on all of the counts by a unanimous verdict beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a very high standard. And if you have people that are liking him and feel for his so-called cause, then that's going to create a real problem for the prosecution to get unanimity, which is what they're going to need. As for the defense, the problem is going to be that there seems to be a mountain of evidence against him. And so will the people, will the jurors do their job and decide the case based solely on the evidence, or is it going to be more about his personality and his sort of iconic status?
One thing I want to point out here, when we take a look at this video, this is actually from inside of the courtroom just yesterday for that arraignment. My understanding is that cameras are rarely allowed inside the courtrooms there in New York. We don't see it happen very often. However, obviously a camera allowed in here. So what do you make of that, the fact that those cameras were allowed to capture this?
So it generally, number one is the courtrooms in New York State are open to the public. So anybody can go to a courthouse and watch whatever proceeding is going on, unless it's a family court or it's one of the specific matter. Ordinarily, though, New York doesn't allow courts, but it does allow the discretion of the trial judge in particular instances to allow cameras in the courtroom. But for the vast majority of cases, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the first one since I've worked here that we've actually been able to get a camera inside the courtroom, and that's several years. Do you think at any point that Mangione is going to have bond set to where he can be out on bond, or is that unlikely as the case does progress?
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Almost definitely no, Josh. Basically, in the federal court, he's been held without bail. Yesterday, when he went to state court, they put a symbolic $1 bail on him because the state knew that he was going to be held in federal custody until both trials are completed. So the simple answer to your question is no.
What do you think about the murder as an act of terrorism charge? That's been a topic of discussion over the last week or so. Is that charge used very often, and is it likely to stick?
So no, it's not used very often. Generally, by the way, we're seeing a charge of first-degree murder, which is unusual in itself because it's murder with aggravating circumstances. For example, if you kill a judge or a police officer or a first responder or murder for hire, those are generally what we see for first-degree murder. Murder in furtherance of an act of terrorism is murder with the intent to coerce either the population or the government. The thing, I do believe that there's a good chance that that will stick because of the quote manifesto that Mr. Mangione had with him, that he wanted to whack a health executive because of his disdain for the health insurance industry that we have here in this country. So that, I think, is going to be a critical piece of evidence in that murder for terrorism.
All right. Herb, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help discuss this just a little bit further. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Yeah, that's just my sense is that picking the jury here in this case is going to be quite a challenge for everybody. And, but my belief is that once the jurors do start to sit, they really want to get to justice and get to the right result. So even though he's quite popular, Mr. Mangione, I hope, gets a fair trial and that the jurors decide the case based on the evidence.
Before I let you go, on that note, could you actually see the case being moved to a different location for trial as a result of that? Is that a possibility?
It certainly is. I kind of find it unlikely because of just the nature of the case, the political nature of the case. Mayor Adams was at a press conference during the perp walk. I think that the political influence is going to be too strong to have the case moved, although I could certainly see where the defendant would have a strong argument to say that they can't get a fair trial here.
All right. Herb Subin, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help discuss this a little bit further. We appreciate it as always. All right. I do want to head to another big story that we have been tracking right here. Here is a live look over Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta. We know there was that short-lived FAA order that grounded all American Airlines flights due to a technical issue. We also know as of right now, there are long lines at several different airports across the country. So I do want to head over to San Francisco and take a look at the situation there. We do have James Torres with KTVU joining us live to have a look at that. James, how are things shaping up there?
Josh, good morning to you. Well, this is part of the beauty of living on the West Coast and having those Pacific Coast hours and that Pacific Coast time frame, because when we got that notification of that FAA ground stop that grounded all American Airlines flights, it was just before 5 o'clock in the morning on this side of the country here. So a lot of those flights aren't scheduled to take off for probably another hour or so at that point. So a lot of the passengers who were walking into the airport this morning had no idea that there was even a ground stop to worry about. So we talked to a handful of them. They say they're glad it wasn't worse. It didn't end up affecting many flights here at the airport. They are saying that if Christmas Eve, it's technically last-minute travel for the holidays. They are thankful that it did not affect their flights the way it did in other parts of the countries. We heard some stories coming out of places like Nashville and Chicago where people were deplaned off of their planes, moved from different parts of the gates, asking American Airlines on social media, what's going on here? They end up telling us it all had to do with a system error, some sort of IT problem that forced them system-wide to require that ground stop with the FAA. We'll show you some video of what we saw earlier this morning, though, at SFO, because it is Christmas Eve morning. It is a busy holiday travel day, and it looks probably a lot like what your airports all across the country are looking like as well. We did talk to one woman earlier this morning. She did not have an American Airlines flight. She did not have any issues with her flight this morning, but she said, boy, did she notice those long lines this morning.
This is a little surprising. I haven't seen SFO like this in a long time. But yeah, I mean, so far so good. We're excited.
Yeah, and so for the most part here, not too many problems to worry about here at SFO as a result of that ground stop. It was lifted and suspended just a little after 5 o'clock this morning, our time here. And SFO officials say all flights here, both incoming and outgoing, are expected to go as planned. Live this morning from the San Francisco International Airport. Josh, we'll send it back to you.
Sounds good. James Torres there with KTVU. Thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it. And the time now, 10:11 on the East Coast, 7:11 on the West Coast. We'll keep an eye on the situation in the skies there. As we know, there have already been more than 200 delays and about 30 or so cancellations. That number could continue to rise, especially as we get closer and further here into the Christmas Eve day. 10:11 on the East Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:13 on the East Coast and 7:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here on this Christmas Eve to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. Do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have popping up. As you can see, it is very, very snowy in this one, and we're checking to make sure we have the right image, but I believe this is This is in Pennsylvania. My producer here, Markima, letting me know. You can see planes are still taking off. They are landing here as well. We know a bit earlier there were some issues with American Airlines flights and the snow in places like Pennsylvania, as well as over in New York, not really helping the situation. I do want to check in with our Fox 35 Orlando team for a look at some of their headlines, and that does include the situation over at their airports.
And where it's warm, Jess. Thanks so much. It's 9:02. We do have some breaking news that we're following for you this morning. A ground stop has now been lifted for American Airlines flight.
It was a tech issue we've been following. It kept the planes on the ground for a short time this morning. Could have been worse, but certainly uprooted a lot of plans. Morgan Parrish is live at Orlando International Airport. Morgan, what are you seeing now that some of this has played out for about a half an hour?
Ryan, yeah, so things are looking good. Some of those flights that we saw were delayed are actually back on time. We were keeping a look at that departures list. So earlier this morning, about an hour ago, you know, Miami was delayed, Philly, D.C. It looks like they're back on schedule. So American Airlines actually just released a statement talking about the issue. They said that they apologized for any inconvenience and that those flights were grounded for just an hour. But like you said, everything is back to normal. And here at the airport, things are also not too shabby in general for Christmas Eve. This wait time, just 6 to 10 minutes. So I was expecting a way bigger crowd this morning, but things are moving along. But we know it could get packed later on today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week, because we know that more than 7 million Floridians are expected to travel this holiday season. And that's actually up about 3% from last year, according to AAA. And what's interesting is actually 4 of the top 5 U.S. destinations for holiday travel, Florida is on that list, and Orlando ranks #1 again. So this is the hot spot. We've been trying to catch up with some passengers. We're going to come over here because I know these ladies are waiting to get on their flight. Good morning. Merry Christmas Eve.
Good morning.
Where are you guys traveling to?
Jamaica.
Jamaica. Oh, that sounds nice for Christmas. What time's your flight?
10:40.
10:40. Okay, so what time did you get here this morning?
8 a.m.
8 a.m.? Okay, so that's just like a couple hours before. What's it like traveling, you know, around the holidays for you?
Exciting to see family.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. And what are you looking forward to for your trip?
Food.
Oh, I know. I'm so jealous. Have you eaten anything at the airport, or are you just going to wait till you get to Jamaica?
No, we're going to wait until we get to Jamaica, and we're going to hit KFC, the first thing, best thing.
KFC in Jamaica?
Yes.
Okay.
Seasoning is different from America.
Oh, okay.
Got to try it.
I love it. Now, do you happen to be on American or no?
No.
No, okay.
No.
So you're good, because those flights, they were having issues. They were delayed this morning, so we're catching up with passengers, making sure that they're good. So are you guys about to head over there right now?
Yeah, we're on Southwest. So,
Southwest.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I want to say a Merry Christmas to my mom, my sister, and my kids. Merry Christmas! See you soon!
Well, safe travels, guys. Merry Christmas. Wishing you guys a safe flight. Everybody's in good spirits here at the airport. So we're going to continue catching up with passengers. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
I want to go where they're going.
Right, absolutely.
Right. Thanks so much for that, Morgan. Well, this morning, Fox 35 is working to learn more about another show that was being hosted by the same drone company used by the city of Orlando for the previous drone show.
This comes after an errant drone hit that 7-year-old boy. He had serious injuries at Lake Eola Park. The drone show scheduled to begin tomorrow, Christmas Day, at the Orlando World Center Marriott. We recently learned the drone company Sky Elements just signed also a contract with the city of Ocala. The city did release a statement saying, in part, the safety of our citizens is always the top priority. They say they're monitoring with their risk assessment team and gathering information about what occurred. They say as they learn more, they will take every necessary precaution to ensure the community's attendees and safety events are safe. We did reach out to a woman, by the way, who saw the moment the child was hit by that drone.
It did take a second to understand that a drone, like that wasn't supposed to happen, because you assume that isn't something that would happen in a professional drone show hosted by the city.
So one of the drones, as we knew, did hit that 7-year-old boy in the chest. His parents say he underwent open heart surgery this week, and we don't know if he had any pre-existing conditions, but that's certainly a serious surgery. He is recovering, and the FAA is investigating this incident. What is Christmas Eve? For many, the holidays are about gathering with family in their homes.
Absolutely, but for many Floridians, Christmas is going to look a lot different this year as they continue to deal with the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. Still, for example, the Gabella family, they live on Miller Road in Volusia County, but since Milton, their home has been surrounded by sandbags and trenches and a berm, but those were not enough to protect their home from the flooded Miller Lake. And so now they're living with their 3 young children in a camper that's on loan from a neighbor.
I don't understand how we could flood out of our home 3 months after a hurricane.
1 month ago, the county FDOT and the city of DeBary began pumping water from Miller Lake, but one neighbor says the pump simply can't keep up with the water that's flowing into the lake. Neighbors have wanted to have it sealed, but they have been denied.
That's a look at some of the headlines there from our Fox 35 Orlando team. We have affiliates all over the country, so we always check in with them to see what stories they are working on. 10:19 on the East Coast, 7:19 on the West Coast. Do have to sneak in a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more coverage to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Unwrap the magic of the holidays with Live Now from Fox as we track Santa's sleigh ride this Christmas Eve. Our real-time Santa tracker will pinpoint the Jolly Fellow's location so you know right where he is at every moment. And while Santa makes his way from rooftop to rooftop, our official Santa trackers will ensure you're always in the know about his next stop. Tune in to Live Now from Fox and be part of a Christmas Eve like no other.
Merry Christmas!
All right, that was Stephanie Quinn. She will be in the hot seat 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight up till midnight as she tracks Santa flying over North America. Right now, we do have NORAD's Santa Tracker up, and you can see he is over in Australia at this point. He was over Australia earlier on, then went over to China, and now he is back there in Australia. Again, we will have that live coverage for you starting right here at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Live Now from Fox. Happy Christmas Eve, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. I do want to send you out to Charlotte right now. That is where we do have officials giving an update on tips for New Year's Eve, but also for the next week or so about how to stay safe as folks are out on the roads and they are celebrating with family and friends.
Dual sport motorcycles, and our specialized juvenile accountability and diversion empowerment team, otherwise known as JADE. All of these units will be working together to create a safe environment. We will also be opening and staffing our command center to monitor the event footprint, utilizing our real-time crime center to handle any immediate issues. Ahead of this event, our JADE team has already conducted home visits to juvenile offenders involved in incidents during this past July 4th Uptown celebration. The purpose of these visits is to educate parents and juveniles about the city's youth protection ordinance and provide information on the juvenile justice process, emphasizing the potential consequences if their child engages in future criminal behavior. Now I'd like to share a few safety tips for those planning to celebrate the new year in Uptown. Drink responsibly. If you plan to drink, use a rideshare app or rely on a sober friend to get you home safely. If you do use a rideshare app, remember to stay with the people you know and always ride in a group. Verify the vehicle's license plate and confirm the driver's identity before entering the car. While you are enjoying New Year's Eve in Uptown Charlotte, be aware of your surroundings. Keep your belongings secure and stay vigilant to avoid becoming a target for theft or other crimes. When you park, don't leave valuables in your car and be sure to take all your valuables with you and lock your car. Don't be an easy target for criminal activity. This is a good time to use a steering wheel lock if you have one. If you do not have a steering wheel lock, you can get one of those from your CMPD division office or our headquarters. If you are a parent, you are responsible for knowing where your child is. Juveniles need to be supervised. During the event, we urge our citizens to approach officers with any and all safety concerns. They are there for your safety. Don't be shy if there's a question or issue you have. We want everyone to come out and enjoy the vibrant atmosphere of Uptown Charlotte this New Year's Eve. Our city offers so much to explore, and CMPD will be here to ensure your experience is both memorable and safe. Now I'll take a few questions. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that parents need to be having their children supervised. So how are you folks going to double check that, and can it be just an older sibling, or does it actually need to be the parent?
It needs to be a parent, and like I said, we will have several officers out and about during the New Year's Eve festivities. So if our officers have a concern, we'll definitely make contact and deal with whatever situation presents itself. Yes, sir.
The parents of the teens arrested last year all had their charges dropped by the DA's office, and the shooter was only sentenced to 20 to 36 months with time served for a year. In your opinion, is that enough of a deterrent?
I appreciate your question. And what my response to that question is CMPD did our job. We were able to identify the suspect quickly, and we were able to take him into custody quickly. So at that point, we've done what we were supposed to do.
When you look at the event being now held at Truist Field, why do you think that area is going to create a safer environment for folks and so forth? I know it's going to be enclosed, tickets, etc. You can talk a little bit more about that.
Yes. So I feel like it will be, people who have to go into Truist Field will be scanned. They have a whole process that they do. I won't speak too much on what their process is. But again, you know, that will not be the only folks that are attending. There will be people at Ramir Bearden Park and throughout other areas close by. So that's why we will have a presence in all of those key areas.
You also mentioned officers visiting the homes of people who were involved in last year's incident. What was the point of that?
So we visited. The point is to educate the parents and the juveniles of, you know, hey, this is what will happen if you come out and cause disturbances or commit crimes. The parents can be charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and the juveniles, obviously, they could go to, you know, the youth detention facility. So our purpose is we don't want to take juveniles to jail. We would like for them to choose a different path. So the purpose of the visits is to educate the parents and the juveniles on this process so that we can say, you know, we don't want you to go down this path, you know.
Will you all have DWI checkpoints around the area?
I can't speak to that right now, but maybe we can get back to you on that.
Parking wise, are you folks going to have officers throughout Uptown? And how hard of a hardship does this event take away from officers being out on patrol for other areas?
So this event is being held in our central division, and those officers will be staffing that division, and then we will have separate officers filling the other spots in the key areas that I mentioned.
Given the chaos of July 4th and last year's New Year's Eve, can families be confident that this can be held safely in Uptown?
I think so. As you probably recall, this past July 4th, we actually were very impressed with the operations plan that we had. And so we are going into New Year's Eve confident that it'll be a safe and secure environment for everybody.
Any other questions?
All right. Well, thank you very much. I hope you all have a happy, safe holiday.
Thank you.
All right, that was over in Charlotte, North Carolina. Police there holding an update, providing details on New Year's Eve safety. A lot of information there coming out about some crimes that have been committed in the past. So we wanted to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to head over to another big story out of North Carolina that we have been covering, and that is the shooting death of an officer. This happening inside of a Food Lion there. This was over in Greensboro, North Carolina. You can see a suspect taken into custody. Now, police did speak very briefly about this, and I do want to play that for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for being here with us. First, we want to honor the life and service of Officer Michael Horan, who was killed in the line of duty this morning. Together, we are mourning Officer Horan, who was a husband, a father, a son, a friend, and much more to his family. He became a sworn officer with the department in early 2018 and served in the Patrol Bureau, District 4 on Squad A. Officer Horan was hired in September of 2017 to start the 103rd PBIC Academy. He was an excellent officer. He had an outstanding reputation inside the department and in the community. We ask that you please keep his family, friends, and fellow officers in your thoughts and prayers. Officer Horan responded to a call about a man with a firearm inside of the Food Lion in the 4700 block of Lawndale Drive. A shooting occurred inside of the store at approximately 11 a.m., fatally wounding Officer Horan. The circumstances of what led to the shooting are currently being investigated. Thanks to the help of multiple partners, the offender is in custody and there is no threat to the public. We will release more details about the suspect as the investigation evolves. Our department has requested the State Bureau of Investigation to be the lead investigating agency in this case. On behalf of the Greensboro Police Department, we want to thank all of our law enforcement partners across the state for your support and for your efforts today in quickly apprehending the suspect. We also want to thank our community for continuing to support our officers and their families during this difficult time. We will be sharing more information with media after the news conference with details about a GoFundMe, as we've received multiple calls of overwhelming support from the community and law enforcement agencies across the nation. We plan to honor Officer Horan's life and service through that. At this time, City Manager Trey Davis would like to share a few words.
Good afternoon. I'm Greensboro City Manager Trey Davis. I want to take a brief moment to recognize our City Council members who are here in support today. Thank you to those of you in the media who have come out to cover this very sad story. Thank you also for staff members who are here present today to support, those of you who may be watching via stream. I wish I was here addressing under different circumstances. And to put it simply, we're heartbroken. I want to express my love and my support for the Greensboro police family, a family that I served along with for 17 years before stepping into this role. This is truly a family, but a family that has been tested today. I want to thank all of you ahead of time before we even go into the next few days for respecting each other as we work through this tragedy. Before we leave today, first and foremost, I would like for us to take a moment to think about Officer Horan's family during this time. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Think about Officer Horan's Greensboro family and the loved ones and those here in this city that support our police department. Thank you.
All right, there you go. A news conference out of Greensboro, North Carolina. A very brief statement made by officials there after an officer was shot and killed inside of a Food Lion. And as you saw in that video, a suspect is in custody. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you to another big story that we are following as the House Ethics Committee's long-awaited report on Matt Gaetz documents a trove of salacious allegations, including sex with an underage girl. Citing text messages, travel receipts, online payments, and testimony, the bipartisan committee paints a picture of a lifestyle in which Gaetz and others connected with younger women for drug-fueled parties, events, or trips with the expectation that the females would then be paid to take part. The former congressman filed a last-minute lawsuit to try to block the report's release. Once it went public, Gaetz slammed the committee's findings. He's denied any wrongdoing and insisted that he never had sex with a minor. A DOJ investigation into the allegations ended with no criminal charges filed against Gaetz. The committee found that between 2017 and 2020, Gaetz paid tens of thousands of dollars to women, quote, likely in connection with sexual activity and or drug use. The report also details a 2017 party in which Gaetz is accused of having sex with, quote, multiple women, including the 17-year-old for which they were paid. However, the committee did acknowledge there was no evidence that Gaetz knew she was underage, and she reportedly testified that she never told him, and he found out a month later. A lot to discuss about the report, so I do want to bring in a great friend of the show here, Rich Rubino. He is a political analyst and historian. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you so much for having me on again, Josh.
Of course. Well, first off, this report, fairly lengthy, more than 40 pages in length. I do want to know what stood out to you as you read over some of those details.
Pretty much the fact that it was pretty basic. Basically, the charges that you've heard that he had sex with an underage girl. They basically verified that in the report, anyways. Now, Matt Gaetz says that he did not know that she was essentially 17 years old, and that he never necessarily did anything that was illegal in that report. But that's what really kind of stood out to me, and also just the fact, and generally, that the House Ethics Committee released the report. It's relatively rare for the House Ethics Committee to release a report of a now former member. Matt Gaetz is no longer a member of Congress. He resigned. Not only said that he won't serve in the next Congress, but actually resigned in this Congress before it could come out. But there is some precedent for that. Bill Bonner, for example, the congressman from Tennessee, was one congressman that they released a report 2 months afterwards. Buzz Lukens in Ohio, and Mark Foley in 2006, who had allegations that he had been texting with underage boys in a sexual way. So that's really what kind of stood out.
When you talk about the lawsuit that Gaetz did file yesterday, just about an hour or so right before that report was released, as news was circulating that it would be released on that day, was that kind of a last-ditch effort to prevent the release, and did it ever really stand a chance of helping him?
I couldn't quite get that. You faded out a little.
Oh, I'm sorry. What I was saying here is when you talk about the situation that unfolded with the lawsuit that Gaetz had filed last minute just yesterday, really an hour or so before the report was released, was that kind of a last-ditch effort, and did it stand a chance of actually working for him?
Yes, I don't think it really stood much of a chance. I think what happened in terms of the House Ethics Committee, and it's very rare. This is a committee that was actually relatively new. It was formed in 1967. It's the only standing committee that has both Republicans and Democrats and has an equal number no matter which party controls the United States House of Representatives. And you need to have a majority vote to release a report. And what happened was that a few of the moderate Republicans, 2 moderate Republicans, one of them being Congressman Joyce from Ohio, agreed with the Democrats to release the report. So that's basically why it was released. I think that Matt Gaetz, any sort of last-ditch effort, proved to be a failure.
Could any of this actually lead to charges being filed? Because it sounds as though the DOJ knows about all of this. They had investigated this for quite a while. No charges were filed. So does that kind of stay the way that it was prior to this?
Yes, I think so. I don't think there will be any charges filed against Matt Gaetz from a legal perspective. This is more of a perspective of his political future. And you heard some congressmen, like Congressman Glenn Ivey of Maryland, for example, saying that essentially, if he were to run for an office in the public sector, or for that matter, even if he wanted to get a job in the private sector, this will now be out. And this is something that theoretically an employer, whether the employer is a voter somewhere, whether the employer is somebody in the private sector, can certainly look at.
And Glenn Ivey will actually join us a bit later on this morning to share his thoughts on that. He'll be live right here on Live Now from Fox, so we'll hear from him a little bit later on. Now, kind of on that same note, we heard from Gaetz over the weekend as he kind of floated the idea of running for the Senate seat that is going to be given up there by Marco Rubio if he serves in Trump's administration. He also floated the idea of running for Florida governor. You just discussed this, but is any of that even a possibility now? Does that have any sort of impact?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, Marco Rubio, in terms of the United States Senate seat, so he's Donald Trump's nominee to become Secretary of State. I think, for all intents and purposes, he probably will be be confirmed without much opposition. So that means that there will be a Senate seat that will be opened up, but Governor Ron DeSantis has the authority to actually appoint the person that he would to appoint the successor. And my guess is it would not be Matt Gaetz, not only because of these allegations, but also Matt Gaetz is a former ally of Ron DeSantis, somebody who actually supported him in 2018 when Ron DeSantis was the underdog to Agriculture Commissioner Adam Putnam in the primary. But they since had a falling out. Matt Gaetz was a vociferous supporter of Donald Trump against Ron DeSantis in the 2024 presidential election. I don't think they particularly like it. Each other. It's hard for me to see a scenario where Ron DeSantis chooses him. I think he has other people, potentially Janet Nunes, the lieutenant governor, somebody else, maybe potentially somebody else that he would appoint to that seat. Now, theoretically, the seat, what happens is that the seat will then be up again in 2026, so he could actually run in a primary, run potentially to the right from somebody from another member of the Republican Party. He could do that. I think the chances of actually winning against another Republican are probably slim, but he could theoretically do that. I think the more logical case for him is probably running for governor in 2026. Again, you could have Jeanette Nunes running for governor as well. Also, potentially Congressman Byron Donalds, very popular congressman in the conservative bloodline of the Republican Party, could run as well. And he could certainly run. He would be one of many candidates running for governor of Florida. Ron DeSantis, of course, is term limited, but obviously you got to ask Republican voters. I think that from a strategic standpoint, when they're going to the polls, and this Florida is still a state where the Democrats could win. They've had recently Democratic governors, whether it's Lawton Chiles or Buddy McKay. They can make the Republican voter might think, well, if we want to win in the general election, and especially since the Republicans have been in power for such a long period of time, the pendulum could swing. We want somebody who does not have these ethics charges hanging over their head. So we might choose somebody who's more of kind of an establishment Republican, or a safer pick, if you will.
Looking a little bit deeper into that, as we say, DeSantis will have the final say as to who fills that seat for now. Do you think Trump is going to have a hand in deciding that as well, maybe behind the scenes?
Yes, and that would certainly be a reproach mob between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. Donald Trump, again, in that race in 2018, Adam Putnam was the establishment candidate, and Donald Trump kind of went on a limb, if you will, and actually supported Ron DeSantis against Ron DeSantis at the time, a relatively obscure congressman from Florida, against Adam Putnam. He went on to win. Then he landed up barely winning the governorship. I think he probably owes his governorship in some respects to Donald Trump's endorsement in the primary. But then in 2023, Ron DeSantis ran, even though Donald Trump was running as well. And I think Donald Trump really resents that. He started to call him Ron DeSantimonious, if you will. But certainly, if he were to choose, if he were to choose somebody that was Donald Trump's choice, and Laura Trump has said that she no longer wants the United States Senate seat, but whoever Donald Trump's choice is, and the Trump administration's choice is, if Ron DeSantis decides he's going to endorse that person and puts that person in the United States Senate, then that certainly would help to breach the relationship between the two. But there's also the possibility theoretically, that Ron DeSantis could pick somebody that's more independent. He's leaving office in 2 years. He doesn't necessarily need to be in the good graces of Donald Trump, except if he's going to run for president in 2028, then he would need to sit. He would need to do, assuming that if he does run for president in 2028 or 2032, he certainly does not want Donald Trump to be against him.
What do you think of the timing of the release of this report? We're talking about Christmas week. A lot of people not necessarily paying that close of attention to the news. Obviously, a lot of people are talking about this, so a lot of people read over the report and saw the news reports. But what do you think about releasing it on Christmas Eve?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Sometimes you see this stuff happen. Back in 1992, for example, George H.W. Bush pardoned some figures from the Iran-Contra, and he did it right around Christmas time, where you're not getting that much media coverage. But I think that a lot of it is just a coincidence, and a lot of it is just the fact that this was the time that the Ethics Committee was able to vote, and they was able to get two Republicans to join every Democrat, the 4 Democrats, and vote to release this report. But I don't know what the legitimacy or what the kind of any more than just a coincidence it being released right around Christmas time is.
A lot of response came in on social media from Matt Gaetz as the report was released. What do you make of just some of that response overall?
I think that for the most part, it was very, in terms of public figures, it was very negative. You see some folks really getting some political mileage out of it. For example, Sean Casten, the congressman from Illinois, got up there and really talked about how there have been other examples when the Ethics Committee has released a report after the congressperson has resigned. He talked about Congressman Bonner, he talked about Congressman Lukens, and talked about Congressman Foley. But I think that generally speaking, it's pretty much tribalism, if you will. Anybody who supports Matt Gaetz or who's a conservative is going to come out and they're going to say, well, the DOJ did not say that he should be indicted or convicted. They will say that this is just a political witch hunt. This is a way to embarrass him. And people on the other side will say that this is somebody who overstepped their bounds, who engaged in unethical behavior, and is now trying to cover it up. But that's the tribalism that's certainly permeates the body politic.
On that same note here, my last question for you. Do you believe that this is going to cost him some of his political allies, speaking, of course, about Matt Gaetz?
I think that it probably will in the state of Florida, just because if he does decide to run in 2026, there really is no incentive for a Florida Republican to come out and endorse Matt Gaetz, because there would probably be somebody else. Now, theoretically, before this, he was thinking about running for governor. When I'm talking about senator, I'm saying if he were to run against Ron DeSantis' choice, if he were to run for Senate, or if he were to run for governor, theoretically, I think that he gives pause for some conservatives or some even kind of center-right type establishment Republicans and maybe on the periphery of supporting him. They might say, wait a minute, why do we want to support somebody with all these ethics charges? We need to support somebody who's more of a safe choice, if you will. So in that respect, it probably will. But I think that for the most part, I think some members of the Freedom Caucus, I think that conservative members of the House of Representatives, which is really kind of his bailiwick in terms of garnering their support, are going to continue to support him.
All right, Rich Rubino, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Just that, once again, there is precedent for releasing a report, and it has happened in the past, and there are 3 examples recently. The House Ethics Committee is very rare. It's the only committee in the entire House of Representatives that's a standing committee, meaning that it continues from Congress to Congress, and no matter which party is hegemonic in the United States House of Representatives, it still has 4 members from the Republican side and 4 members from the Democratic side, so it's very sui generis in that respect.
All right, Rich Rubino, as always, thank you so much for joining us to help break it down. And if we don't talk to you, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And you are taking a live look outside the White House right now. I do want to remind you that the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump will take place in less than a month. We're talking January 20th. You can watch all of the live events leading up to that day. And on January 20th, as the inauguration gets underway, you can watch that as well with Andrew Kraft and Austin Westfall. They will be in the hot seat, bringing you all of those live events uninterrupted here on Live Now from Fox. That is what we do. Do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have right now. That is actually a live look over the airport in Philadelphia. You can see the snow looks like it's still falling, but as far as on the runway, it is cleared off. Things are moving along just fine despite all of that snow that is falling. We know if you were watching earlier, you saw that American Airlines actually had a ground stop of all of its flights issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. It was very short-lived due to a technical issue, and flights are moving along. But again, you can think about how many delays happen as a result of that, as it is essentially a domino effect. We're dealing with a little more than 200 delays so far today at airports across the country, and at last check, it's about 30 or so cancellations. We're going to keep an eye on all of that and keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. Also do want to remind you here that we have a Santa Tracker. We are going to be tracking Santa now. That is tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time and running through midnight. Stephanie Quinn will be here to bring you all of the tracking from 9 p.m. to midnight. And I'm looking right now on the live NORAD tracker. You can see Santa is above Thailand at this point and will be over Bangkok, Thailand in just about 2 minutes. Again, you can watch Stephanie as she does track Santa over North America. The time now 10:53 on the East Coast and 7:53 on the West Coast. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, Andy Mack will be in the hot seat with all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. I leave you with this live image right here showing a very snowy New York City.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on covering the day from around the country. A live look there in Washington, D.C. at the White House here on this Wednesday. Of course, it is a Merry Christmas Eve to all those that celebrate. Of course, this is just a live look there right now in Washington, D.C. All right, I do want to give you an update on a major story we're following since earlier this morning, that involving American Airlines and a brief ground stop for just over an hour. I want to put up this live look at several of the airports around the country as American says they have resolved the tech issue as they lifted the ground stop. So just Philly, LAX, Atlanta, St. Louis, some of the big airports around the country there. dealing with this. Of course, it happened earlier today on a heavy travel day. American Airlines briefly grounded flights nationwide due to a tech issue just as Christmas travel season kicks into overdrive. Winter weather is threatening more potential problems for those planning to fly and or drive. So some big news there in terms of that we're following earlier this morning. So many of our Fox stations around the country were monitoring it as well. So I also want to put up just this here, a post from American Airlines as well saying, quote, "We have resolved a vendor technology issue that briefly affected flights this morning. We sincerely apologize to our customers for the inconvenience, and we have issued a travel alert to allow for additional flexibility." So some big news there in the very busy travel season that we're following. So we're monitoring that very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, as it is Christmas Eve, we will be tracking Santa, and so will NORAD. I want to put up just this live picture right now, courtesy of them, as they monitor the big man with the reindeer moving across different parts of the globe right now. For more on this, let's go out right now to Rebecca Castor that prepares us for what's to come tonight.
No, that's not a drone NORAD's watching. For the 69th year, the North American Aerospace Defense Command is tracking Santa's sleigh.
Santa just left Kyrgyzstan.
It's a tradition that started by accident. In 1955, a department store misprinted a phone number in a newspaper ad for kids to call Santa. Instead, it was the number for the Continental Air Defense Command, NORAD's predecessor. And that Christmas Eve, officers took dozens of calls from kids asking the same question. Where is Santa, and when will he arrive at my house?
He generally tends to start just to the west of the international dateline and work his way around the globe, generally moving north to south.
Now NORAD gets hundreds of thousands of calls every December 24th. And it takes a large team of volunteers to keep the magic alive.
It is something that brings real joy to the members of NORAD.
NORAD's everyday mission is to track everything that flies in the sky over the U.S. and Canada. So they have the best technology and qualifications to keep up with Santa and his reindeer.
We have a network of satellites that orbit about 23,000 miles above the Earth, and they are aided by the heat from Rudolph's nose. That helps them be able to see where the sleigh is.
Kids and the young at heart can go to noradsanta.org to see where Santa is right now. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that, Rebecca. A very exciting night as many millions of Americans, millions of children going to bed awaiting the anticipation for Santa to come down their chimney. So very fun around the country. We'll have it covered here on Live Now from Fox. A live look there in New York City. As you can see, a blanket of snow, a white Christmas for so many people there in the Northeast. We'll track all of the weather as well as that impacts so many people on the East Coast and beyond. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and take you right now out to our West Coast stations in the Bay Area as they dive into some of the top stories this morning just after 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Let's listen into their breakdown of what's to come. Some big news in terms of the Santa Cruz pier that partially washed away. Several people ended up in the water, so a scary sight there to say the least. Let's take you out to this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Approaches the Tahoe area, the warmer air mass that's in place is overridden by the cooler air mass. And can you see those lightning bolts? Watch them. They'll appear on your TV. Boom, 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 boom. Did you see them? And then that's the snow that's falling with a winter storm advisory in effect. 10 inches of snow expected at lake level. There you have an ominous south that's causing some ponding on the roadways, even some flooding around the Santa Cruz Mountains, backing through the peninsula, Los Altos, East Palo Alto, all the way across the bay into Fremont and Union City, where we've seen over a half an inch of rain. We're currently in the 50s. We'll stay in the high 50s and low 60s. I'll tell you when it's all going to end and how your Christmas forecast is shaping up. Dacia, we have that coming up
Roberta, thank you. It is, in fact, the 24th, Christmas Eve. Not too many people going to work and out and about, but still, we do see some activity here at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza, people making that wet drive from Oakland to San Francisco and beyond. Headlights on, maybe windshield wipers on, intermittent. You might hit some standing water. As of right now, there's no real congestion at this or any of the other Bay Area bridges.
Yeah, so new this morning, there's a storm, of course, and no common airports because of the holiday travel. And on top of that, the FAA ordered a short-lived ground stop of all American Airlines flights.
Everybody was bracing for disaster when that happened, but boy, KTV's James Torres live at SFO to say that ground stop didn't last long, and many people are grateful.
No doubt about that, Gassia and Andre. Good morning to you here. It's not too long ago that you may remember some winter storms really ruined Christmas and holiday plans for a lot of those folks. So when you say something could delay, could cancel their flights, of course, it's going to make them nervous. But thankfully, that was a very short-lived ground stop that we experienced early this morning, and it didn't lead to any trouble here at SFO. The lines were long at the start of the morning today, but as you can see behind me, just outside the American Airlines check-in area, the first terminal here at the airport, not too much going on, and that's exactly how we want to see it just a few minutes after 8 o'clock on Christmas Eve morning. Now, there was a short window where the timing of the flights was threatened. It was American Airlines reporting a tech issue nationwide, calling for a grounding at every airport, and some people in other places reported being removed from planes, being deplaned from their planes as they were just getting ready to take off. But that's somewhat the benefit of us being on the West Coast time zone of things, where if we see something like that, some sort of nationwide outage that's affecting other parts of the country, we're on the very early side of things, so it doesn't hurt us too badly if it's that early in the morning. But some passengers getting ready to board their holiday flights say they noticed those long lines.
This is a little surprising. I haven't seen SFO like this in a long time. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so far so good. We're excited.
So far, so good. Many flights here at SFO, pretty much all of them all scheduled to take off on time, to land into SFO on time. We know that boarding, or that grounding, I should say, that FAA grounding, ground stop was lifted just after 5 o'clock this morning. It did not affect any flights here at SFO. We're live this morning from San Francisco International. I'm James Torres, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
James, thank you. 8:04 is your time. The National Weather Service warning beachgoers about dangerous conditions along Bay Area coastlines, where breaking waves up to 40 feet are expected. Rough seas and high surf are expected at all beaches on the Pacific coast. The high surf warning is in effect until 6 tonight.
The main beaches of Santa Cruz County remain closed this morning after part of the Santa Cruz Wharf collapsed into the ocean amid that high surf. There are concerns about the potential for even more major storm damage later today.
The whole front just fell off. There's somebody on it.
That was the scene early yesterday afternoon. Powerful ocean waves battered the Santa Cruz County coast. Authorities say 2 people had to be rescued after a 150-foot section of the wharf just fell into the ocean. A third person was able to get out on their own. Several people were fishing on that pier when it suddenly collapsed.
We noticed that the pier was swaying a lot, and we heard a lot of cracking, but we didn't think much of it. And then all of a sudden, it literally all fell into the water, and there was people on it as well. A lot of construction workers, they were on the pier, and it fell into the water, and it sounded like thunder.
First responders say the construction workers who fell into the water after the wharf collapsed suffered minor injuries. That section of the wharf was already closed to visitors due to earlier storm damage. South of Santa Cruz, 1 man died after being trapped under debris caused by yesterday's high surf. An evacuation order remains in effect here along the Santa Cruz County coast and beyond. One woman was staying at a hotel in Capitola for her mother's funeral. She got the order to pack up and leave.
I was told at first that it was just going to be temporary, and now I'm told I've got to go find another place to stay tonight, and who knows how long.
The powerful waves continue to batter the Santa Cruz County coast this morning. The evacuation order is expected to remain in effect until noon today, when that high surf advisory should be lifted. Stay with warnings on, too, as we bring you updates on this story. You can also, of course, turn to the Fox Local app to track the weather and watch our live newscast. You can also see live content from our sister stations nationwide, especially important on days like today when you might be traveling or are expecting loved ones from other areas. Just search Fox Local when you get to your phone's app store.
In this era, a winter weather advisory is officially in effect. It covers the greater Lake Tahoe area. The National Weather Service is warning of snowy conditions. Here's a live look. Interstate 80 at Donner Summit. You can see the snow-covered roads there right now. And believe it or not, no chain control restrictions are in effect there this morning. This morning, 5 people remain hospitalized after an accident caused several people to fall off of a ski lift at Heavenly Mountain Resort in South Lake Tahoe. The victims were heading to the mountain for another run when something caused 2 chairs to collide. Witnesses took these photos. They told us a chair on the Comet Express lift reportedly slid back into another.
We could see about 15, quite a few EMT or all the red medics that were there surrounding someone.
Another witness told us off camera he saw what looked like a pile of bodies beneath the chair. Witnesses say they saw around 15 to 30 ski patrollers rush to help, and later, at least 1 victim had to be taken to a hospital by helicopter. Heavenly Mountain Resort said in a statement, in part, quote, "The safety of our guests is our top priority, and the resort is investigating the incident." What caused the accident still unclear right now. Workers were seen inspecting the wheels on a lift pole after the accident.
All right, you're just listening in to our Fox 2 team as they continue to detail the latest, including with American Airlines, including with the Santa Cruz wharf that partially collapsed into the water. And they're also warning people about more high waves impacting that region coming up here a little bit later on today. I do want to put up just a post here on Live Now from Fox from the San Francisco Chronicle talking about this exact thing. As you can see, just some big waves early this morning in that region. So we're following the very latest, potentially a surfer's delight, but dangerous for people. So they're warning people to not necessarily go too close to that area right now on Christmas Eve. All right, let's take you back out to one of the top stories of the day, that being American Airlines. One more time, a live look right now at all of these airports, a bustling TSA lines likely at a lot of these places, and the ground stop, the tech issues from American Airlines not helping out. Let's take you right now out to our Fox 11 team in Los Angeles as they give you a glimpse inside of LAX, their live hit, their live show, starting at 8 o'clock. Let's listen in.
Came to a brief stop this morning when American Airlines temporarily had to ground all of its flights nationwide.
Coco McAvoy is live at LAX with that story. Good morning.
Good morning. It definitely was not the news that any American Airlines passengers wanted to hear, but the good news is their operations are up and running once again, and the delays didn't last too long because they were only grounded for about an hour. American also says they're hoping to not have to cancel any flights, but as for United Airlines here this morning at LAX, you can see that it's pretty steady here, and it has been steady throughout the morning. It's a very busy travel day here at LAX. American Airlines flights were cleared to fly by regulators this morning after a brief grounding due to a system-wide issue. American says it was a vendor technology issue that impacted the flights. This as the holiday rush is in full swing. AAA is projecting over 100 million people will be traveling this holiday season, and the rush is far from over after today, with December 27th and 30th expected to be the peak travel days at the airports. But some passengers at LAX say that it's been a breeze here so far, especially compared to some other big airports like Chicago O'Hare.
It's not that bad. I mean, we're from Chicago, so O'Hare's like pretty busy, but right here, it's not horrible.
I think it's easy too. I was very nervous with LAX. I've heard horror stories, but it's been great. So it's been easy for us so far, so good.
Where are you headed?
We are going to Hawaii.
Ooh, is that kind of like a tradition for you all?
No, this is brand new.
Brand new. And you know, the thing is, I've been asking a lot of people out here where they're headed, and a lot of people are heading to Hawaii for a very relaxing Christmas. But again, another live look here at United Terminal, and everything's running pretty smoothly here, but it has been steady. And again, American Airlines says that they don't expect any more issues throughout the day, but there could be some delays, of course, because it is a ripple effect when something like this happens. So make sure to give yourself some extra time and be prepared, especially if you are flying American Airlines. I'll send it back to you.
All right, good advice there, Coco. Thanks so much. Also dealing with this, the West Coast dealing with some big waves and strong rip currents.
Yeah, flooding in low-lying areas is also a big concern, and Gigi has the latest on our local conditions live from Ventura. Good morning.
Good morning. It's looking good here, although I just spoke to the National Weather Service, and they told me that until those advisories and those warnings expire, the danger is not over. We're on Seaward here in the city of Ventura. Take a look at some of those waves in the distance. It's been very foggy here. Also, we've had drizzle on and off all morning. But let's take a look at what the waves did overnight. Now, there is a high surf warning in effect until noon today, along with a coastal flood advisory until 9 a.m. Warning signs are up in and around Ventura beaches, asking people to please avoid the water altogether until at least the 27th as the high surf slams the coastline. The biggest breaking waves were predicted to peak at 12 to 18 feet last night and into this morning. Now, again, we checked in with the NWS this morning, who told us they have data that showed waves of 23 feet yesterday afternoon. That was off of Point Conception, just north of Santa Barbara. Santa Monica peaked at 10 feet, which they say is still pretty significant, while the Santa Cruz Basin was up to 12 feet. Swimmers and surfers warned to stay away, with dangerous rip currents also expected. But that's not keeping the locals away, those who come out to walk or simply admire the ocean's strength on a day like this.
You know, it's the ocean expressing itself is the way we look at it, and has, you know, if you're spiritual, I guess you could say it has a life force.
Now, you were expecting to see some higher waves this morning.
I did, and that's why I parked down the street just in case. I figure if I see a wave coming up, I'm running, even at my age.
And this is what Roy is referring to. It was this week last year when a rogue wave slammed into Seaward Avenue, exactly where we are today. The force of the water so strong it actually knocked people to the ground, sending some to the hospital, and it flooded the first floor of the inn on the beach. Panicked guests rushing to get out of their rooms as water rushed in. Even parked cars were swept away. A reminder not to trust the water during these high surf advisories. And bringing it back here live, you were looking at the end of the beach. Locals tell me that the glass has just been replaced here on the first floor. This is what was completely flooded out. There was so much damage done. We actually got a tour last year of the damage. That whole first floor was taken out of commission for repairs. Reporting live in Ventura, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
I remember that. All right. Thank you, Gigi. Meantime, at least one man is dead after a pier partially collapsed at a popular beach in Northern California. You can see some of the damage created by strong waves there, slamming into Santa Cruz Beach. Officials say the man who died was trapped under debris on the beach. Another man is missing after being pulled away by high surf.
The LA County Department of Health confirms the first human case of bird flu in our area.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 11 team as they were detailing the latest top headlines at Los Angeles International Airport. You can only imagine what some people are going through trying to get home or on vacation for the holidays. And I want to put up this post here from Fox Business's Max Gordon talking about the security line at LAX Terminal 7 is growing by the minute. If you're traveling today, best to get to the airport early. So we'll continue to follow this. As you also heard, the domino effect, the ripple effect of some of these tech issues from American Airlines impacting so many people on this travel day. American flights were cleared to fly by federal regulators about after an hour of a national ground stop was ordered. There were over 1,400 delays for flights entering or leaving the U.S. early in the day, with 28 cancellations. So it's a story we're following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. And coming up after the break, we're going to take you back out to Santa Cruz, to Northern California, on an update on the wharf that partially collapsed. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Christmas Eve. I do want to provide an update right now out of Northern California. A live look there right now in San Francisco and just a little bit down the coast on the banks of the Pacific Ocean. We're monitoring since yesterday a partially collapsed wharf in Santa Cruz. A very scary scene as two people were rescued. A third swam to safety after a portion of the Santa Cruz wharf collapsed and was seen floating away on Monday morning. Of course, a scary scene there in this very pretty town as the collapse occurred as the area was slammed by heavy surf from a major storm expected to bring hurricane force winds to the seas of the Pacific Northwest. And of course, some of these were the images we were monitoring very closely since yesterday. You can just see the power there of the wave, and they're also expecting some high surf, some damaging surf in Southern California. So this is stretching far beyond just the Bay Area. For more on this, let's go out to our Fox 2 KTVU team as they bring us the latest on what happened yesterday.
It was swaying a lot, and we heard a lot of cracking, but we didn't think much of it. And then all of a sudden, it literally all fell into the water, and like there was people on it as well.
Pretty scary because we thought the pier was cracking like under us when we were running, so we just thought like we were in a movie, like running away from the cracks and stuff.
All right, a scary scene. What you're hearing there is they thought the wharf was cracking underneath them, so it may be good that more people weren't injured or harmed. Of course, KTVU cameras captured restrooms from the end of the wharf floating away about half a mile to the end of Main Beach. The National Weather Service noted that, quote, ominous wave action in the Pacific and warned the Pacific to stay away from the ocean as rescue crews were being called to save people who had entered the water despite high surf advisories. Let's take you out to this update from yesterday on this Santa Cruz wharf that partially collapsed.
I'm Mayor of the City of Santa Cruz. I'm joined by our city manager, our fire chief, police chief, and other city officials. Roughly 12:44 this afternoon, a segment of the end of our municipal wharf fell into the ocean. That was a result of very strong waves crashing into it. It was a portion of our municipal wharf that had already been determined to need to be taken down, repaired over time. That's where the Dolphin Restaurant was, where one of our restrooms is, where some material and equipment and personnel were out there this morning. The personnel that fell into the water were rescued. Two by our folks, one self-rescued, and there are no serious injuries involved in that. And we believe that everyone who went into the water is now accounted for and safe. Additionally, we lost several pilings, many pilings, a lot of the deck of the wharf itself, as well as the restroom and what remained of the Dolphin Restaurant. Those are in the ocean. The restroom number 3 is all the way to the beach and is sitting there being pounded by waves as we speak. Some of the pilings and piers that were destroyed and washed away are in the ocean, and they are serious, serious hazards for people and for any kind of navigation. So we're asking people not to be in the water, not to be on the beach, not to have their vehicles, their boats or other devices out in the water. These are massive piers which weigh hundreds and hundreds of pounds apiece and are being driven by the Pacific Ocean. That is not something that we think folks ought to mess around with. We encourage people to stay out of the water until further notice. We are assessing at the moment the structural integrity of the wharf. That is being done by city personnel. We have our building department, our public works, our parks department, our police department, our fire department. All of those have responded as they do, and we are undergoing activities to make sure that we've got everyone accounted for. We believe we do, and we are anticipating that what is coming towards us is more serious than what was there this morning. This is going to be high tide at a time when we have king tides and all kinds of other activities out there in the Pacific Ocean. I am I'm going to hand this off to other folks. I am reminded, though, many years ago when I was actually a state legislator, and we'd had a little bit of damage on the wharf back in the day. Dick Wilson was the city manager, and he said, "Are you surprised that when you build a public roadway over a mile of open ocean, that something happens? And there's disasters that are different than the roadways on land." So I can't say that this is terribly surprising. We have a wharf and a public roadway and businesses out over a mile of open ocean. And so we are taking this very seriously. I'd like to turn this over to our city manager, and he will go through other individuals who will be able to provide you with other information. Matt Hufter.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mayor mentioned, this most recent incident was another testament to the power of our changing climate. We're finding every year that our models, our forecasts, despite all the effort that our staff put in collectively to planning for these potential incidents, each year it's really blowing through our forecasts. I wanted to take a moment to really just applaud and recognize the swift action of our city staff today. It was through their efforts of our Parks Department, our Wharfs crew, our Police Department, our Fire Department, that there was no loss of life today through this significant incident. With that, this is just a reminder that we need to continue to stay vigilant. Our coastline is wild, it's unpredictable, and we continue to see that winter season over winter season. So please take care over this holiday season. With that, I'd like to take a moment to hand it over to Parks and Rec Director Tony Elliott, who is on site today with his team.
All right. Thank you to the mayor. I'm sorry?
Oh, also, first and last name.
Yeah, my name's Tony Elliott, Tony. Last name is Elliott, Elliot. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Santa Cruz. As the mayor said today, at about 12:45, the Santa Cruz Wharf was hit as part of this swell event with large waves, and we lost, we believe, approximately about 150 feet of the end of the wharf. So that included the restroom building, some equipment that was out there staged as part of the construction site, as part of the renovation of the wharf in response to the last 2 years of storms. So in the midst of that project, again, hit by another storm this weekend, or today, Monday. So what we're doing now is working closely with the police department, the fire department. Our first priority today was the safety of the public. So we evacuated the wharf immediately after the incident today. Staff safety is another critical priority. So our staff, while they're out there inspecting the wharf, we're doing so swiftly in closing off the end of the wharf. The wharf is currently closed and will remain closed indefinitely until we can assess the structure and figure out next steps. So public safety and staff safety have been the top two priorities. Again, the issues that we saw today are really reflective of the storms that we've seen the past couple of years that have damaged the end of the wharf. So we were in the midst of about $4 million worth of work to restore and recover at the end of the wharf. And again, got hit by a storm this year, which has done further damage. So next steps are to be determined, but again, the top priority is really public safety. So for the community and people visiting Santa Cruz during the holidays, we just really encourage everybody really to pay attention to the high surf advisories, the high surf warnings, be very safe in the beaches and cliffs. Really don't come to these areas when we're in these high surf warnings. So a lot of danger, a lot of issues, and they aren't over. So we're really at the peak of the swell event currently. The swell will continue into Tuesday and will remain pretty heavy through the week. So we encourage safety and again applaud and thank our colleagues at the police department, the fire department, marine safety, and the team that has worked together in this incident.
Chief, we're going to take Chief Odie, then we're going to hear from Chief Escalante.
Rob Odie, Fire Department, last name spelled O-A-T-E-Y. Today, we were proactively in the water patrolling the coastline with PWCs, and we also had lifeguards patrolling the cliff, both warning those that were on the cliffs, potentially too close to the cliff's edge, and those in the water, potentially in danger. And again, as we heard at 12:45, we did get a call for a partial collapse of the wharf with people in the water. Those units that were in the area, both in the water and on the cliff, responded and did effect rescues of those individuals that were in the water. They did extricate 2 people and take them to the Santa Cruz harbor, where they were treated and released. And again, we had about 10 fire units that were on the scene, assisting and collaborating with both state parks and the police department. We had a drone in the sky, both assessing damages and also looking for victims. Again, we want to confirm all victims have been removed safely. There have been no other injuries reported, and the wharf was safely evacuated. And at this point, again, it'll remain cleared and evacuated until we can determine that it is safe for normal operation. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Escalante.
Bernie Escalante, Chief of Police, ESCALANTE. Don't have a lot to add. Basically, we responded with our partners here, and as mentioned, primary focus was life. We were able to effectively get everybody off of the wharf safely, and now we're allowing them back out to get their vehicles and get off of the wharf. So at this point, it was just a major collaboration of public safety efforts, Parks and Rec, fire. We had law enforcement from all over the county that responded to help as well. So I think at this point, we could probably take questions. I guess.
Does anyone tell us what the workers were doing at the time of the collapse? How many that were there? And how many went into the water? Were they all work crews? Were any people just visiting who went in?
So as of this morning, the end of the wharf was closed due to previous construction as part of the recovery project from the storms last year. So as the city's been preparing for this swell and this storm expected today and into the week, we had crews out this morning monitoring conditions as the swell peaked around 12:44 this morning. So the team that we had out at the end of the wharf, so we had our engineering team with Power Engineering, we had our city project manager out on site as well. So those 3 individuals were there during the time of collapse. There were no members of the public at the end of the wharf during the time of collapse. Again, all 3 of those individuals were rescued, transported, but have very minor injuries to report.
So what kind of work were they doing?
The team that was out there today, we had 2 engineers, we had our project manager, so they were inspecting the end of the wharf in terms of the condition, how the wharf was being impacted by the storms today. We, through the city's Emergency Operations Command, knew that these storms were coming in, and we had prepared as much as we possibly could. So the equipment that was staged at the end of the wharf for construction, we've moved a lot of that. Some of that equipment remained in place. We had a skid steer, we had a crane at the end of the wharf that was part of that wharf recovery work. So the team was out there assessing conditions, poised to make changes or make operational adjustments as needed based on the conditions. At that time, around 12:44 is when the wharf collapsed, losing about the last 150 feet or so of the wharf.
I've talked to witnesses who say they heard, first they saw pylons that had broken loose prior to the collapse. So did your team see any of that? And then I'm told from witnesses they heard the wood cracking before the collapse. Does your team had any idea that this collapse was imminent, or did it catch them off guard as well?
I don't have any information about pilings that we may have lost or the timing or sequence thereof. I would say that our staff and our contractors had no sense or indication that the wharf was going to give way. Again, they were out there doing inspections as part of our preparations to make sure that the wharf was safe, again, with the priority of public safety and staff safety. And in the process of doing those inspections, the end of the wharf collapsed.
As far as the rescues, can you kind of describe more as to how that happened? Was that you folks coming in on boats, taking the 2 people who were extracted from the water, and then the person who, I guess, as it was described, self-rescued themselves? How did they manage to do that, too?
I can't speak to the self-rescue, but we sort of took a multi-pronged approach. We had the PWCs, the personal watercraft, with rescue swimmers on the back. that came in and took 2 of the victims. We also had engine-based rescue swimmers that jumped off of the wharf, and they had paddle boards and also rescue tubes. So we kind of threw everything we had at the event. We had initial reports of 4 to 6 people. So of course, not knowing how many we had, we wanted to have people come over, affect the rescue, life safety first, and of course, gather intel. So we sent all of our rescue swimmers over to get information and of course, rescue those individuals. So we kind of, that's how we approached it. And of course, they were rescued initially by the PWCs that were in the water and eventually transported to the yacht harbor.
And can somebody kind of elaborate more on the, I guess, fears concerning the debris, the pilings, the debris that we saw in the water still, just how dangerous that is and what the concerns are there for the public?
That'll remain a concern. That's still going to be there. It's difficult to say when and where it'll wash up on shore. Right now, the main beach is closed and Cowles Beach due to those hazards, both hazardous materials in liquid form and solid. And they could end up on our city beaches, the state beaches, both Seabright and Twin Lakes. And really, with this swell and its direction, it could sort of spread, that debris field could spread sort of anywhere south of our location. It's really hard to tell, and so we'll sort of have to wait and see.
Mayor, you had said something about what had just come is not as bad as what is on the way. Talk to me about what your thought process is as we move closer towards Tuesday and further from Monday.
Thank you. In my opportunity to be out there on the wharf with police, fire, public works, and parks, the indication was that what we saw this morning is likely to be not as intense as what we may see later today or potentially early tomorrow. That was what I was told repeatedly by a number of folks who were out there on the scene, who have a very good feel for the ocean and the tides and so on. So that is my source of the information, and that makes good sense to us to be exceptionally careful in the next 48 or so hours.
Put more of a finer point on it. Are you concerned that more of the pier could be washed away with this next incoming storm?
Absolutely. I'm very concerned that we will lose additional portions of our municipal wharf. It was explained to me that there is a difference between what washed away and what is still there. Let me see if I can explain that difference. I may not do a very good job of it, but let me try. The wharf, let's not talk about the end for a moment. Let's talk about the rest of the wharf. So that has pilings, it has a base to it, it has asphalt on top of that. So what it does, as it was explained to me, is the weight of the wharf pushes down on the pilings. The difference between that and the end of the wharf is that had been removed. The Dolphin Restaurant had been removed, the asphalt had been removed, and this is the pointy end out at the, where we meet, where we intersect the ocean at its deepest part and maybe its most aggressive part. That, as it was explained to me, is why that portion failed. The rest of the wharf still has its pilings, has the cross pieces, has the asphalt, has the weight to keep the wharf in place. I'm not saying, I'm not a civil engineer, we've not had a thorough inspection of all of this. I'm giving you a first impression, is that perhaps the rest of the wharf may do better, but we are thinking that we could, in fact, sustain greater damage. Thank you, sir.
So the debris that's floating out there, you're not going after it. You're going to let it float and land where it is. Viewers shouldn't be calling and saying, hey, I see this floating out there. Can you talk about that?
No, at this point, if they see something and they're unsure, yes, they should call. But we also would tell people that we want them to stay away. I mean, like we pointed out before, the ocean right now is extremely dangerous. So we're telling all people to stay away, to observe from a safe distance. It's the holidays and we have people visiting from out of the area. Observe from a very safe distance, and if they can, observe online. There's many resources where you can observe some of these conditions and appreciate that from an extremely safe distance. But of course, if you see something, report it, because again, they can be some extreme hazards that we should be aware of, and we can get the appropriate resource there to remove those hazards. But again, these conditions are going to persist over the course of the next 4 or 5 days. And again, the debris that is out there, again, is going to spread depending on the conditions that are going to prevail over the next 4 or 5 days. And so we ask people to, again, use extreme caution and steer clear of anything that they might see out in the water.
But no salvage crews are going out to try and pull any of them off of that water.
Well, I want to be careful with that answer, just so we're really clear about it. We're in the heat of the moment. We just lost 150 feet at the end of our wharf. 2 people in the water, equipment, all kinds of things. We have more coming towards us. We don't know what that is. We're taking this a step at a time. Right now, secure the wharf, make sure people are safe. As to the debris that is in the ocean and heading east and south, there is probably going to be a point where we're going to want to engage with lots of other folks on getting that debris out of the water and off the beaches and so on because of the danger that it poses. But right now, right here at this moment, we're trying to secure our wharf.
And also probably very dangerous for you to go and try and salvage.
Shall we say?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had 2 quick questions. First was there initial discussion to close the wharf earlier in the day, like before the collapse at all, and kind of what led the decision to keep it open?
Yeah, thanks for the question. There was a lot of conversation leading up to today's event as to whether or not to close the wharf. Closing our Santa Cruz Municipal Wharf is no small undertaking. We have a lot of small businesses that depend on their livelihood and obviously operate on the wharf on a daily basis. And you add to that the layer that this is the holiday season, so we don't take that decision lightly. But given the circumstances, we had our engineering team and our wharf crew on site monitoring minute by minute. We made the decision that based on our forecasting models, it would be safe to do so today with constant monitoring. But again, this was another example of how, despite our best predictions, talking with our weather experts, Mother Nature can surprise us. And this was another example of that. As the mayor mentioned, we're certainly taking that very seriously in the day to come. And out of an abundance of caution, we'll be keeping the wharf closed for the time being. And we just continue to see a very powerful, unique west swell that is hammering our coastline with our wharf most vulnerable.
And then there was a quick comment about the areas that were closed. I think it was Main Beach and Cowles Beach. I was wondering if there are any others that are closed right now, like the boardwalk, other beaches, or if you're anticipating any of those to, eventually be closed as well.
Main Beach and Cowles are our city parks, and so we can only speak to those specifically, although I have heard that Seabright Beach, just to our south, is closed due to the debris field, but I can't speak to the other state parks and others that are that may be affected.
Just to clarify, you mentioned that 3 crews were out there monitoring and inspecting the wharf. Were those the people that fell in, or it was random people that fell in?
Yeah, we had our Parks and Recreation project manager who had been working on the wharf construction project, so he was monitoring the conditions and on site at the end of the wharf. He was one of the 3 who fell in when the wharf collapsed. The other 2 were contractors. So those were contractors hired by the Parks and Recreation Department working on the wharf recovery project. So again, all 3 really uninjured or very minor injuries, transported just for precautions, but all 3 folks who did fall in were rescued and have been accounted for.
Did any or all of the 3 make any kind of statement like, we were standing here and next thing we know we're in the war, anything like that?
I've not had an opportunity to speak with them directly. Again, they were transported, my understanding, to Dominican Hospital just to be checked for precautions. I've not had an opportunity to speak with them directly yet.
Just for people.
Are you just listening in there to an update from officials in Santa Cruz, Northern California, after the partially collapsed wharf? They're given a sense of what happened as some high surf damaging tides there in that region up along the coast of California. They're monitoring it into today. Of course, this was the scene yesterday that we're following very closely here on Live Now from Fox, as that was an update also from earlier in this week, providing what we saw. So you can see some of these just waves crashing along the coast, and this is a wharf that spans some great distance into the water, the end of it collapsing. 3 people did enter the water as it gets washed away. Scary sight. You can see there's some cars on that, and just gives you a sense of the expansive nature of that wharf. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. On this Christmas Eve, we do have some good news that we want to share just coming down within the last few minutes about former President Bill Clinton as he entered the hospital yesterday with a fever, but now has been discharged from the hospital. This according to a spokesperson for the president here, saying President Clinton was discharged earlier today after being treated for the flu. He and his family are deeply grateful for the exceptional care provided by the team at this Georgetown University Hospital and are touched by the kind messages and well wishes he received. He sends his warmest wishes for a happy and healthy holiday season this year in 2024. So some good news there in terms of this as President Clinton discharged from the hospital after potentially a scary moment yesterday as the former president was admitted on Monday to MedStar Georgetown University Hospital in Washington after developing a fever. The 78-year-old was hospitalized in the, quote, afternoon for testing and observation. The deputy chief of staff for Bill Clinton, who you also saw on that statement on social media, saying yesterday he remains in good spirits, deeply appreciates the excellent care he is receiving since been discharged. Clinton was a Democrat who served 2 terms as president from January 1993 until January in 2001. In the years since Clinton left the White House, he faced some health scares. In 2004, he underwent quadruple bypass surgery after experiencing prolonged chest pains and shortness of breath. Clinton returned to the hospital for surgery for partially collapsed lung in 2005. And in 2010, he had a pair of stents implanted in the coronary artery. Clinton responded by embracing a largely vegan diet that saw him lose weight and reported improved health. In 2021, the former president was hospitalized for 6 days in California while being treated for an infection unrelated to COVID-19 when the pandemic was still near its height. An aide for the former president said that Clinton did have other infections along the years, but some good news today in terms of this being discharged from the hospital. According to his spokesperson, after being treated for the flu, he and his family deeply grateful for the exceptional care provided, and he is touched by the kind messages and well wishes he received. He sends his warmest wishes for a happy and healthy holiday season to all. So some good news in terms of that we're monitoring here on Live Now from Fox about former President Bill Clinton. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us just about noon on the East Coast. Plenty to get to here on this Christmas Eve. Let's sign away for another quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Just weeks before President-elect Donald Trump takes office, President Biden announced he is commuting the sentences of 37 of 40 people on federal death row. For more on this, let's go out to our Fox News team with this report.
The Congressional Progressive Caucus thanked President Biden for his latest action, calling the death penalty fundamentally inhumane. But critics say inhumane better describes the crimes that landed these men on death row. The crimes are as horrific as they come. Prosecutors say George Avila Torres sexually assaulted and killed 2 young girls, Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias, before murdering 20-year-old naval officer Amanda Snell. Torres was sentenced to death, as was Thomas Sanders, who was convicted of killing 12-year-old Lexis Roberts after making her watch as he murdered her mother.
This shows you that Joe Biden has no regard for the rule of law and that there is such animosity in the Biden administration.
Now, both men are among 37 federal death row inmates whose sentences have been commuted by President Biden, a decision stirring fierce debate.
I have real concerns overall with the death penalty, but I also have concerns with the executive branch overturning cases that have been decided by courts across the country.
The president stated that while he condemns the murderers' crimes and grieves for their victims, quote, "In good conscience, I cannot stand back and let a new administration resume executions that I halted." In a statement to Fox, President-elect Trump's team called the current president's decision abhorrent. On the campaign trail, Trump promised to resume executions and expand federal death penalty cases. This round of commutations excludes those sentenced for hate-based mass murders and terrorism. Boston Marathon bomber Zohar Tsarnaev, Charleston church shooter Dylan Roof, and Pittsburgh synagogue shooter Robert Bowers will remain on death row. This move comes after the president's mass day of clemency 10 days ago, where more than 1,500 individuals were pardoned or had their sentences commuted. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that. And last week was a busy week on Capitol Hill, talking about the continuing resolution quite a bit as they passed it just hours after that government shutdown was to go into effect. Another topic involving Congress as they seek to ban Chinese drones. For more on this, let's go out to another report from Fox News.
They ought to be banned. End of story.
But the story is far from over, as the fight over the future of Chinese-made drones in the United States soars to new heights. Many lawmakers on Capitol Hill have long argued that Chinese-made drones carry a number of risks. They're now aiming to ban new sales from 2 major Chinese manufacturers, citing security threats.
Drones manufactured in China are a source of surveillance, data collection.
DJI Technologies is the largest drone manufacturer in the world. Despite its significant presence, DJI is based in China and it has known ties with the Chinese Communist Party.
Government officials also say the low-cost Chinese devices are hurting the U.S. drone industry. But nationwide, many of these gadgets are offering solutions, especially to farmers.
We can fly over a cornfield in season and we can see, is there a problem area? Is it fertility? Is it somebody messed up with chemistry?
Besides agriculture, drones are also used to locate victims after natural disasters. They're even helping to combat mosquito populations to protect against diseases.
If it's going to be a change, it shouldn't be a knee-jerk reaction.
But after talking to lawmakers, some drone operators argue the proposed threats linked to Chinese devices aren't specific enough.
If they're going to ban it, if they're going to say that they're bad, tell us why. Because every time that I've talked to a lawmaker, they could do this, they could do that. It's always they could.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that. That has made quite a few headlines in the Northeast over the last several weeks, and plenty of questions being asked of the Department of Defense, of the State Department, and other lawmakers and officials in Washington, D.C. A live look right now there, a pretty sight as it is a white Christmas of sorts in New York City here on this Christmas Eve, just approaching noon on the East Coast. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Almost noon on the East Coast, and it may be the most wonderful time of year, but it also could be the most stressful if you're traveling. You can see some of those live looks right now at LAX and Atlanta, Philly, and more, as we are dealing with a ground stop from American Airlines earlier on today that has since been lifted, but some 1,400 plus delays, I should say, due to those tech issues as they lifted it. And of course, I want to put up this post from Fox Business's Max Gordon in Southern California at LAX, talking about the security line at LAX Terminal 7 growing by the minute, urging people to get to the airport early if you are traveling during this holiday season. So a stressful time of year, and also somewhat dangerous time of year in terms of winter weather, as people getting out there on the roads, but also seemingly just walking around. For more on this, let's go out to Marianne Rafferty with this report.
As winter rages on, snow and ice can create unsafe outdoor conditions, especially for seniors. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, falls are the leading cause of injury for folks 65 and up.
The bigger problem is what happens after the fracture, and that mortality risk for an elderly person is markedly higher than for a younger individual.
The odds of suffering bone fractures from falling also increase as we age.
When you're younger, all of your various soft tissues in your body are designed to absorb energy. And in addition, there's damage accrual that occurs in your bones over time that, as a younger person, your body is designed to repair that damage. But as you age, those mechanisms slow.
But aging isn't the only factor that can impact bone quality.
Alzheimer's disease, Down syndrome, these disease states have an impact on the skeleton, and sometimes skeletal weakness can be, again, a marker for the underlying disease before the disease itself is really prominent.
Preventing injuries starts by minimizing risks.
If it's icy, don't walk outside. If you're taking down your Christmas tree, maybe call your son over to help you lug it out the front door.
And health experts say there's plenty of methods to screen for bone health.
It's what's known as a DEXA scan. It's a bone scan. It's the gold standard. It's present in literally every clinic in the country. It's cheap, it's fast. There are blood tests that can reveal metabolic issues with your bones.
Safety advocates say awareness is important, as the CDC reveals 1 in 4 older adults report falling every year. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that. And we are going to pass into a new hour. And I do want to give you a programming note, because coming up soon enough, we'll hear a mass with the Pope overseeing it here on this Christmas Eve. I do want to put up a post on social media from him saying the opening of the Holy Door on Christmas Eve symbolizes a passage, an Easter of renewal to enter into the new life, offering us through the encounter with Christ, talking about the Jubilee 2025. So we're monitoring this. It should be going in just about 15 or 20 minutes from now. So we're going to monitor it very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take you, though, out to some of these other top headlines from around the country. And I'm talking about in the East Coast, as they're dealing with all of these major holiday travel issues. We're monitoring that very closely here on Live Now from Fox at various different airports, the American Airlines ground stop. Right now, though, let's take you out to our Fox 5 Atlanta team as they were detailing the latest on what they saw at one of the busiest airports in the world at Jackson Hartfield. Let's listen into their coverage.
We want to keep you posted on all of what's been happening throughout the entire morning. Today, Christmas Eve, just as people were headed across the country to visit their loved ones, things stalled. Fox 5's Tyler Fingard is live at Hartsfield-Jackson International with the impact from that glitch. Tyler.
Hey, Alex, good afternoon to you. There is never a good time for a technical issue at the airport, but I think around Christmas might be the worst possible timing, as many people are trying to head out for the holidays, especially on Christmas Eve. I want to start all this by saying that the glitch has been fixed and American Airlines planes are back in the air at this hour. And according to the airline, the computer issue grounded all of their flights nationwide this morning as millions traveled for the holidays. The global ground stop lasted roughly an hour while IT teams worked to fix the the issue. And this came right in the middle of yet another record-breaking Christmas travel season, with the TSA expected to screen 40 million passengers over the holidays through January 2nd. While Americans' issue was fixed quickly, there are still some delays. According to FlightAware, about half of Americans' flights into and out of ATL have been delayed so far today. And today's issue comes 2 years after Southwest Airlines' December meltdown, which stranded over 2 million travelers. And Delta Airlines suffered its own meltdown after a worldwide technology outage in July caused by a faulty software update. Thankfully, today's issue didn't cause massive long-term issues, but passengers were still worried about their flights. Take a listen.
I got the text message from my daughter in Charlotte, and I went, oh no. So I told my friend who was driving, I said, oh my gosh, they've grounded American because of technical difficulties. And I said, oh, and she said, here, let's look up your flight. So I went on, I don't have the app, so I just typed in and went online and said my flight was on time. So I was very, very relieved.
And American Airlines is still dealing with some residual delays here in Atlanta and across the country. Here in Atlanta, about 11 delays for their flights so far as they work to get crews and planes back in place after that hour ground stop. As for the other airlines and all the other people traveling today here at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, things are going well. Right now, we are looking at just over 100 delays so far today between all of the airlines and just 2 cancellations. So things are going very well here on this final day before Christmas. It's really the final sprint as people try to get to their holiday destinations in time. We are live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport this afternoon. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Here's to hoping the rest of the trips are smooth sailing. Tyler, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Of course, we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox, a live look at all of these airports. Atlanta, we were just at a live look there, and then LAX, St. Louis, and Philly all dealing with the same, somewhat of an issue, a domino effect, a ripple effect from this tech issue from American Airlines. This, a social media post saying, quote, we've resolved a vendor tech issue that briefly affected flights this morning. We sincerely apologize to our customers for the inconvenience. So that was not the only area as around the country, people impacted by this. All right, let's take you right now out to our Fox 5 team in New York, as they are also dealing with it. So many people going in and out of those airports in New York and New Jersey. Let's take you out to our Fox 5 team there with this, the latest on their noon show.
Ground stop ended shortly after 8 a.m. However, you already know how it goes. It's still causing ripple effects on the flight schedules today. Michelle Ross is live at JFK with what the very latest is and how the travelers are handling this delay right now. Michelle, I know it's been a little bit less busy on the roadway, so hopefully it doesn't really mess up too many plans here.
Right, and those residual delays, they are still taking place, but they lasted only about an hour, Bianca. So for anyone out there that had a connecting flight, hopefully there was enough time in between. In a statement this morning, American Airlines said a vendor technology issue briefly affected flights this morning. That issue has been resolved and flights have resumed. We sincerely apologize to our customers for the inconvenience this morning. It's all hands on deck as our team is working diligently to get customers where they need to go as quickly as possible. Now, American Airlines grounded flights nationwide. This here is at LaGuardia Airport. Just before 7 a.m., the FAA ordered all American Airlines flights to be grounded, and that was requested by the airline. At one point, more than 700 flights were impacted, according to FlightAware, with airports in Charlotte, Dallas, Miami, and D.C. hit the hardest. Now, luckily, this did not have a major cascading effect, but Erica Clark from North Carolina was worried.
We originally had a 1 o'clock flight here, and we were afraid we would miss Canal Street, so we switched to 8 o'clock. So I was like, oh my God, if we end up still getting on a 1 o'clock flight, by the time we get here, everything's going to be closed. So yeah, we were not happy about that.
So not ideal for Christmas Eve, but again, this was resolved after about an hour, and we are seeing some of those residual delays. We're live at JFK Airport. Michelle Ross, Fox 5 News.
Always something this time of year, always something. Michelle, all right, thank you so much.
All right, maybe it's good that it didn't linger a little bit longer, similar to the way you mentioned with Tyler Fingert there out of Fox 5 Atlanta, that Southwest, a chaotic scene last year around this time with all of those delays at various airports around the country due to those tech issues. They did resolve it. The ground stop has been lifted just over an hour that it transpired, but some 1,400 flights were delayed, 28 cancellations. As you can see, it is a bright and sunny day in Atlanta, but also a foggy day in Los Angeles, and that could potentially cause some problems as well. All right, so many millions of Americans, some 119 million Americans, according to AAA, traveling this holiday season for Christmas or New Year's. We'll continue to follow. We'll take you out to our Fox 5 teams around the country for the latest. All right, I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, just past noon on the East Coast. And of course, we appreciate you joining us as we bring you the top headlines around the country and around the world. And one person that is also at work during this holiday season, the big man at the North Pole, as they're putting the final touches on everything on Christmas Eve, heading into Christmas. A tweet, a post from NORAD. You can see plenty of people there, the command center, as they track Santa, and all of those reindeer make their way around the globe, bringing so much joy, so many presents to so many people. Let's take you right now out to my colleague, Josh Breslow, as he details how they do it, how they track Santa here on this Christmas Eve.
Unwrap the magic of the holidays with Live Now from Fox as we track Santa's sleigh ride this Christmas Eve. Our real-time Santa tracker will pinpoint the Jolly Fellow's location so you know right where he is at every moment. And while Santa makes his way from rooftop to rooftop, our official Santa trackers will ensure you're always in the know about his next stop. Tune in to Live Now from Fox and be part of a Christmas Eve like no other.
Merry Christmas! And there you have it. That's Stephanie Quinn. She will be in the hot seat tonight for Track Santa Now. That starts at 9 p.m. Eastern Time and runs through midnight. She will be in touch with NORAD and special guests to take a look at Santa's location. Now, we do have NORAD up right now. You can see that Santa is over China at this point. Looks like he is going from one location there to another. We're going to keep an eye on the Santa tracker here with NORAD and bring you all of the latest news as we get it. Now, it is Christmas Eve, and that means no question NORAD is tracking Santa here. We do have Lieutenant General Thomas M. Carden Jr. with NORAD joining us live to discuss how they're able to do this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Well, Josh, thanks for having me, and Merry Christmas from NORAD. We actually use our radars, our network of satellites, and our fighter jets, the tools we use every day to keep North America safe. We just happen to have a special aviator in the skies today that we're looking out for with Santa Claus.
And how did this all originate? How were you guys able to first realize, whoa, we can track Santa and his every move?
Well, you know, it actually started with a misprinted newspaper ad in 1955. So this is our 69th year. There's a young boy read that ad. He called to figure out where Santa was. There was a colonel at NORAD that answered the phone, and today we have over 1,000 volunteers that are helping us track Santa in our operations center and provide those updates to boys and girls around the world in 9 languages, actually.
And I do have to ask, what is the special sauce, so to speak, that allows you to be able to track Santa and know exactly where he is? Because, I mean, that's got to be some tough work.
Well, you know, it really comes down to really modern technology is amazing. Santa lifted off about 3.5 hours ago. Our North Warning System with our radars across Canada and Alaska picked him up as soon as he left the ground. And then the heat given off from Rudolph's nose gives our satellites an infrared signature, and we're locked on to Santa at all times to ensure his safe passage.
I said that it was the heat off of Rudolph's nose, and Taylor Anderson, our producer here, said, no, that can't be it. So I'm glad you were able to clarify that for us. How many people are able to watch Santa Tracker every year? Do you have any sort of count on that? Because I know a lot of people are watching.
Well, it's millions hit the www.noradsanta.org every year. Last year, our call center, 1-877-HI-NORAD, took over 400,000 telephone calls and provided those updates to boys and girls around the world.
How does it feel to be able to help children and adults track Santa every year?
Well, we here at NORAD are certainly honored to participate in this and to engage with Santa as he makes his journey every year. And, you know, we're using the same tools that we use to keep North America safe. So it gives us a great sense of fulfillment to be able to serve the people of North America.
And you do a lot. You're not just tracking Santa, you're doing a lot otherwise as well. Can you explain some of how NORAD operates and what else you get to do all year round?
Well, you know, NORAD is responsible for aerospace control, airspace warning, and maritime warning. So it really comes down to the all-domain defense of North America, from seafloor to space. The men and women at NORAD are every single day working to bend the odds in favor of safety for every person in North America.
And if we're maybe on, and I'm not sure you have any insight on this, but if we're maybe still on the naughty list, do we have time to get moved over to the nice list before Santa makes it here to North America?
Well, you know, Josh, I'm really glad you asked that question. There's a couple of things you can do. The most important of which is to be in bed by 9 o'clock. That certainly helps your odds that Santa's going to drop by and possibly leave a gift for you.
Awesome. All right, Lieutenant General Thomas M. Carden Jr. there with NORAD. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Just thanks for having us, and thanks for giving these updates to young boys and girls. And Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to all of you and your listeners.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
All right, thank you so much for that. And, of course, coming up tonight, it's Track Santa Now from 9 o'clock Eastern to 12 o'clock Eastern. So, unfortunately, if you do follow the advice there of NORAD, you might be in bed by the time that show begins, as some advice from NORAD and the officials there talking about Santa is getting into bed by 9 o'clock sharp. If you want to put in a few extra little notes there to try to get on the nice list if you didn't have the best of years, but there's still very much a chance for a very exciting time a little bit later on tonight. We'll have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. And, of course, they also mentioned those calls that they receive. They take thousands of them. And, of course, this also a post from NORAD saying we've already taken thousands of calls. However, we know some of you are getting a, quote, call cannot be completed message. If you get this, don't hang up. those sleigh bells will ring and will answer you soon. So it's one of the best times of year as we continue to track Santa. A live picture right now of this NORAD tracker as he continues to move across the globe, across the world. All right, I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll take you out to the Vatican as the Christmas Eve Mass presided over by the Pope. And so many of these days are reminders of all the traditions that we keep. Let's take you right now out to the Bay Area as they detail the Nutcracker, a special performance in San Francisco. Let's listen into this report from our Fox 2 team.
The San Francisco Ballet performed the first Nutcracker in the United States in 1944. This year, the company is celebrating its 80th anniversary.
My family has this term called nerve-sighted. It's a mix between nervous and excited, so I'm feeling nerve-sighted.
12-year-old Stella Seek performs as a butterfly in the Nutcracker. Dancers have been rehearsing for the production since October. This holiday season, the company is marking its 20th year of Helgi Thomassen's Nutcracker. The former artistic director set this production in San Francisco, inspired by the Panama Pacific International Exposition, a World's Fair held in 1915. Thomassen led the SF Ballet for 37 years. The Nutcracker is his tribute to San Francisco.
It means so much to the city and the audience. How they bring their children and their grandchildren, and it has become a real tradition. And they have taken an ownership of this Nutcracker, and I'm very proud of that.
Grace Manuel Holmes first danced in SF Ballet's Nutcracker in 1979, performing in upwards of 350 shows. Today, she's the SF Ballet school director.
I hope that they're not just enjoying their time on the stage as performers, but also having a look at the teamwork that it takes to put on a production of this professional level. I think it's so important for these students to see that it's not just about class, it's not just about performance, but it is a huge group of people. It takes a huge group of people to put something on like this.
We were with Stella as she prepared to go on stage.
So I start like this.
She normally trains 6 to 7 days a week throughout the year and hopes to join the company one day.
It's such an honor, and I'm so grateful to be in a production like this one. And there's so many amazing dancers. Like, I'm standing here, an incredible dancer stood here before me. We make people happy, so I love making people happy because I know when I dance, I bring joy to other people.
This season, the San Francisco Ballet is putting on more Nutcracker shows than ever. The final day of performances will be December 29th. In San Francisco, Betty Yu, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, thank you so much. That is a very cool tradition and also a good glimpse at some of the history there of Christmas in the Bay Area. And of course, maybe some traditions for those you'd rather not do, and that sometimes being last-minute shopping. And it is going to be a busy day on Christmas Eve, trying to get all those bows tied, all the things in order for the gifts and presents. Let's take you right now out to this report on a busy shopping day just on the eve of Christmas.
What a great night, huh? It's snowing out. Yeah, it's just great.
Being in the corners, like, is just, there's always something fun to do.
So we stopped at Von Maur to look at some of the deals there, and then we wanted to stop at Counter Scott.
Came from Sierra. We're headed to LL Bean. Yeah, we got, clothes, pants, jackets.
I hate to admit, but it was for myself. Merry Christmas to me.
Because we were done with our other Christmas shopping.
We're traveling to New York City in a couple days, so doing all the last-minute shopping for that. Going to see the city for, all the, holiday decorations.
We came for a girls' day, so we're doing a little shopping for Christmas. We had a little lunch. This is a perfect place to do it because you have shopping and lunch.
I love shopping because I love gift giving. So anytime I see something for anyone at any point of time, I'm always like, oh my God, my friend would love this.
I love finding that perfect gift. I love seeing the excitement in someone's eyes, and I don't know, starry-eyed. I get more excited about that.
I'm really looking forward to the next few days. So I've gotten some friend time, and then I'll have some family time, and then back to work to try to close up the end of the year.
The couple of days leading up to Christmas are like the most kind of magical in a way, because it's like there's that anticipation for everything that's going on. And I think that's just like the most fun to have.
At that time of year, we can actually, enjoy that time with family and slow down, enjoy our, each other's company.
All right, so very cool and so very different markets. That was out of southeastern Wisconsin in Milwaukee. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up after the break, we'll take you out, hopefully, to the Vatican as the Pope presiding over this Christmas Eve Mass. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, as millions of people here in the United States, as well as so many around the globe, anticipate the celebration, another year of Christmas, and that including in the Vatican, as the Pope will preside over the Christmas Eve Mass. He posted this on social media saying the opening of the Holy Door on Christmas Eve symbolizes a passage to enter into the new life offered through the encounter with Christ. We're also seeing this live picture there in the Vatican as the Pope will preside over this ceremony, this Mass. Let's take you out there to it live here on Live Now from Fox and listen in to this event to take place.
Laudetur Jesus Christus. Praise be Jesus Christ. Christ is born to us. Let us rejoice. Tonight we celebrate Christmas, the nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ. And as we go to air, I'd like to welcome all of you to Vatican Radio's live streamed broadcast of Christmas Mass during the night, celebrated by Pope Francis. The evening's ceremony will begin with the opening of the Holy Door of St. Peter's Basilica. For those of you watching our video feed, you can see the Holy Door, which will be opened by the Holy Father in just a few moments. And of course, that moment will mark the solemn inauguration of the Holy Year of 2025. My name is Christopher Wells. I'll be providing the English language commentary for tonight's liturgy. Whether you're joining us through the various Vatican media channels, the Vatican audio or radio app, the Vatican News web portal, or the Vatican News YouTube channel, or through one of our partner stations, including EWTN TV, Catholic Faith Network in America, Shalom World TV, Atmadarshan TV, Catholic TV, or Luminous Radio India. Very warm welcome to all on this holy night. Again, for those of you watching the video feed, you're seeing images from St. Peter's, from the square outside of the Basilica, and from the interior of the church. In the middle of the square, of course, next to the obelisk, we have the nativity scene for this year, as well as this year's Christmas tree illuminated for the season. And we do expect in a few moments for the ceremony to begin. The Jubilee, of course, is a long-standing tradition, ordinarily celebrated every 25 years, with the first Holy Year, for which we have certain historical knowledge taking place in the year 1300. According to a description from 1450 by a medieval chronicler, the first pope to incorporate the opening of the Holy Door into the Jubilee pilgrimage celebrations was Pope Martin V in 1423. He opened a Holy Door at the Basilica of St. John Lateran, the Pope's Cathedral, and it was at the end of that century in 1499 that Pope Alexander VI ordered that holy doors be opened not only at St. John Lateran, but also at the other Roman basilicas. And that's a tradition that has continued to this day. In addition to the ordinary holy years every 25 years, and that custom was established after a short time, there are also extraordinary holy years, most recently with Pope Francis' Holy Year of Mercy. So prior to this evening's ceremony, the inner wall sealing the Holy Door was dismantled, And the metal box containing the key to open the door, which is sealed up at the end of each Jubilee, was retrieved. And we now hear an explanation of the tradition of the Holy Year pilgrimages. Following an ancient tradition, our celebration of the mystery of Christmas takes place at night, recalling the time when the glory of the Lord shone around the shepherds of Bethlehem and brought the glad tidings of the birth of the Savior, the source of hope, the sole source of hope for our world. In the spirit of hope, the central theme of this Jubilee, let us now prepare ourselves to receive the Savior with faith as he comes to us in the Eucharist. In these sacred mysteries, we will relive the Nativity of the Lord, who is himself the hope that does not disappoint. The Eucharistic celebration will be preceded by the rite of the opening of the Holy Door of St. Peter's Basilica. This symbolic gesture invites everyone to approach the Lord Jesus, the sole door of salvation, whom the Church is charged to proclaim always, everywhere, and to all as our hope. Before the celebration begins, we will listen to the biblical prophecies that foretold the coming of the Savior and make our own their heartfelt longing for his coming as we await the announcement of the birth of the Redeemer. And listening to the Old Testament prophecies that announce the coming of Christ the Savior and responding to them in song, let us renew our joyful expectation of the Lord, who brings his kingdom of peace into our world.
Ascoltate la parola di Dio dal libro della Genesi.
Listen to the words of the book of Genesis. In those days, Jacob called his sons and said, "Assemble and listen, O sons of Jacob. Listen to Israel, your father. Judah, your brothers shall praise you. Your hand shall be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons shall bow down before you. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until tribute comes to him, and to him shall be the obedience of the peoples."
E a cui è dovuta l'obbedienza dei popoli.
And the response to the readings is, "Come, let us adore the Lord, the King who is to come. Regem venturum Dominum, venite adoremus."
Listen to the words of the prophet Isaiah. On that day, there shall come forth a shoot from the stump of Jesse, and a branch from his roots shall bear fruit. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. And his delight shall be in the fear of the Lord. He shall not judge by what his eyes see, or decide disputes by what his ears hear. But with righteousness he shall judge the poor and decide with equity for the meek of the earth.
Écoutons la parole de Dieu dans le livre du prophète Michée. Ainsi parle le Seigneur. toi, Bethléem Ephrata, le plus petit des clans de Juda, c'est de toi que sortira pour moi celui qui doit gouverner Israël. Ses origines remontent au temps ancien, au jour d'autrefois.
From you shall come for me one who is to be ruler in Israel, whose coming forth is from of old, from ancient days. Therefore he shall give them up until the time when she who is in labor has given birth. Then the rest of his brothers shall return to the people of Israel. And he shall stand and shepherd his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God. Listen to the words of the prophet Zephaniah. Sing aloud, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O Israel. Rejoice and exult with all your heart, O daughter of Jerusalem. The Lord has taken away the judgments against you. He has cleared away your enemies. The King of Israel, the Lord, is in your midst. You shall never again fear evil. And now, full of hope, we call upon our Savior. May the spirit of fervent expectation expressed by the antiphons of the Advent season renew in our hearts the desire for an encounter with the God who is with us, our Savior, the King of all nations. With hearts full of hope, let us join our voices as we pray together. So will your ways be known upon earth, and all nations learn your salvation. Ut cognoscamus Domine in terra viam tuam, in omnibus gentibus salutare tuum. We now hear the Advent antiphons, the traditional O antiphons that began last week. O wisdom of the Most High, ordering all things with strength and gentleness, come and teach us the way of true knowledge. O Adonai and ruler of the house of Israel, who gave the law to Moses on Sinai, come and redeem us with outstretched arm. O root of Jesse, set up as a sign to the peoples, come to set us free, and delay no more. O Key of David, who opens the gates of the eternal kingdom, come and lead from prison the captive sitting in darkness. O radiant dawn, splendor of eternal light, sun of justice, come and enlighten those who sit in darkness and the shadow of death. O King of the nations and cornerstone of the church, come and save humanity, whom you formed from the clay. O Emmanuel, our lawgiver and King, come and save us, O Lord our God.
Vieni a salvarci con la tua presenza.
And now we'll hear a gospel reading of the proclamation of Christmas, the birth of Christ. The birth of the Savior fulfills the expectation of the nations. Let us now listen to the joyous message that amid the silence of the night proclaims the dawn of hope in our world.
Ascoltate la parola del Signore dal Vangelo secondo Matteo.
Listen to the words of the Holy Gospel according to St. Matthew. Now the birth of Jesus took place in this way. When his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit. And her husband Joseph, being a just man and unwilling to put her to shame, resolved to send her away quietly. But as he considered these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not fear to take Mary as your wife, for that which is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord had spoken by the prophet. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a child, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which means God with us. When Joseph woke from sleep, he did as the angel of the Lord commanded him. He took her as his wife.
La Vergine concepirà e darà alla luce un figlio. A lui sarà dato il nome di Emanuele, che significa Dio con noi. Quando si destò dal sonno, Giuseppe fece come gli aveva ordinato l'angelo del Signore e prese con sé la sua sposa.
And the choir sings an antiphon. We now proceed to the rite of the opening of the holy door, which begins with an antiphon. Let's go rejoicing to the house of the Lord, with verses from Psalm 121. Again, we've begun this evening's ceremony with a rite of listening to the readings that proclaimed from the Old Testament prophecies that announced the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and then the fulfillment of those testimonies, of course, with the birth of Jesus, which was recounted according to the Gospel of Saint Matthew. In a ceremony very similar to the reading of the prophecies at the vigil of Easter. And we will now proceed. The readings took place inside the Basilica of St. Peter, where the Book of the Gospels is enthroned before the high altar and the Confessio. And we will now move to the Holy Door. As we mentioned earlier, after each Jubilee, the Holy Door is sealed. A wall is built up on one side. The doors remain closed between the holy years, which occur normally every 25 years. And when the door is closed and sealed, the key that opens the door is likewise sealed. And then a few days or weeks before the inauguration of the new Jubilee year, the wall is dismantled, the key is retrieved, and then shortly thereafter, in this case on Christmas Eve 2025, our Holy Father will have the ceremonial opening of the door, which will mark the commencement of this quarter-century Jubilee, ordinary Jubilee for the year 2025. Traditionally, the wall was built up on both sides of the door, and the Pope would take a ceremonial hammer and strike the wall. That ceremony, that particular part of the ceremony, has been discontinued for safety reasons. After the opening of the door, after the Pope pushes open the doors, the door remains open for the entire year to allow pilgrims to pass through. And passing through, the ceremonial walking through the Holy Door is a sign of the pilgrimage, signifies the experience of the indulgence associated with the Holy Year. A big part, of course, of the Jubilee is the plenary indulgence and the other indulgences that are associated with making a pilgrimage to Rome. Indulgences, one will remember from one's catechism, are the remission of the temporal effects of sin for sins that have been forgiven in the sacrament of confession. So very briefly, when we commit a sin, there is the guilt of the sin, which is and must be forgiven in the sacrament of confession for mortal sins. But there are also the consequences of that sin, which must be repaired. And the spiritual consequences of that sin are remitted through the granting of indulgences under certain conditions. And in holy years, there are very numerous indulgences, mostly associated with making the pilgrimage to Rome and to the papal basilicas here in the Eternal City. If you're familiar with history, you'll remember that the question of indulgences is somewhat complicated and has been the occasion in the past of no little amount of controversy. I do invite you to speak with your priest or your bishop and ask about indulgences. Ask about the indulgences that you can receive during the Holy Year. Those are available not only to those who come to Rome, but also to those who participate spiritually in the Jubilee year. And of course, you can always read the Catechism of the Catholic Church or visit one of the websites. There are numerous websites, including the Vatican website, where you can find the full text of the Catechism of the Church and learn more about indulgences. So we do invite you to learn about indulgences and certainly to take part as fully as possible in the Jubilee year and obtain as many indulgences as possible. Indulgences, of course, can be applied to the temporal punishment due to our own sins. It can also be applied to the temporal punishment due to due to the holy souls in purgatory, those who have departed this life. And certainly this year will be a great opportunity to gain indulgences for ourselves and for our loved ones and others in purgatory. So once again, I invite you to speak with a priest or bishop about indulgences. Check out the Catechism of the Catholic Church, learn all you can, and take every opportunity to gain the indulgences as we participate in this holy year. And our Holy Father is now being brought to the Holy Door on the right side of the portico of St. Peter's Basilica, where a modest throne has been set up for him, and he will now ceremonially throw open the door. He'll now ceremonially throw open the Holy Door to mark the solemn inauguration and commencement of Jubilee 2025. As we mentioned, the rite will begin with a psalm, Psalm 121, with the antiphon, "Let us go rejoicing to the house of the Lord. In domum Domini laetantes ibimus." And whether you're listening on radio or other audio means of transmission or via the video feed, a very warm welcome once and all. The actual rite of the opening of the Holy Door is scheduled to begin right at 7 p.m., so just a few moments more before that ceremony begins. Our Holy Father has just arrived, and with him at the Holy Door outside of the main body of St. Peter's Basilica are cardinals, bishops, civil leaders, and representatives of the whole people of God, of every age and state of life, men and women, of course. And they will be witnesses to the ceremony, and with Pope Francis at their head, will enter and will be the first to enter through the Holy Door for this 2025 Ordinary Jubilee in the city of Rome.
In nomine Patris et Filii Spiritus Sancti. Deus Spei.
May the God of hope, who fills us with all joy and peace, in believing through the power of the Holy Spirit, be with you all.
Fratelli e sorelle, nel Natale
Brothers and sisters, on this feast of the Nativity of the Lord, light from light, our unfading hope, we prepare in faith to pass through the holy door. The steps we now take are the steps of the whole Church, a pilgrim in this world and a witness of peace. Holding fast to Christ, the rock of our salvation, enlightened by His word and renewed by His grace, may we cross the threshold of this holy temple, and so enter into a season of mercy and forgiveness, in which every man and woman may encounter and embrace the path of hope which does not disappoint. The prayer, let us pray. O Christ, bright star of the morning, incarnation of infinite love, long-awaited salvation, sole hope of the world, illumine our hearts with your radiant splendor. In this season of grace and reconciliation, grant that we may put our trust in your mercy alone and discover once more the way that leads to the Father. Open our hearts to the working of the Holy Spirit, that he may soften the hardness of our hearts, that enemies may speak to each other again, adversaries may join hands, and peoples seek to meet together.
Adversari manu conjungant, populi in concordia conveniant.
Grant that the Church may bear faithful witness to your love and may shine forth as a vivid sign of the blessed hope of your kingdom, who live and reign forever and ever. We now have a gospel acclamation before the proclamation of the gospel. Gospel acclamation, I am the door, says the Lord. If anyone enters by me, he will be saved. From the Gospel of St. John.
Dominus vobiscum. Lectio Sancti Evangelii secundum Ioanne. Gloria Dei Domine. in illo tempore, dixit Iesus, amen, amen dico vobis, ego sum ostium ovium. Omnes quod venerunt ante me, fures sunt et latrones, sed non audierunt eos oves. Ego sum ostium per me, si quis introierit salvabitur, et ingredietur et egredietur, et Pasqua invenie. Fur non venit, nisi ut furetur, et mactet et perdat. Ego veni, ut vita habeant, et abundantius habeant. Verbum Domini.
At that time, Jesus said, "Truly, truly, I say to you, I am the door of the sheep. All who came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not listen to them. I am the door. If anyone enters by me, he shall be saved, and will go in and out and find pasture. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly." The Gospel reading from the Gospel of St. John. And the Holy Father venerates the Book of the Gospels and is now moving to open the Holy Door with the dialogue between the Schola and the people in Latin, after which the dialogue concludes, "Open to me the gates of righteousness, and I will enter and thank the Lord," at which point the Holy Father will open the Holy Door in silence and remain for a few moments in prayer, while the bells of St. Peter's Basilica are sounded in joy at the opening of the Holy Year 2025. Before the actual opening of the Holy Door, we do pause for a few moments in silence to reflect on the words of the Holy Gospel which we have just heard. Once again, a very warm welcome to all those listening in around the world, including those joining us through our various partner stations, including EWTN TV, Catholic TV, Catholic Faith Network, Radio Maria Philippines, Shalom World Television Networks USA, Relevant Radio, Sirius XM 129, the Catholic channel, Radio Maria Lithuania, Admadarshan TV, and Luminous Radio, both from India, and UCTV, Uganda Catholic Television. We have just heard the proclamation, the Gospel, from the Gospel of St. John, where our Lord proclaims, I am the door of the sheep. All who came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not listen to them. I am the door. If anyone enters by me, he will be saved, and will go in and out and find pasture. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly. The words of the Holy Gospel preceding the solemn opening of the Holy Door for Jubilee 2025. The Holy Door with scenes from the Holy Scriptures, marking the themes of the history of salvation, which we call the economy of salvation, God's saving plan for all of humanity, which he had prepared eternally. And now the Holy Father is brought in his wheelchair to the Holy Door. With the dialogue between the Schola and the people, the Holy Father approaches the Holy Door and knocks upon the Holy Door, which is opened to him. And our Holy Father, Pope Francis, pauses briefly. With the Holy Doors open before him, he will become the first to enter the Holy Door for Jubilee 2025, and he pauses for a moment in prayer at the threshold of the Basilica of St. Peter. As the bells ring out in joy at the opening of Jubilee 2025. And after a brief prayer, the Holy Father is wheeled into St. Peter's Basilica, crossing the threshold of the Holy Door, passing before the Pietà, the very famous statue of our Blessed Mother holding the body of the crucified Christ. And the Pope, at the head of a procession through the Holy Door, the procession of servers for the Mass, the book of the Gospels, and followed by the concelebrants, the priests, the bishops, the cardinals, who will be celebrating this Mass with the Holy Father, and then representatives of the whole Church of God, including civic leaders from Italy, as well as members of the faithful from every state of life. And in fact, following the ministers for the Mass and ahead of the concelebrants, we do have the representatives of the whole Church of God, men and women, young and old, from representing every nation and continent, entering the Basilica of St. Peter with the Holy Father symbolically at their head as the whole Church begins this pilgrimage through the Holy Jubilee year. And as they enter, we hear the hymn for Jubilee year 2025, Pilgrims of Hope. And the representatives of the lay faithful are followed by the bishops and cardinals, who will be celebrating this Holy Mass during the night for Christmas, the solemnity of the Nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ. And many of the pilgrims, in fact, they are all pilgrims who pass through this holy door throughout this Jubilee year, pause briefly to touch the doors as they enter into St. Peter's Basilica. If you're just joining us, the Holy Year, Jubilee 2025, has officially commenced with the opening of the Holy Door of St. Peter's Basilica by Pope Francis. Our Holy Father himself led the procession, entering through the Holy Door. First, Pope Francis, followed by representatives of the faithful, men and women, people from around the world representing every continent and every nation, followed by the concelebrants of this evening's Mass, and they are continuing to make their way through the central aisle of St. Peter's Basilica. For those of you watching on video, you can see canons, religious in the procession. In a few moments, we will be hearing the solemn announcement, the Christmas proclamation, the announcement of the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And with the procession completed, we will now hear the Christmas proclamation, the solemn proclamation of the birth of the Savior, known by its title, the Kalenda.
Octavo calendas Januari, quarta et vicesima. In numeris transactis seculis a creatione mundi, quando in principio Deus creavit celum et terram, et hominem formavit ad imaginem suam. Per multis etiam seculis, ex quo post diluvium altissimus in nubibus arcum posuerat, signum federis et pacis. a migratione Abrae, Patris nostri in fide, Deur caldeorum, seculo 21. Ab egressu populi Israel de Egypto, Moise duce, seculo 13. Ab unctione David in regem, anno circiter 1000, hebdomada 65, iuxta Danielis profetiam, Olympia 194. Ab urbe condita, anno 750 anno imperi Caesaris Octaviani Augusti, 42, toto orbe in pace composito. Iesus Christus, eternus Deus, eternique Patris Filius, mundum volens adventus uopissimo consecrare, de Spiritu Sancto conceptus, novemque post conceptionem decursis mensibus, in Bethlehem Iude nascitur, ex Maria Virgine, factus homo. Nativitas Domini nostri Iesu Christi, secundum carnem.
The solemn Christmas proclamation of the birth of our Savior, proclaimed in Latin, the language of the Latin Church, and in a certain sense, a universal language, not tied to any particular nation or people that is current or contemporary. And so it has a certain universal or international character. And as we sing a hymn following that proclamation, we have children presenting flowers to the figurine of the baby Jesus, which is set up in front of the book of the Gospels, currently covered with a veil, which will be revealed in just a moment by the deacon. And baby Jesus is unveiled, and we'll have children from around the world representing various nations and peoples from throughout the Universal Church presenting a tribute of flowers to baby Jesus, represented by the statue in front of the altar in St. Peter's Basilica. Again, we've just heard the proclamation of the birth of the Savior, the 25th of December, the 24th day of the lunar month. And the proclamation continues, innumerable ages having passed since the creation of the world, when in the beginning God created heaven and earth and formed man in his own image. Many centuries after the flood, when the Most High placed his rainbow in the heavens as a sign of the covenant and of peace, From the migration of Abraham, our father in faith, from Ur of the Chaldeans, 21 centuries. From the exodus of the people of Israel out of Egypt, led by Moses, 13 centuries. From the anointing of David as king, 1,000 years. In the 65th week, according to Daniel's prophecy, in the year of the 194th Olympiad, from the founding of the city of Rome, 752 years. In the reign of Caesar Octavian Augustus, the 42nd year, the whole world being at peace. Jesus Christ, eternal God, the eternal Father's Son, being pleased by his coming to consecrate the world, by the Holy Spirit conceived, 9 months having passed since his conception, in Bethlehem of Judah, was born of the Virgin Mary and became man. The nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ according to the flesh. Nativitas Domini nostri Jesu Christi secundum carnem. Following the proclamation of the birth of Christ, we now have the entrance antiphon, followed by the Gloria.
Oremus.
Let us pray.
Deus, que an santificatissima noctem, veri luminis fecisti, illustratione clarescere. Da quesumus, ut cuius in terra mysteria lucis agnovimus, eius quoque gautis perfluamur in cielo. Qui te convivet et regnat in unitate Spiritus Sancti Deus, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
O God, who have made this most sacred night radiant with the splendor of the true light, grant, we pray, that we who have known the mysteries of his light on earth may also delight in his gladness in heaven. The first reading will be proclaimed in Spanish and is taken from the book of the prophet Isaiah.
Lectura del libro de Isaías. El pueblo que caminaba en tinieblas vio una luz grande. Habitaba en tierra y sombras de muerte, y una luz les brilló. Acreciste la alegría, aumentaste el gozo.
The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who dwelt in a land of deep darkness, on them has light shone. You have multiplied the nation, you have increased its joy. They rejoice before you as with joy at the harvest, as they are glad when they divide the spoils. For the yoke of his burden and the staff for his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, you have broken, as on the day of Midian. For every boot of the tramping warrior in battle tumult, and every garment rolled in blood will be burned as fuel for the fire. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and of peace there will be no end on the throne of David and over his kingdom, to establish it and to uphold it with justice and with righteousness, from this time forth and forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this.
Cantate al Signore un canto nuovo, cantate al Signore, o uomini di tutta la terra, cantate al Signore. Benedite il suo nome. Gioiscano i cieli, esulti la terra, risuoni il mare e quanto racchiude. Sia in festa la campagna e quanto contiene. Acclamino tutti gli alberi della foresta. Davanti al Signore che viene, sì, egli viene a giudicare la terra, giudicherà il mondo con giustizia. E nella sua fedeltà tutti i
And after the responsorial psalm, Psalm 95,
Reading from the letter of St. Paul.
we have the second reading.
Beloved, the grace of God has appeared, bringing salvation for all people, training us to renounce ungodliness and worldly passions, and to live self-controlled, upright, and godly lives in the present age, waiting for our blessed hope, the appearing of the glory of our great God and Savior, Jesus Christ, who gave himself for us to redeem us from all lawlessness and to purify for himself a people for his own possession who are zealous for good works.
Alleluia, alleluia.
the gospel acclamation for this Mass during the night for Christmas, the first Mass of Christmas Day. I announce to you good news of great joy, for unto us is born this day a Savior, Christ the Lord. The gospel is taken from the Gospel of St. Luke.
Dominus vobiscum. Lectio Sancti Evangelii secundum Lucam. Gloria a Tibi, Domine.
The deacon incenses the book of the Gospels and proclaims the gospel.
In quei giorni un decreto di Cesare Augusto ordinò che si facesse il censimento di tutta la terra. Questo primo censimento fu fatto quando Quirinio era governatore della Siria. Tutti andavano a farsi censire, ciascuno nella propria città. Anche Giuseppe, dalla Galilea, dalla città di Nazaret, salì in Giudea alla città di Davide chiamata Betlemme. Egli apparteneva infatti alla casa e alla famiglia di Davide. Doveva farsi censire insieme a Maria, sua sposa, che era incinta. Mentre si trovavano in quel luogo, si compirono per lei i giorni del parto. Diede alla luce il suo figlio primogenito, lo avvolse in fasce, lo pose in una mangiatoia, perché per loro non c'era posto nell'alloggio. C'erano in quella regione alcuni pastori che, pernottando all'aperto, vegliavano tutta la notte facendo la guardia al loro gregge. Un angelo del Signore si presentò a loro e la gloria del Signore li avvolse di luce. Essi furono presi da grande timore, ma l'angelo disse loro: non temete, ecco, vi annuncio una grande gioia che sarà di tutto il popolo. Oggi, nella città di Davide, è nato per voi un Salvatore, che è Cristo Signore. Questo per voi il segno: troverete un bambino avvolto in fasce, adagiato in una mangiatoia. E subito apparve con l'angelo una moltitudine dell'esercito celeste che lodava Dio e diceva: gloria a Dio nel più alto dei cieli e sulla terra pace agli uomini che Egli ama. Verbum Domini.
In those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration when Quirinius was governor of Syria, and all went to be registered, each to his own town. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, from the town of Nazareth, to Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be registered with Mary, his betrothed, who was with child. And while they were there, the time came for her to give birth. And she gave birth to her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no place for them in the inn. And in the same region there were shepherds out in the field, keeping watch over the flock by night. And an angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone about them, and they were filled with great fear. And the angel said to them, "Fear not, for behold, I bring you good news of great joy that will be for all the people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. And this will be a sign for you. You will find a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes and lying in a manger." And there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace among those with whom he is pleased."
E questa, sorelle e fratelli, è la nostra speranza. Dio è l'Emanuele.
The homily of Our Holiness Pope Francis: "An angel of the Lord, bathed in light, illumines the night and brings glad tidings to the shepherds. I bring you good news of great joy that will be for all the people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. Heaven breaks forth upon earth amid the wonder of the poor and the singing of angels. God has become one of us to make us like himself. He has come down to lift us up and restore us to the embrace of the Father." Brothers and sisters, this is our hope. God is Emmanuel, God with us. The infinitely great has made himself tiny. Divine light has shone amid the darkness of our world. The glory of heaven has appeared on earth as a little child. If God can visit us, even when our hearts seem like a lowly manger, we can truly say, hope is not dead. Hope is alive and embraces our lives forever. Brothers and sisters, with the opening of the Holy Door, we have inaugurated a new Jubilee, and each of us can enter into the mystery of this extraordinary event. Tonight, the door of hope has opened wide to the world. Tonight, God speaks to each of us and says, "There is hope also for you." Don't forget this, brothers and sisters. God forgives everything. God forgives always. Don't forget this. This is a way to understand hope, the hope of the Lord. But to receive this gift, we are called to set out with the wonder of the shepherds in the fields of Bethlehem. The Gospel tells us that having heard the message of the angel, they went with haste. In the same way, with haste, we too are called to recover lost hope, to renew that hope in our hearts, and to sow seeds of hope amid the bleakness of our time and of our world. We think about wars, the children gunned down, the bombs falling on schools and hospitals. Do not delay, do not hesitate, but allow yourselves to be drawn along by the good news. With haste, then, let us set out to behold the Lord, who is born for us. Our hearts joyful and attentive, ready to meet him, and then to bring hope to the way we live our daily lives. For Christian hope is not a happy ending which we passively wait, but rather a promise, the Lord's promise, to be welcomed here and now in our world of suffering and sighs. It's not the happy ending of a film. That is, it is a summons not to tarry, to be kept back by our old habits, or to wallow in mediocrity or laziness. Hope calls us, as St. Augustine would say, to be upset with things that are wrong and to find the courage to change them. Hope calls us to become pilgrims in search of truth, dreamers who never tire, women and men open to being challenged by God's dream, the dream of a new world where peace and justice reign. Let us learn. Let us learn a lesson from the shepherds. The hope born this night does not tolerate the indifference of the complacent or the lethargy of those content with their own comforts. And so many of us, we have this danger of organizing everything for our own comfort. But this hope does not accept the false prudence of those who refuse to get involved for fear of making mistakes, or of those who only think of themselves. Hope is incompatible with the detachment of those who refuse to speak out against evil and the injustices perpetrated at the expense of the poor. Instead, Christian hope, while inviting us to wait patiently for the kingdom to grow and spread, also requires of us, even now, to be bold, responsible, and compassionate in our anticipation of the fulfillment of the Lord's promise. It's not just our responsibility, we also need to have compassion.
Sulla propria compassione. Io ho compassione, so patire con.
Do I have compassion to suffer with others, to have compassion for them? I'm reflecting on how often we accommodate ourselves to the world and conform to its way of thinking. A fine priest and writer prayed for a blessed Christmas in these words: Lord, I ask you for a little annoyance, a touch of restlessness, a tinge of regret. At Christmas, I'd like to find myself dissatisfied, happy but not satisfied. Happy because of what you do, dissatisfied by my lack of response. Please take away our complacency and hide a few thorns beneath the hay of our all too full manger. Fill us with the desire for something greater. The desire for something greater. Let's not stop. Christian hope is precisely this something greater, which should spur us to set out with haste. As disciples of the Lord, we are called to find our greater hope in Him, and then, without delay, to carry that hope with us as pilgrims of light amid the darkness of this world. Sisters and brothers, this is the Jubilee. This is the season of hope in which we are invited to rediscover the joy of meeting the Lord, of encountering the Lord. This Jubilee calls us to spiritual renewal and commits us to the transformation of our world so that this year may truly become a time of jubilation, a jubilee for our Mother Earth, disfigured by profiteering. A time of jubilee for the poorer countries, burdened beneath unfair debts. They become a time of jubilee for all those who are in bondage to forms of slavery, old and new. All of us have received the gift and task of bringing hope wherever hope has been lost, lives broken, promises unkept, dreams shattered, and hearts overwhelmed by adversity. We are called to bring hope to the weary who have no strength to carry on, to the lonely oppressed by the bitterness of failure, and all those who are brokenhearted, to bring hope to the interminable, dreary days of prisoners to the cold and dismal lodgings of the poor, and to all those places desecrated by war and violence. We have to bring hope to these places. The Jubilee has now opened so that all people may receive the hope of the gospel, the hope of love, and the hope of forgiveness. As we contemplate the manger, the nativity scene, and see God's tender love in the face of the child Jesus, let us ask ourselves, are our hearts full of expectation? Does this hope find a place there? As we contemplate the loving kindness of God, who overcomes our doubts and fears, let us also contemplate the grandeur of the hope that awaits us. May this vision of hope illumine our path of each day. Dear sister, dear brother, on this night, the holy door of God's heart lies open before you. Jesus, God with us, is born for you, for me, for us, for every man and for every woman. And you know, with him, joy flourishes. With him, life changes. And with him, hope does not disappoint. The Gospel of our Holy Father, Pope Francis. And we now pause, guided by the Holy Father's words, to contemplate the message of the Gospel, the proclamation from St. Luke of the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, only hope of mankind. We contemplate, too, the message of the angel, that today in the city of David is born for us a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. We contemplate, too, the joyful song of the angelic choir, glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace to those in whom he is well pleased. Our Holy Father, in his homily, contemplating especially the hope that we find in the birth of Christ, the hope, as we hear in the theme of the whole year, that will never disappoint us, Christ himself, our hope and our salvation. Again, for those of you listening on the radio, we have been pausing to contemplate the message of the gospel, the glorious proclamation of the birth of Christ. And now together we profess our belief. the prayers of the faithful.
Fratelli e sorelle, uniti ogni uomo e donna in cerca di
Brothers and
speranza.
sisters, in union with every man and woman in search of hope, let us raise our common prayer to the one who wishes to assume our poverty in order to clothe us in his riches. We beseech thee, O Lord, we beseech thee, hear us. We pray for God's Holy Church, Word of glory, who took on our flesh, sustained Francis our Pope and the entire Church. Make them signs of your mercy, and grant that all believers may be bearers of hope for all humanity. Let us pray for pilgrims.
Emmanuel, Dieu avec nous.
Emmanuel, God with us, who burst open the heavens and came to meet mankind, accompany the pilgrims of this Jubilee, strengthen their good intentions, and forgive their frailty and infidelity. Let us pray for all the peoples of the earth. The mystery of love, who comes to reconcile heaven and earth, extend your peace to the whole world, convert sinners, and console the sorrows of the weak. Beloved Son of the Father, who comes to heal our broken hearts, give health to the sick, soothe the restless, and support those who struggle against evil. Let us pray for the whole Christian community, fulfillment of all our hopes, who gives meaning to time and history. Make our Christian communities witnesses of your love. Keep the gaze of the faithful always turned to you, and dispose people of goodwill to welcome you every day. Lord Jesus, only true hope which surpasses every human desire, hear our supplications and brighten with your light the darkness that surrounds us. To live and reign forever and ever. We now proceed to the Liturgy of the Eucharist within the Holy Mass, with the traditional Christmas hymn, Christus est qui natus hodie. Today Christ is born for us. And for the offertory, we have several families representing all of humanity and the whole faithful people of God approaching to offer the gifts that will be in turn offered to Almighty God in the holy sacrifice of the Eucharist. The bread and wine which will become the most sacred body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. As we hear the offertory hymn, Christus est qui natus hodie, is Christ who is born today, the primary concelebrant, Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re, the Dean of the College of Cardinals, prepares the gifts that have been offered and incenses the gifts, the altar, and the cross.
Orate fratres, ut meum ac vestrum sacrificium acceptabile fiat apud Deum Patrem omnipotentem.
Fiat Dominum sacrificium de manibus tuis, ad laudem gloria nominis sui, ad utilitate quoque nostra, totiusque ecclesiae sue sancte.
Grata te visita, Domine.
The prayer over the offerings. May the oblation of this day's feast be pleasing to you, O Lord, we pray, that through this most holy exchange we may be found in the likeness of Christ, in whom our nature is united to you, who lives and reigns forever and ever. The preface is the Christmas preface, and the Eucharistic prayer number 3.
Gratias agamus, Domino Deo nostro.
Dignum et justum est.
Vere dignum et justum est, ecum est salutare, nos tibi sempre tubique gratias agere, Domine, Sancte Pater, omnipotens eterne Deus, quia per incarnati verbi mysterium, nova mentis nostri, oculis lux tue claritatis infulsit, ut dum visibiter Deum cognoscimus, perunc in invisibilium amorem rapiamur. Et ideo, cum angelis et arcangelis, cum tronis et dominationibus, cumque omnia militia celestis exercitus, innum gloriae Tue canimus sine fine dicentes. Vere sanctus es, Domine, et merito te laudat omnis a te condita creatura, quia per filium tuum, Dominum nostrum Iesum Christum, Spiritus Sancti operante virtute, vivificas et sanctificas universa, et populum tibi congregare non desinis, ut a solis ortu usque ad hoc casum oblatio mundo oferatur nomini Tuo. Supplices ergo te, Domine, deprecamur, ut ec munera que tibi satan sacrandate turimus et in spiritu sanctificare digneris, ut corpus et sanguis fiant Filii Tui Domini nostri Iesu Christi, cuius mandato ec mysteria celebramus. Ipse enim in qua notte tradebatur, accepit panem, et tibi gratias agens, benedixit, fregit, dedique discipulis suis dicens, accipit et manducata ex hoc omnes, hoc est enim corpus meum, quod pro vobis tradetur. Simili modo, postquam cenatum est, accipiens calicem, et tibi gratias agens benedixit, dedique discipulis suis dicens, accipite et vivite ex eo omnes, hic est enim calis sanguinis mei, novi et eterni testamenti, qui pro vobis et pro multis effundetur in remissionem peccatorum. Hoc facite in meam commemorationem.
Mysterium Fidei.
Memores igitur Domine, eiusdem Filii Tui salutifere passionis, nec non mirabilis resurrectionis et ascensionis in celum, sete prestonantes alterum eius adventum, offerimus tibi gratias referentes, hoc sacrificium vivum et sanctum. Respice quesimus in oblationem ecclesiae Tue, et nosem ostiam cuius voluisti immolatione placari, concede, ut qui corpore et sanguine Filii Tui reficimur, Spiritu eius Sancto repleti, unum corpus et unum spiritus inveniamur in Christo.
Ipse nos tibi perficiat munus aeternum, ut cum electis Tuis hereditatem consequivaliamus, in primis cum Beatissima Virgine Dei Genetrice Maria, cum Beato Iosef eius sponso, cum Beatis Apostolis Tuis et gloriosis martiribus, et omnibus sanctis, quorum intercessione perpetuo apud Te confidimus adiuvari.
Hec hostia nostre reconciliationis proficiat, quesumus Domine, ad totius mundi pacem atque salutem. Ecclesiam Tuam peregrinantem in terra, in fide et caritate firmare digneris, cum famulo Tuo Papa nostro Francisco, cum episcopali ordine et universo clero, et omni populo acquisitionis Tue. Votis huius familiae, quam tibi astare voluisti, ad esto propitius, omnes filios Tuos, ubique dispersos, tibi clemens pater miseratus coniunge, fratres nostros defunctos, et omnes qui tibi placentes, ex hoc seculo transierunt, in regnum Tuum benignus admite, ubi fore speramus, ut simul gloria Tua perennite satiemo, per Christum Dominum nostrum, per quem mundo bona cuncta lageris.
Per ipsum et cum ipso et in ipso, est tibi Deo Patri omnipotenti,
in unitate Spiritus Sancti, omnis honor et gloria, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
We pray together the Our Father.
Salutaribus moniti, et divina istitutione formati, audemus dicere. Libera nos, quisimus Domine ab omnibus malis, da propitius pacem in diebus nostris, ut ope misericordiae Tua adiuti, et a peccatus simus semper liberi, et ab omni perturbatione securi, expectantem beatam spem, et adventum Salvatoris nostri Iesu Christi. Domine Iesu Christe, quid existi apostolis Tuis, pacem relinquo vobis, pacem meam do vobis, ne respicias peccata nostra, sed fidem ecclesiae Tue, e anque secundum voluntatem Tuam pacificare quadunare digneris, qui vivis et regnas in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Pax Domini sit semper vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo. Offerte vobis pace.
And the deacon invites the faithful to exchange the sign of peace before the Agnus Dei.
Ecce Agnus Dei, ecce qui tollit peccata mundi. beati qui a cena mani vocati sunt.
Domine, non sum dignus, ut intre sub pectum meum, sed tantum hic verbo, et sanabitur anima mea.
The communion rite and the distribution of Holy Communion to the faithful begins. the choir continues to sing as the communion rite continues, and Holy Communion is distributed to the faithful. And at the conclusion of the communion rite, the distribution of Holy Communion to the faithful, we pause for a moment of silent reflection before the post-communion prayer. And once again, we are taking part in the Mass during the night for the solemnity of the Nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ, celebrated by Pope Francis, which began with the opening of the Holy Door of St. Peter's Basilica and the solemn commencement of the Jubilee year, the Ordinary Jubilee for 2025. And we pray.
Oremus.
Grant us, we pray, O Lord our God, that we who are gladdened by participation in the feast of our Redeemer's Nativity may, through an honorable way of life, become worthy of union with Him who lives and reigns forever and ever. And the Holy Father will now give the solemn blessing.
Domino Hoviscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo. Inclinate vos ad benedictionem.
Deus infinite bonitatis, che incarnatione filii sui mundi tenebras effugavit, et Deus gloriosa nativitate ac notem sacratissimam irradiavit, effulget a vobis tenebras visiorum, et irradis corda vestra luce virtutum.
Amen.
Quisque eius salutifere nativitatis gaudium magnum pastoribus evangelo volvit nuntiari, ipsemente festras suo gaudo impleat, et vos evangelii sui nuncius efficiat.
Amen.
E qui per eius incarnationem terrena celestibus sociavit, dono vos sue pacis, et bone repliat virtutet, et vos faciat ecclesiae consortes es celestis.
Amen.
E benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, descenda super vos et maniat semper.
Amen.
And with the solemn blessing, the Mass ends. We now join in singing the Marian antiphon, Alma Redemptoris Mater, following the dismissal by the deacon.
Missa est.
ministers have processed out of St. Peter's Basilica to the familiar tune of Adeste Fidelis, O Come All Ye Faithful. And we mentioned earlier the children who had presented the floral bouquets to baby Jesus, represented by the figurine placed before the open book of the Gospels. The Holy Father, Pope Francis, has been brought to the front of the altar and receives the statue of baby Jesus, which he venerates. And now with the children and their floral bouquets, the Holy Father is moving to the nativity scene set up in St. Peter's Basilica with the figurine of baby Jesus in his arms, escorted by the children in various traditional costumes from different parts of the world. And a very beautiful tradition of setting baby Jesus in the nativity scene on Christmas Day at the first opportunity. In Italy and elsewhere throughout the world, the nativity scenes are set up in the weeks of Advent, in the weeks before Christmas arrives, but with the manger empty until the actual liturgical celebration. And now the Holy Father's reached the nativity scene. Again, the children flanking him with their floral bouquets and in their traditional costumes. And the deacon mounts the steps and carries baby Jesus to the manger. And an act of traditional popular piety and devotion. The manger scene, of course, going back very famously to St. Francis. And here in St. Peter's Basilica, we have essentially a life-sized nativity scene, although I won't vouch for the exact scale. The nativity scene is basically life-sized, with Jesus now present, surrounded familiarly by baby Jesus, surrounded by Mary, his mother, Saint Joseph, the husband of Mary and foster father of Jesus, and the shepherds, and with the Holy Father pausing for prayer and reflection, the children leave their floral bouquets at the feet of baby Jesus. Again, a very moving and beautiful scene of traditional popular piety, which our Holy Father Pope Francis has constantly praised and promoted throughout his pontificate. The Holy Father now filling the censer. And again, the children representing the nations and peoples of the whole world, vested in traditional costumes from various countries. And a deacon incenses baby Jesus and the nativity scene. Of course, the statues and images of Christmas and of devotion represent the figures of whom, the persons of whom they are the image, and invite us to venerate those whom they represent. The Holy Father, now being wheeled through St. Peter's Basilica and with a big smile waving, greeting those who are present in St. Peter's Basilica for this very special evening and this liturgy celebrating the Nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ. Very happy moment as always with Christmas. And with those images, our broadcast is drawing to a close. Once again, I would like to thank all of those who have had to make this broadcast possible, especially our producers and technicians in the studio here at Vatican Media. Thanks to our partner stations, including EWTN TV, Catholic Faith Network, Radio Maria Philippines, Shalom World Television Networks USA, Relevant Radio, Sirius XM 129, the Catholic channel, Radio Maria Lithuania, Ahmed Arshan TV, and Luminous Radio, both out of India, and UCTV, Uganda Catholic Television. As well as Radio Luce, SI, SB del Tronto, We Are One Body Radio, Radio Maria Polonia, Canal Sur and Andalusia, Radio Maria Latvia, and Cadena Cope, as well as the broadcast partners for the other languages in which this liturgy has been transmitted. Thanks to all of you for joining us for this Mass during the night for the Nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ and the opening of the Holy Door at the commencement of Jubilee 2025. My name is Christopher Wells. It's a great honor and privilege to join you in participating in tonight's Holy Liturgy. We do invite you to join us tomorrow at midday for the Pope's Angelus and Urbi et Orbi blessing, the blessing of the city of Rome and of the whole world. It takes place traditionally on Christmas. Vatican Radio, Vatican Media, Vatican News will be bringing that blessing to you. And a reminder that for all those listening live tomorrow at noon Rome time, the Pope's Urbi and Orbi blessing extends to everyone listening live to the celebration. Once again, thank you for joining us this evening for the opening of the Holy Door and the Christmas Mass during the night from St. Peter's Basilica. My name is Christopher Wells, and we conclude, as always, Laudetur Jesus Christus. Praise be Jesus Christ. Christ is born to us. Christus natus est nobis. Let us rejoice.
All right, Andrew Kraft here with Live Now from Fox as we also conclude our coverage there of the Christmas Eve Mass at St. Peter's Basilica at the Vatican. And you see there Pope Francis waving to the faithful, being wheeled down the aisle there. And so many coming out to catch a glimpse of him, wave at him, get a blessing by him. And so for the millions of Christians around the world watching on this Christmas Eve was quite something. If you've never seen the Christmas Eve Mass there at the Vatican,
It's about 9:15 right now in Rome. And so you can see there Pope Francis turning 88 just last week. But we do want to step away from this. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. You also noticed in the coverage, they did such a great job narrating, but the opening of the Holy Door on Christmas Eve, according to Pope Francis, symbolizes a passage, an Easter of renewal to enter into the new life offered to us through the encounter with Christ. And you saw that live, Pope Francis knocking on the Holy Door there at the Vatican, ushering in the Jubilee year of 2025. And so you see there the Supreme Pontiff still waving, welcoming people. We did see Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in the congregation as well. Oh, you also see there Callista Flockhart, Callista Gingrich, rather, and former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, who was just named Trump's next U.S. ambassador to Switzerland. So the Gingrich is there in the audience. So in the meantime, though, we do want to step away from this. Obviously, we have a lot more in store on this Christmas Eve. A happy Christmas Eve to all of you here. But what is kind of the moment of our coverage tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, of course, we will be tracking all of Santa's movements there alongside our partners at NORAD, who have been following Santa, tracking Santa all day. Our coverage of Track Santa Now starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, hosted by our colleague, LiveNow's Stephanie Quinu. And so you can catch that for about 3 hours. It's always a very, very fun event for all the good boys and girls out there as well. So we also have a live picture there at the White House. We do know, speaking of Pope Francis, that President Biden will have an audience with Pope Francis next month. He'll be traveling there to Italy, meeting with Pope Francis and top Italian officials. It's going to be his final international trip of his presidency. This trip will be scheduled January 9th through the 12th. Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, announcing the trip last week. He'll meet with the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, and the Italian President, Sergio Mattarella. Biden also accepted Francis's invitation to visit the Vatican during a phone call last Thursday. And so, of course, you know President Biden is Catholic himself, and that will be most likely quite meaningful. We also have this on X, a Christmas message there in Italian from the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, wishing all Christians there in Italy a happy and Merry Christmas. Buone festa a tutti there from Prime Minister Meloni. In the meantime here, last look there over St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City. We'll be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to move on to more of these top headlines on this Christmas Eve, of course. But a large focus of our coverage will be on Christmas Eve and tracking Santa now alongside our partners there at NORAD a little bit later on tonight. But there are still some stories, some headlines we have to get to. You remember this major story we brought you yesterday.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Out of Santa Cruz, California, part of the pier there, part of the wharf, floating away entirely. You see all the debris there. 3 members of a construction crew on the pier at the time. Well, they're okay, but now officials there in Santa Cruz in Northern California, they're holding an update on this story via Zoom. This is virtual here. Let's take this live.
Thank you, Ryan and John from the police department.
You're muted, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie. Just to summarize, yes, Santa Cruz PD did respond with fire yesterday to the incident at the wharf. We assisted with road closures and evacuations of the wharf. Additionally, we launched our drone to assist fire in locating and the extent of the damage to the wharf, and well as to try and locate any other additional victims in the water. Again, we just want to remind people that the conditions are still dangerous out there and that they need to avoid the coastal areas and heed all the warnings given by uniformed personnel.
Thank you, John. We also have the mayor that just joined. Fred, if your microphone is working, would you like to introduce yourself and give a statement?
Yeah, good morning, Fred Keeley, Mayor of the City of Santa Cruz. I want to thank all of our responders, first responders and others in the City of Santa Cruz who've been so helpful in this difficult situation. Thank all of you for your very good work. I want to thank our congressman, our state senator, our assembly members for all having reached out in the last 10 or 12 hours, including our congressman who was at the wharf this morning. We appreciate that very much and appreciate all the folks who are helping us in this continuing problem, because we have an enormous amount of debris in the water, and that's not going to be out of there in 20 minutes or so. So we encourage extreme caution associated with that. But thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to start going through the questions that were emailed in. I will go through as many questions as we can before our time ends here today. And I will direct to the audience of who the question is kind of head towards, and then we'll have them answer. So, what comes next for the wharf? Are there plans to replace the section of the wharf that collapsed? Tony, if you are not Tony, sorry. Mike, do you want to kind of comment on that one?
Yeah, it's a good question. What comes next for the wharf? What we can say right now is obviously we're in the moment of an emergency, and so we're assessing and really working with our partners to gather data and best understand really what is necessary for the next 24, 48, 72 hours. Safety and priority of asset protection is guiding those goals. When we start to talk about future plans for the wharf and what decisions will be made, we'll really be utilizing that data and also our engineering reports to have informed decisions as we meet with our local and regional partners. Obviously, lots of community outreach and lots of process to develop those answers. Right now, we don't have any immediate decision point. Obviously, the wharf was actively under construction and it was intended to be rebuilt and brought back out to the public. That right now is what we're going to be considering and looking towards the future. So most likely that will be a long process and that will take time with lots of informed answers and outreach through the public. So time will tell.
Thank you, Tony. And then I'll follow up to that about this section of the wharf to kind of explain more about what that section was that collapsed. And there was a restaurant there. Was it in the process of being renovated? Just kind of to walk through how that was not a part open to the public, kind of explain more in detail.
Yeah, happy to do so. Thanks for prompting. So previous storms in 2023, back-to-back storms, had provided significant damage to the very end of our wharf, roughly 200 feet of that wharf. Being that the wharf is exposed to wave energy out at the very end, and the sheer height of the pylons are much taller, obviously, as the deeper you get out in the ocean. So historically, that area has taken on more wave energy and just has more of a weight distribution ratio. As those storms started to impact timbers and supporting joints, it was identified that we would need to work with a large engineering firm and a construction team to best assess and make those necessary repairs. Part of the previous storm in 2023 had done significant damage to the Dolphin restaurant on the end of the wharf, and that restaurant was then since red tagged because of that damage. It was an aging facility. There was also a public restroom at the end of that wharf. So what had happened was, as part of the redevelopment plan and as part of the reconstruction plan, that restaurant was demolished and previously taken down and was not on the wharf when it collapsed yesterday. That's a good thing. What did come down with the wharf was the public restroom number 3, and that building is a non-operable, was closed, and all infrastructure was shut off. So that's a good thing as well. That was really the context of what restaurant and what building facilities were still on the wharf at the time in the section that come down.
Thank you, Tony. And this one for the fire department, to kind of understand more about what the fire department / lifeguards were doing on this day when the high surf advisory comes out, leading up to the response to when you got that call, getting the rescue swimmers out there.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. So we had this swell on our radar for a solid week. And so we had upstaff, which means we had 8 extra lifeguards on 2 of our personal watercrafts with 4 people, 2 on each one, out in the water already, kind of patrolling the area and patrolling Westcliff, like I said, knowing the swell was coming. So we were staffed up, and this isn't what we thought was going to happen for sure, but we were prepared, and we were in the water already. So it was a quick deployment and a quick rescue for us. But we had this on our radar.
Thank you. And do you by a chance have the name of those rescue swimmers?
Not in front of me, but I can look it up and I can get back to you with it.
Okay, we'll send that forward for you all on this call. Michelle, could you kind of talk a little bit about our future plans, just in general with the coastline, Westcliff, and our future of reinforcements, anything to that nature of with what these waves are doing to our coastal lines?
Certainly, Katie, thank you. And as many people know and see on a daily basis here at Santa Cruz, climate change has been bringing on more intense storms coupled with sea level rise. And with that, the city continues to face growing challenges that threaten Santa Cruz's infrastructure and coastline in general. That includes the wharf, that includes Westcliff Drive, which suffered damage last year. We've been working tirelessly on that, making sure we have emergency projects in place to get Westcliff restored. The same is true with the wharf. And so with our wharf being over 100 years old, it requires regular maintenance to repair and continue to ensure safety. We've proactively been reinforcing infrastructure with preventative maintenance to withstand future storms. Again, Mother Nature holds the cards, and we do know that these west swells are continuing to grow in severity, and we'll continue to assess the damage that's been ongoing to determine how we're going to proceed. But a big part of what we're doing on our coastline is doing some proactive planning about what we hope to do to reinforce, to strengthen, and to address climate and resiliency issues along our coastline. We're currently in the process of communicating with the public about providing feedback on a 5-year roadmap for Westcliff that would be the first implementation piece of the 50-year vision for Westcliff that the community brought forward and the council adopted this last year. And that, along with several other coastal programs and climate and resiliency work that we have going on, is all part of the effort to address this very dynamic and ever-changing situation that we have here along the Santa Cruz coast.
Thank you, Michelle. Tony, this one might be more towards you. Can you talk a little bit about the businesses out there and any follow-up? If I know a lot of people had to leave really quick yesterday, just kind of talk about that and what it may have happened within the 24 hours since everyone evacuating the wharf, including business owners.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. When initially the call came in and the incident had happened, much respect for our emergency response teams and our communication teams, really getting together and making the call and communicating very quickly, very efficiently, and professionally with our tenants, restaurant and business owners through our economic development department and our recreation division as well. We have very good working relationships with tenants and residents, and business owners along the wharf, and that long-standing relationship really affords for very quick, proactive, candid conversations and communications. With that said, when that happened, all the police and fire support, as long as our wharf crew that works out on the wharf, effectively communicated, and business owners and restaurant owners were able to safely and proactively shut down businesses, escort customers and staff off the wharf, and safely secure all assets and buildings. Police then followed up and provided additional security with ensuring that doors were locked and facilities were safe. Outstanding work. Going forward, our communications team through our emergency operations commands has been in communication with the wharf tenants and business owners to coordinate time to come back to the wharf as necessary, to shut up business a little bit tighter, potentially food, potentially other items that would need to be brought off the wharf.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. And then when we talk about something like this and say it will be constantly monitored and assessed, and I know you had mentioned kind of like engineer teams, is there any way to kind of explain what that means? A couple media has asked, what does it mean to assess and kind of establish if it's able to be used and when they open, et cetera?
Yeah, there are many multiple dynamic layers as to what's being assessed, really from beaches to the wharf structure itself. Public safety is obviously the key goal. With the active structure itself, like I said earlier, we are working with our contracted engineering firms to get a solid state current structural integrity understanding of the wharf structure. We're also assessing what that means from a public safety and ability to reopen the wharf with those informed decisions. Those times and dates will be set once we have much more data and much more understanding of the current situation. We're very thankful for the structural integrity of the wharf and how strong and persevered it has been through many storms over 100+ years. And just wanted to reiterate, the section that did come down was an active construction site that was open with a lot of different variables that provided really the perfect situation for it to collapse. It's an unfortunate event, but it does not speak to the overall integrity or structural capacity of the wharf itself. It's a very strong, very resilient structure. As we get in further to understand and have inspections done, we've done the preliminary immediate staff inspections to ensure all infrastructure, power, electricity, fire and water are all whole and structurally good. So now we look into the structure and the integrity, and that is really the data that we'll be waiting upon. Hopefully rather end of day or early tomorrow, we'll have a much better idea as to what that means.
Thank you. And then Ryan, this may be kind of in your department. What do I do if I see debris? Should I call it in? Can I try to get something out of the water? Just kind of in general, the general public's been talking about what as they view this debris floating around.
Yeah, there's unfortunately, it's going to end up where it ends up. We've already heard that there's debris all the way far south as Manresa Beach, which is, a good 20 minutes south of us. And then a lot of the wharf ended up in our harbor. So we're asking people, do not try to retrieve it. Let it go. And we're working with our partners, and we're following our coastal incident response plan right now currently to establish a plan moving forward for cleanup. And we're asking the public to just please do not try to go in the water and grab any of the debris.
Thank you. And I'm just going to go one by those that are speaking to kind of add any other comments based on what we've seen here so far. Michelle, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, just a huge thank you to all the teams here in the city of Santa Cruz who came together to respond to this situation, and to our partner agencies, and both locally and regionally again, and a reminder that our community is part of this as well. So thank you for your cooperation in making sure that the situation is safe for everyone, both our first responders and also the community as a whole.
Thank you. And then, Mike, as you give your statement, can you kind of touch on what that crew was out there doing a little bit on that day from your knowledge?
Katie, are you speaking to what the crew's general business was during the time of the event?
Yes.
So we have a pretty robust, very active and passionate wharf maintenance division under our Parks and Recreation umbrella. And so day's business is servicing restrooms, servicing trash and litter, and doing constant rotations to ensure that from a public perspective, the wharf is a serviceable, safe, accessible area. And when I say safe, accessible, I'm talking about the kind of light term things of, accessible restrooms, well-stocked facilities, safe and path to travel for pedestrians to cross and vehicles to come across. So during the day of the event, that was the general business as it happened. When the incident took place, some alarms went off, and our wharf supervisor was able to quickly assess what had happened. And obviously, we also received many calls from marine safety, police, and fire as the information was relayed. So our wharf team then went into more of a damage assessment and response to make sure that infrastructure, most importantly, was shut down, and that all the viable PG&E water and fire protection measures were in place in tandem, while communicating and working alongside the tenant and business owners as well.
Thank you, Mike. Would you like to add anything else for closing comments?
Really just want to say how proud I am of our community and our response teams as a city, our partners and our regional partners across. This was a big event that unfortunately caused significant damage throughout the Monterey Bay region and beyond. And for all of us in the community included to be resilient and solutions oriented, and really communicating and being transparent has enabled some quick and efficient processes, really in the interest of public safety. And I think that's a real tenement to, as Michelle had mentioned, the community's commitment and our professional services commitment to the region. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ryan, would you like to add some closing comments?
Yeah, kind of reiterate what Mike just said. I'm extremely proud of our partners across the city and in all departments that had to come together in the face of an emergency that we probably thought we'd never see, and we got out of it very well. We acted very professionally, and there was no injuries, which is our public safety is our priority. And so I applaud everybody that was there and everybody that's continuing to work on the direction we're going for rebuilding, and yeah, I appreciate everybody's help and wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. And John from the police department.
Yeah, just very proud of everybody's response, the coordination, emergency response between fire, PD, public works, and Parks and Rec. It was a situation that we all responded to professionally and handled it with great pride, and we're very proud of that. And again, just want to remind everybody that it's still hazardous conditions out there. The beaches still remain closed, and to avoid all coastal areas until it's safe to do so and further advised by the city.
Thank you. And Fred, are you still on here if you want to give a statement also?
Well, thank you. Thank you to all of our city employees and our responding agencies as well. I do think that as we sit here in the moment where there is still a very substantial amount of debris, we are in the incident, it seems to me, at this time. Some good news you've already heard. No one was hurt. People were rescued. Beaches were closed to continue to place public safety as our highest priority. I think, though, over the next weeks and months, we're going to enter a different phase. And that phase is somewhat similar to what happened earlier this calendar year on Westcliff Drive. And that is a sober conversation about what happens when you are a jurisdiction on the edge of the continent in a world of climate change. Do you simply say that was that and we're going to put everything back and see how it goes? I'm not as sanguine about that, meaning I think we need to take time outside of the context or the heat of the moment and understand what it is we're going to do. Will our partners in the federal and state government continue to provide assistance to not only us, but other jurisdictions with regard to climate change, disasters, and damage? And if so, let's have that conversation. If not, what does that mean for us? So hallelujah that no one was hurt in this, which could have been orders of magnitude worse in terms of any injuries to human beings and damage to property onshore and offshore. But I think we have somewhat of a question mark as we move through time, whether it's the wharf, Westcliff, and I don't think we're by ourselves. I think this is what coastal communities around the world are probably dealing with in that manifestation of climate change. But as to yesterday and today, God love and bless all of our public employees and all of our agencies. Thank you all for the great work you did. We have a different challenge going forward.
Thank you. And everyone that's on this call, just a reminder, this did happen less than 24 hours ago. So we're trying our best to push out updates as we get them, assess the damage, respond to all the questions from the media and the general public. We will continue to push those updates. Make sure to follow our City of Santa Cruz social media. You'll see stuff pushed out there also, in addition to when we send out media releases and updates and statements. We'll continue to push that out as we get that information. And once again, this is recorded. We're going to export it and then send it to those that we've sent this out to on the call. If for some reason you do not receive that recording within the hour, please send me an email and I will make sure.
All right, so you've been listening there to Santa Cruz, California officials update us on the status of this wharf collapse from yesterday. We've been showing you this incredible footage that Fox 2 in the Bay Area obtained. You see there that guy on a jet ski rescuing some of these construction workers who were stranded. Thankfully, no injuries due to the pier collapse itself. And you heard there from officials that the integrity of the structure of the rest of the pier is sound and is strong and has weathered some of these storms before. According to the Associated Press, after this major storm pounded California's central coast yesterday, it brought flooding and high surf. That was blamed there for this partial pier collapse that tossed 3 people into the Pacific. The storm, they say, was expected to bring hurricane-force winds and waves up to 60 feet high as it gained strength from California to the Pacific Northwest. Separately, not too far from Santa Cruz in Watsonville along the Monterey Bay, first responders were called to Sunset State Beach. It's a state park around 11:30 yesterday morning for a report of a man trapped under debris. The Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office believes a large wave pinned him there. and the man was pronounced dead at a hospital. Also, separately, the storm's high surf likely pulled another man into the Pacific Ocean around noon yesterday at Marina State Beach, which is about 13 miles south of Watsonville. And according to the Associated Press, that individual, that man, remained missing as of Monday night. So the pier itself was in the middle of a $4 million renovation following destructive storms last winter. And now yet another major storm putting a snag in some of those renovation efforts, as you can see there. So wanted to make sure we got all of this in here on Live Now from Fox. It's been one of our really biggest breaking news stories of the last 2 days on this Christmas Eve. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. We have a lot more in store. We want to thank you for being with us. We hope you're with family and friends on this Christmas Eve, but we have more headlines to tell. We're going to tell them in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's get into more of those headlines. I want to put up for you what we call our quad box of airports around the country. There in Atlanta, Los Angeles, St. Louis, and Philadelphia. Well, for flyers on American Airlines earlier this morning, it was not good news. And we finally have an answer about what caused that nationwide ground stop for American Airlines in this post, saying that we have resolved a vendor technology issue that briefly affected flights this morning. They say we sincerely apologize to our customers for the inconvenience and have issued a travel alert to allow for additional flexibility. So they say the issue's been resolved. Flights have resumed. They apologize there. They say it's all hands on deck as our team is working diligently to get customers where they need to go as quickly as possible. So they say the ground stop lasted approximately 1 hour, and they say customers can find the latest information on their flight using the mobile app and AA.com. The tech, they say, issued impacted systems needed to release flights. So that was the tech issue at hand, kind of interfering with these systems needed to release flights. That's according to American Airlines. The FAA also releasing a statement saying American Airlines reported a technical issue this morning and requested a nationwide ground stop. They say the ground stop has now been lifted. Please contact American Airlines for updates. We also have yet another vantage point over the tarmac there at SeaTac International Airport in the Pacific Northwest there in Seattle. Well, we've been relying on our station partners to help us make sense of how disruptive this nationwide ground stop was for American Airlines passengers this morning, including there at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta. Fox 5 Atlanta reporter Tyler Fingert is there. He has more.
Technical issues at the airport, but I think right before Christmas is probably the worst possible time. I want to start all of this by saying the glitch has been fixed and American Airlines planes are back in the air at this hour. The computer issue grounded all American Airlines flights nationwide this morning as millions travel for the holidays. The global ground stop lasted roughly an hour while IT teams worked to fix the issue. This came right in the middle of yet another record-breaking Christmas travel season, with the TSA expected to screen 40 million passengers over the holidays and through January 2nd. While Americans' issue was fixed quickly, there are still some delays. According to FlightAware, about half of Americans' flights into and out of ATL have been delayed so far today. Today's issue comes 2 years after Southwest Airlines' December meltdown, which stranded over 2 million travelers, and Delta Airlines suffered its own meltdown after a worldwide technology outage in July caused by a faulty software update. Thankfully, today's issue didn't cause massive long-term issues, but passengers were still worried.
I got the text message from my daughter in Charlotte, and I went, oh no. So I told my friend who was driving, I said, oh my gosh, they've grounded American because of technical difficulties. And I said, oh, and she said, here, let's look up your flight. So I went on, I don't have the app, so I just typed in and went online and said my flight was on time. So I was very, very relieved.
There are still some residual delays as American works to get planes and crews back in place, but things are running smoothly. As for the other airlines, delays and cancellations are at a minimum. We're just over 100 delays so far today for all the airlines here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, and so far just about 2 cancellations. That's the very latest from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport this afternoon. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Tyler, thanks so much. Thankfully, this nationwide ground stop only lasting an hour, though this was a tech issue. The American Airlines saying this issue impacted the system needed to release flights here. That's over and done with, but some residual delays, according to Tyler Fingert there. Back out live to some of our vantage points over these airports there. Yes, at Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, at LAX in Los Angeles, St. Louis there. You see some American planes taxiing live right now. Also in Philly as well. What about some of these holiday travelers who are not traveling in the air, but in cars on the roads here? We want to go out now to our colleague there at Fox 13 in Tampa. Kelly Cowan has a look at who's driving home this Christmas. Let's watch.
We're all getting a little holiday bonus this year at the gas pump. Prices are down significantly compared to last year and even just last week, with the Florida average and national average hovering just above $3 a gallon. But according to Gas Buddy, there are several places around the Bay Area where you can find gas for less than $3 a gallon. Now, about 7 million Floridians are expected to be out on the roadways for year-end travel over the next week and a half, and 4 Florida cities are in the country's top 5 most popular holiday destinations this year. So that means a lot of people out on our roadways, and unfortunately, not a lot of room for error. So drivers will need to be especially vigilant to look out for one another, and law enforcement is going to be looking out too. That's because every year at this time, they see drunk driving crashes surge. In fact, there are more alcohol-related incidents in December than any other month in the year.
In Florida, it's our goal to make sure people can enjoy the holidays, attend all of these social gatherings, but we want to make sure they are mindful in how they do that in a safe way, not just for themselves, their own safety, but for those in their community, and certainly for their families whose lives will be forever altered if they make the mistake to get behind the wheel while impaired.
According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, recent data shows December drunk driving deaths are the highest that they've been in 15 years, which is pretty remarkable considering how many options we now have to find a sober driver easily. Anybody who does suspect that they see a drunk driver or anyone driving recklessly out on the roadways, you can get a hold of troopers immediately by dialing star FHP. Let them know what kind of make and model you're seeing and the type of behavior that you suspect is going on. and they'll be able to look for that car and hopefully get them off the road before they do any damage out there. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan reporting.
Kelly, thanks so much. All right, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. I'll be with you for the next several hours, providing you the day's top headlines on this Christmas Eve here. Of course, don't you worry. We, a little bit later on, will be tracking all of Santa's movements alongside our partners there at NORAD. So you can join us starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to do this for about 3 hours tonight. My colleague, Stephanie Quinu, has a lot in store as we show you where Santa is, as he has to deliver presents to the good boys and girls of the world. Each and every one of them. He's doing that right now. Take a look at this. There you can see him. He's been busy for the last couple of hours, and he's going to be busy for the next couple of hours. Thank you to NORAD there. There you have it. There's Santa. All right, in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. More top news where that came from in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, nearing the top of the hour. It's 2 o'clock here, Mountain Time, almost 4 o'clock on the East Coast there, as you're probably gearing up for your Christmas Eve parties tonight. But some of our station partners, like Fox 5 there in Washington, D.C., are talking about what they are grateful for this holiday season. Let's listen.
Feelings of blessings can certainly make you feel warm and cozy inside, but it's more biological than that. Let's bring in author and Stanford University physician Dr. Greg Hammer to talk more about gratitude and the impacts on us. Dr. Hammer, thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure, Steve. Great to be with you.
You know, I find this fascinating from your viewpoint, and I can't wait to hear more about it. Obviously, as a doctor, you know, gratitude was not your main focus, right? I mean, you're dealing with a lot of young people, you're dealing with surgeries, but then you discovered this relationship between gratitude and how it can make us all better. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Of course, yes. You know, I've done a lot of thinking about what causes us stress and how we can deal with that. And back in 2011, I joined a group at Stanford called WellMD, which was convened in order to address the issues associated with burnout. It's very disruptive when a physician leaves a practice, university or otherwise. And so we really started to drill down on what the issues were and how we can deal with chronic stress in the workplace and elsewhere. And, you know, just doing my research on that general topic, gratitude certainly comes at the top of the list of things we can do to actually change our own psychology, actually to begin to rewire the way our brains are wired.
Let's talk about that for a little bit, because, you know, you hear the old phrase, happiness starts from within. And, you know, maybe we hear that on the surface, but we don't know how to utilize that. So how do we take that and actually create from that mindset?
Well, you know, you may know that I have devised a mindfulness meditation practice that I embrace myself and teach. And it's been really the core of now 2 books that I've written. The first one came out in 2020. It was called Gain Without Pain. And GAIN is an acronym for what I think really are the 4 pillars of happiness. And they are gratitude, acceptance, intention, and non-judgment, hence the acronym GAIN. And it starts with gratitude. So it's a practice that we can embrace in as little as 3 minutes every day. And we can begin to really rewire our brains. We have this magical quality called neuroplasticity. And it starts with gratitude. I think that's really no secret that gratitude is intrinsic to happiness.
So I'll direct people to the books if they want to read all the details as to how they can make this work best for them. But, you know, in a nutshell, when we talk about, especially around the holidays, right, more people are talking about depression or stresses. How can we take the gratitude aspect of this and maybe help some people out throughout the season?
Well, Steve, you know, we can all have a daily gratitude practice, if you will. It doesn't have to be the GAIN practice per se, but just, you know, there's really science showing that just simply recognizing, possibly journaling, writing down 3 good things for which we're grateful that happened during our day. And we do this before we go to sleep at night. And the science shows that just this 3 good things practice, which is really embracing gratitude, can help us sleep better and make us happier. And so I think the holidays are a great time, especially in the winter, when many of us get a little bit sad related to the light and other factors. It's a great time to really begin to embrace a gratitude practice.
And, you know, the last thing I'll ask you, Doctor, is if we do that and we get people to start maybe with those 3 items a day, how much time would you give somebody before maybe you start to see a little bit of a change? Is it something that can happen in the first couple of days or weeks, or does it take a lot longer than that?
I think, Steve, it happens right away. If you actually just sit and, excuse me, perhaps, pardon me, close your eyes and just think of 3 things for which you're grateful today. It can be, you know, an encounter with one of your kids or your spouse, something that went well at the television station, for example. Just being grateful for the good health that you have. You know, it makes you feel better right away, and do that before you go to sleep and start to do that nightly. You'll find that you begin to sleep better and your mood is shifting. And the more you practice this, the better, and the more you'll see some change, really pretty much immediately.
Wow, and it's certainly change can benefit so many people this time of the year and throughout. Have those positive thoughts and the gratitude and the mindset that's there. Dr. Hammer, thanks so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great holiday season and beyond.
Likewise, Steve. Great to be with you.
All right, so we thank Fox 5 DC for that segment. A good segment. It's always important to take stock of what we are grateful for around the holidays. Let's keep it moving, though, with more of these top headlines here. When we're talking about being grateful, I would imagine today that the actor Alec Baldwin is grateful for this next update in his case. According to the Associated Press, New Mexico prosecutors will not pursue an appeal of a court's decision to dismiss an involuntary manslaughter charge against Baldwin in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on the set of his film, the Western movie Rust. So this was announced late yesterday by the Santa Fe, New Mexico District Attorney's Office there as well. So the prosecutor in the case, that you can make the argument, bungled the original case altogether. Her name, Carrie Morrissey, is not going forward with an appeal of the dismissal of the case itself. And so she withdrew the appeal of this decision. Remember, this decision came in July. We were highly anticipating this trial. It lasted for about 2.5 days. And then the judge there dismissed the charge against Baldwin in the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins, who he accidentally shot with a prop gun. Remember, the prop gun had a live round in it during a rehearsal on the set. This was back in October of 2021. I have a statement in front of me by Baldwin's defense attorneys. And they say this, quote, "Today's decision to dismiss the appeal is the final vindication of what Alec Baldwin and his attorneys have said from the beginning. This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The rule of law remains intact in New Mexico," they say. So, a lot of headlines coming out, one of which is on Variety's homepage, Alec Baldwin's manslaughter case is finally over. Let's talk about this case even more. Someone who's guided us through it every step of the way, our friend, legal analyst, Randy Zellen. He joins me there. Randy, good to see you, and thanks for being with us here on this Christmas Eve. But this was a major, major update here. So is it true? Is it declarative? Can you say it unequivocally? The case is over. That's what some headlines have read today.
Oh, the criminal case is over, but make no mistake, it is not over because Alec Baldwin was found to have been innocent, not guilty, but was found innocent. And I am not for one moment taking anything away from Alex Spiro's defense of Mr. Baldwin. I am not taking anything away from the notion that this was a tragic accident. But let's call it what it is. The district attorney's decision not to pursue an appeal was selfish. It had nothing to do with the question of guilt or innocence. It had only to do with the reality that to pursue the appeal would have exposed the district attorney's office to more embarrassment as a result of having failed to turn over what we call exculpatory evidence. That is why the judge dismissed the case. The judge dismissed the case because the judge found that it was beyond horrific that the district attorney failed to turn over exculpatory evidence to the defense and felt that the only way to right that wrong was to dismiss the charge. And to pursue the appeal would have been to open up that wound all over again. And the DA's office clearly said, no mas.
Okay, yeah, Randy, that was my question, I guess. Why wouldn't Carrie Morrissey and her office, pursue the appeal? You're chalking it all up to reputational harm. Close the wound is what you're saying, and they did not want to open that wound yet again. And this was very technical at the time, to your point. This was about the withholding of evidence that the judge had not even seen, and she dismissed the case entirely with prejudice here. So is that all about this story, that they did not want to open this up again because of that?
That's what the story is. They won't tell you that. They won't admit to it. But Andrew, I've had friends whose careers have been ended on a dime upon founded allegations of the withholding of exculpatory evidence. It was humiliating. It was demeaning. There are a few things that you could be accused of as a prosecutor that are more damaging, that are worse than being accused of withholding exculpatory evidence, because the law says without equivocation, a prosecutor immediately upon coming into evidence that the prosecutor knows or should know would exculpate the defendant or would in any way, shape, or form assist the defendant, put the defendant in a better light, even get the defendant a better sentence. You must turn that over immediately. You can't hide that. Yeah. You can't forget that you ever had it. It's not like that scene from Naked Gun with Leslie Nielsen. He's like, oh, wow, I guess he really didn't do it. No, you've got to turn that over immediately. The prosecutor didn't. The ultimate sanction to have that case dismissed, one of the most high-profile cases we've seen, they were not going back there for another brutalization as an office.
Yeah, because it seemed like those higher up than even Morrissey's office there at the Santa Fe County District Attorney, I'm talking about the State Attorney General's office, essentially saying that, quote, it did not intend to exhaustively pursue the appeal on behalf of the prosecution. So it seems like a lot of kind of relevant legal entities in the state of New Mexico ultimately decided it's just not worth it here. And so obviously we know Alec Baldwin, has faced civil lawsuits that have been settled as well. Confidentially, we don't know the monetary sum for that. We also heard today, Randy, we're going to get to this in just a moment. We haven't aired it yet. The powerhouse criminal defense attorney, Gloria Allred, she represents members of Helena Hutchins's family, and she spoke out at length about this story today. What do you think they're thinking? You alluded to this at the very top of our interview about Alec Baldwin's perceived guilt in this. Barring any legal technicalities aside here, you think he's still guilty?
It's not a matter of, quite frankly, what I think. It's simply a matter of what the evidence showed. And I do think that the prosecution had a tough road to hoe. And I do believe that if it weren't Alec Baldwin who was holding that gun, I doubt that a case would have been brought. Sometimes, and people love to say, oh, celebrities get away with things. There's a two-tiered system of justice. If you're a celebrity, you get treated differently. Sometimes you get treated worse. And I think in this particular instance, Alec Baldwin was treated worse. There still has to be a state of mind that has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And I do think that the prosecutor had a tough road with convincing 12 people that Alec Baldwin either just closed his eyes to the high probability that that prop gun was loaded or failed to perceive the risk that the prop gun was loaded. He's an actor. He has every right to believe that if someone puts a gun in his hand, that there aren't live rounds in that gun because it's a movie. It's not real life.
And Randy, we should note as well, in case the viewers forgot, this same DA's office, they secured a conviction. They got a success in this
against
case.
the armorer. Now, the armorer is in a
Gutierrez
different position.
Reed.
The armorer's responsible for handling the ammunition.
Right. Hannah Gutierrez Reed, she was convicted of involuntary manslaughter. She's serving an 18-month sentence there. And so it'll be interesting to see, whether or not any of this impacts some of her appeals down the road. If it does, Randy, we'll reach out. Randy Zellen, as always, thanks so much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
All right. In the meantime here, like I said, we do have that press conference we were not able to get to just yet. So powerhouse attorney Gloria Allred, she represents members of Helena Hutchins's family. Remember, Helena Hutchins was a cinematographer on the set who was accidentally shot and killed on that day in October back in 2021 here. This is Allred and members of the family's reaction to this very story, that the DA's office there in Santa Fe dropping their pursuit of an appeal here. Let's listen.
Carlos Hernandez and Alina Bullich. I'm going to make a statement, and then I will read a statement from the sister of Helena's Hutchins, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Hernandez also speaks Spanish, so if anyone would like a comment in Spanish, we can provide that. We represent Olga Solovey, Anatoly Andrasevich, and Svetlana Zemko, the mother, father, and sister, respectively, of Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins. And this is about 'Twas the Nightmare Before Christmas. As you can imagine, Helena's family was devastated after hearing that the criminal case against Alec Baldwin was devastated, and that the case was dismissed by the judge before the jury was given the opportunity to fully hear the facts related to Helena's death. My clients believe that there was no justice because an impartial jury was not given the opportunity to reach a verdict regarding the guilt or innocence of Alec Baldwin. The sudden dismissal with prejudice of the criminal case by the court has left the family reeling from what they feel was an unjust outcome and a denial of justice in the criminal justice system. They wanted justice for their beloved Helena, who was killed when a bullet was discharged from the gun held by Alec Baldwin. They expected better from a court in the United States of America, and they are living in a war zone in Ukraine. Olga, Anatoly, and Svetlana had fully supported the appeal of the court's dismissal with prejudice that had been initiated by special counsel Carrie Morrissey, with the authorization of the district attorney in Santa Fe. However, based upon Ms. Morrissey's press statement, which she issued yesterday, the Attorney General of New Mexico, quote, did not intend to exhaustively pursue the appeal on behalf of the prosecution, end quote. As such, the special counsel felt that she had no other option and needed to inform the court that she was withdrawing the notice of appeal from the dismissal of the criminal case, even though she felt that the dismissal of the criminal case was wrongly decided by the judge at the trial. The district attorney and special counsel felt that they had no other option because in New Mexico, the state's attorney general is the only one who is legally entitled to pursue an appeal and defend the state. And he had indicated that he would not do that in this case. His decision is the rare exception to his office's usual practice of defending a prosecutor's case on appeal. In plain English, that meant that it was futile for the prosecution to continue to take any additional steps to pursue the appeal. This news has been very upsetting to Helena's mother, father, and sister. First, Judge Marlo Summer took the criminal case away from the jury, depriving them of the ability to decide the criminal case against Alec Baldwin, in which he was charged with involuntary manslaughter. Then the New Mexico Attorney General, Raul Torres, decided that he would not allow the justices of the New Mexico's appellate court to decide if the trial judge's decision was correct or if the trial court had wrongfully decided the case, and if, as a result, there should be a new trial. And a New Mexico jury should have an opportunity to decide if Alec Baldwin was guilty or not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Clearly, the rights of Alec Baldwin were protected, but the due process rights of the victims, Helena Hutchins and her parents and her sister, were violated. Even though the New Mexico Victims' Rights Statute states that, quote, a victim shall have the right to be treated with fairness and respect for the victim's dignity throughout the criminal justice process, end quote, that did not happen here. For example, even though the New Mexico Victims' Rights Law indicates that a victim shall have a right to confer with the prosecution, the New Mexico Attorney General never even spoke to Helena's parents and sister, nor did he reach out to their private attorneys to contact them. In addition, he never gave a reason that he would not pursue an appeal. We are very grateful to Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey, who was dedicated to achieving justice for the victims in this criminal case, and who worked night and day and on weekends to prepare this criminal case for the jury to decide, and who was willing to pursue this case and support the Attorney General in an appeal to a higher court in New Mexico. We believe that she has been unfairly attacked and that she was and is still a professional and a talented attorney. Unfortunately, however, the New Mexico Attorney General has blocked her desire to continue the appellate process, and as such, any additional steps taken by her would be futile. As she said in her notice of the withdrawal of her notice of appeal yesterday, quote, the charges against Mr. Baldwin were pursued after the discovery of very significant evidence that Mr. Baldwin violated gun safety rules established for the safe handling of firearms on movie sets, end quote. Even though the criminal justice system and case has now concluded, and Helena's parents were denied justice in the criminal case, we will continue to fight for justice in our civil lawsuit in New Mexico against Alec Baldwin and the Rust Productions. And we will vigorously continue to litigate our case in the civil court in New Mexico. As for Olga, Helena's mother, it is another Christmas without her beloved daughter, Helena, and another Christmas without justice. Helena, her parents and sister deserve justice, and they deserve accountability. And we will fight the good fight for them in their lawsuit. We have confidence that a New Mexico jury, if allowed to decide our civil case, would do the right thing. And we, as their lawyers, will do anything and everything that is legally possible and appropriate to win justice for Helena and her family. Although the Attorney General of New Mexico, Raul Torres, is the Grinch who stole this Christmas, we will work to assure that a future Christmas will be without this Grinch. And we'll be happy to answer questions. I just want to add the statement of Svetlana Zemko, sister of Helena Hutchins, and I'll provide copies so everyone has the correct spelling. My family is deeply disappointed both by the court's dismissal of the criminal case against Alec Baldwin and now by the recent withdrawal of the appeal that would have reviewed that dismissal. Mr. Baldwin must be held accountable for my sister's death that was caused when he discharged a loaded gun at her. He has never contacted our family to apologize or accept any responsibility whatsoever for her death. My mother, father, and I will press forward with our civil lawsuit until there is justice for the devastating loss of Helena from our lives, caused by Mr. Baldwin. And this is a statement by me and my law firm and our co-counsel, Carlos and Alina, and also John Carpenter of the Carpenter Zuckerman Law Firm, who couldn't be with us today. We also have photos, which we will put out afterwards. And this is Helena, and this is Olga, and this is Olga's grandson, Helena's son. And this was in happier times, obviously. He's much older now, but we've still blocked out his photo. And also, this is Helena, and this is her sister, Svetlana, whose statement I just read. And we'll put these out. Okay. Thank you. Oops. Okay. Now we'll be happy to take any questions.
Gloria, can you tell us the status of the civil lawsuit?
Sure. You want to talk about that?
Sure.
It's here. You know what? Why don't you just take my seat? Here.
So as many of you know, our civil lawsuit is filed currently in New Mexico in the First Judicial District there. And Mr. Baldwin, from the start of our civil lawsuit, has attempted to stay the entirety of the civil proceedings. And this went back to when our lawsuit was actually in California. He had recently filed a motion to stay the entirety of the civil proceedings in New Mexico because of the notice of appeal that had been filed by the special prosecutor, Ms. Morrissey. With the withdrawal that was made public yesterday, We are now able to fully proceed with our civil case without any impediment from Mr. Baldwin and his legal team that it implicates his right to remain silent and avoid self-incrimination. With the conclusion now of the criminal case, we look forward to proceeding in New Mexico, and his filing of the stay motion is moot, since there is no reason now why Mr. Baldwin cannot sit for a civil deposition, respond to written questions, written interrogatories, and provide us with any and all documents that are relevant in our civil case. So we look forward to being able to do that without any further roadblocks from Mr. Baldwin and his legal team.
But the fact that there will be no criminal charges, does that weaken the civil case?
Do you want to hear what I said? I couldn't hear it. Can you repeat the question?
The fact that there will be no criminal charges against Alec Baldwin, does that weaken your civil case against him?
You know, the criminal case and the civil case are different. There is a different burden of proof in our civil case. As we all know, in criminal cases, the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. In our civil case, it's a preponderance of the evidence standard. In addition, we have causes of action for negligence against not only Mr. Baldwin, but the executive producers and various other crew members who were involved in the death. So our net is much wider, and many of the issues related to the negligence that caused Helena's death were not part of the criminal case. So our case is more wide-ranging, and as I said before, we're now able to fully pursue it without Mr. Baldwin attempting to stay the action.
Sorry, just one more question.
Yeah, we'll take more questions.
Gloria,
We'll take more.
As you know, her husband, Helena's husband and son settled the case with Mr. Baldwin. Why should the siblings and the mother be considered family as well, since in that view the family has reached an agreement?
Well, all my life, I always thought my parents were part of my family. I still do, even though they're deceased. So I can't understand anyone who thinks that parents should not have legal rights if their child becomes deceased as the result of someone else's negligence. A husband and a child definitely should have rights. And I think that New Mexico is very progressive in that it does provide a right to parents and to a sibling if they can prove a close relationship that they had with their deceased loved one. And we believe that we can prove that, even though Alec Baldwin's attorneys in the past, as part of the pleadings which they filed with the court, said that the parents were emotionally distant, that's quote, from Helena. That's false. We can prove that it's false. We will prove that it's false. And it's very hurtful to Olga and Helena's father and sister every time people talk about the family and don't include them, as they spent more time with her over the years when she's growing up, and they spent time while she was living in the United States. In many ways, they were extremely emotionally close and retained that relationship. So I understand the beginning, the press were saying the family settled because the press perhaps didn't know that she had living parents and sister living in Ukraine, living in a war zone, being bombed, Kyiv where they are, being bombed on a regular basis, hospitals, schools, residences. So, yeah, they're part of her family. They matter.
Gloria, what penalty would
Oh, excuse me, I was going to say one other thing before I forget, but then I'll take your question. I'm paraphrasing, but Alec Baldwin said recently that he's looking forward to the truth coming out. So we're looking forward to his testimony under oath in his deposition as to what he thinks the truth really is and what's the basis for his conclusion that he's not responsible. So we'd like to hear his testimony under oath, so he tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, which he has not done to date in our case, because we haven't been able to take his deposition yet. We will be able to take it now, because what he will testify to now will not incriminate him, because he cannot be re-prosecuted now, because the court dismissed it with prejudice, meaning it cannot be refiled, and because there will no longer be an appeal in New Mexico, and he can't be prosecuted elsewhere.
What penalty would the family like to see imposed on Alec Baldwin in the civil case?
Did you want to answer that? I couldn't hear it too well, but you can go ahead.
Sure. So our
pages. Okay.
So in our civil case, obviously we're not seeking the arrest or the detention of Mr. Baldwin. Our civil case, we're seeking damages for the loss of the relationship that Helena Hutchins had with her mother, father, and sister. And in the civil case, those damages are compensation that need to be paid to the family. And so the civil justice system is a bit different. Again, there are punitive damages as part of our complaint, which is meant to punish those that are responsible for negligent action so that it doesn't happen. It's supposed to be to dissuade other tragic situations like this from occurring. But so that is part of our lawsuit, but we are not seeking at this time, obviously through our civil case, anything more than that.
Can you say how much? Can you put a dollar figure on the damages?
We haven't even gotten to that point in the civil case yet. We have two hurdles to, in every civil case, we have to prove liability, which we're confident we're going to do. And then the second stage of any civil case is we then talk about the damages and the extent of the damages, and we want Mr. Baldwin and the producers to fully understand the extent of the damages that have suffered. And after we get through those two doors, then we can discuss actual monetary compensation, but that hasn't been a part of any discussion at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, so you've been listening there to this press conference, this Christmas Eve news conference today. They're taking questions. The attorneys, the legal team there, of members of Helena Hutchinson's family, including her parents and her sister. Now, remember, there was a civil settlement already reached between Alec Baldwin and the widow and young child of Helena Hutchins. And this is regarding other family members there. And they said as much. You heard from Gloria Allred that they are now going to be pursuing ever more vehemently the civil lawsuit route to get damages for other members of Hutchins's family there in the wake of this, in the wake of the news that the Santa Fe County District Attorney's Office, led by prosecutor Carrie Morrissey, are dropping their pursuit of an appeal in the Alec Baldwin manslaughter case. And so we're going to stay on top of it as well. And you heard there from attorneys in connection to the case. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us on this Christmas Eve. So that was some breaking news. We had to get to that. Don't you worry, though. We have a lot of kind of Christmas Eve festive stories to tell. We're going to get to those. In the meantime here, before we do just that, Live Now look there at the White House. Want to give you just a quick update on the condition of former President Bill Clinton here. We brought you the news that he was admitted to the hospital yesterday for a fever here. Well, we learned from his deputy spokesperson earlier today that he has now been discharged from the hospital. So his spokesperson, Angel Urania, saying this, that President Clinton was discharged earlier today after being treated for the flu. He says he and his family are deeply grateful for the exceptional care provided by the team at MedStar Georgetown University Hospital and are touched by the kind messages and well wishes he received. He sends his warmest wishes for a happy and healthy holiday season for all there. So good news there for the Clintons this holiday season. Former President Clinton discharged from the hospital earlier today. He was being treated for the flu. He went in yesterday afternoon over fever-like conditions. And there you see him speaking at the DNC in Chicago earlier this summer. Of course, he just turned 78 this summer, and this led people for cause for concern, but he's now been released there from the hospital. On this Christmas Eve, he was being treated there for the flu. Back out live there to the White House. Just want to get yet another update in on President Biden's actions in the judicial system just yesterday, commuting the death sentences of 37 inmates on federal death row. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has more on that story. Let's listen.
The Congressional Progressive Caucus thanked President Biden for his latest action, calling the death penalty fundamentally inhumane. But critics say inhumane better describes the crimes that landed these men on death row. The crimes are as horrific as they come. Prosecutors say George Avila Torres sexually assaulted and killed two young girls, Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias, before murdering 20-year-old naval officer Amanda Snell. Torres was sentenced to death, as was Thomas Sanders, who was convicted of killing 12-year-old Lexis Roberts after making her watch as he murdered her mother.
This shows you that Joe Biden has no regard for the rule of law and that there is such animosity in the Biden administration.
Now, both men are among 37 federal death row inmates whose sentences have been commuted by President Biden, a decision stirring fierce debate.
I have real concerns overall with the death penalty, but I also have concerns with the executive branch overturning cases that have been decided by courts across the country.
The president stated that while he condemns the murderers' crimes and grieves for their victims, quote, "In good conscience, I cannot stand back and let a new administration resume executions that I halted." In a statement to Fox, President-elect Trump's team called the current president's decision abhorrent. On the campaign trail, Trump promised to resume executions and expand federal death penalty cases. This round of commutations excludes those sentenced for hate-based mass murders and terrorism. Boston Marathon bomber Zohar Tsarnaev, Charleston church shooter Dylan Roof, and Pittsburgh synagogue shooter Robert Bowers will remain on death row. This move comes after the president's mass day of clemency 10 days ago, where more than 1,500 individuals were pardoned or had their sentences commuted. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Alexandria. Back out live there to the White House. Let's step away from this. Let's take yet another quick commercial break. More top headlines on this Christmas Eve, where that came from. When we come back, we're going out to the Middle East for more. We'll have it for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take it internationally here. We do have a live picture that we're going to bring you after our next conversation. So this right now is in Bethlehem in the West Bank. This is midnight Christmas Eve Mass there. It will be presided over by the leader of the Catholic Church in the Holy Land, the Latin Patriarch, Cardinal Pierbattista Pizzaballa. And the Palestinian leader, Mahmoud Abbas, is also expected to be in attendance. Of course, this site, this church, so meaningful, so impactful to so many Christians in the Middle East, particularly there, especially as the war in the Middle East, in Gaza, in Lebanon, with Israel, continues apace here. So we're going to get to that when it begins in just a moment here, but we want to get to one of these other major stories that we want to bring to you. I want to put up this tweet from our colleague there at Fox News, Lucas Tomlinson, correspondent there. He has quite a bit of a reporting here. This is exclusive to Fox. He has it, that a second U.S. Navy fighter jet narrowly avoided being shot down in quote-unquote friendly fire incident when a second missile passed within 100 feet, according to a source there. So we want to talk about this even further with our friend, national security analyst and expert and Marine intelligence officer, Hal Kempfer. He joins me. Hal, thanks for being with us here on this Christmas Eve. We wanted to get you on with this story. I have more of the reporting in front of me here, and I want to read it. So this is exclusive to Fox. Lucas reporting on the same night a U.S. Navy fighter jet was shot down over the Red Sea. A second jet nearly suffered the same fate. An FA-18 Super Hornet, flying a few miles behind the Hornet that was shot down, was forced to take evasive maneuvers after a second surface-to-air missile was fired from the cruiser, the USS Gettysburg, narrowly missing the second jet by 100 feet while preparing to land aboard the aircraft carrier, the Harry S. Truman, there in the Middle East. Hal, I got to ask, you know, how often does this happen? Does this happen more often than we know about? A second instance on the very same occasion, almost, very, very close.
Andrew, as far as I know, something like this involving F-18 aircraft and involving aircraft altogether is pretty rare. Frankly, I'm scratching my head if I can find a similar situation. Now, certainly if you go back to World War II, where you had these huge air fights, these air battles going over carrier task forces, you know, yes, of course, there could have been some friendly fire incidents, and I don't think those were very well recorded back then. But they didn't have all the sophisticated systems, all the you know, identification of friend or foe systems that we have built into the technology these days. So it's really questionable. Now, what's coming out on this is that the Gettysburg had recently gone through a retrofit, if you will, an upgrade of its electronic systems to include its air defense system. That could be part of it. It could be some glitch in there. What we're hearing informally is that the pilots, or maybe the command of the Harry S. Truman, the aircraft carrier, believe that there may have been a training deficiency with the Gettysburg crew, and that may be responsible for what happened. But what happened was, apparently they took two F-18s under fire the same night, approximately the same time. The first one, it sounds like, and there's still more information flowing in on this, may have been engaged in doing what's called a tanker operation. The F-18 can be actually fitted with four 480-gallon fuel pods with a hose that basically can fuel up another aircraft aloft, and it was coming in. Again, information is kind of rough, but it may have been coming in to land on the Truman when it was taken under fire, and that missile that took down the first aircraft, that the pilot and the weapons officer in the back literally punched out of the aircraft seconds before it was hit. I mean, it was like within a few seconds. And so they survived. The second aircraft was taken under fire, and the Gettysburg had to disable the guidance system on, and they have a way that they can do that electronically, on the missile itself. and that missile missed the second aircraft by 100 feet.
Yeah.
This is just I have to tell you, in terms of airspace control,
Okay.
This is a catastrophic failure.
So, Hal, what's the after action on this? Who's held responsible? How do you make sure it doesn't happen again? And I just want to provide the context. This was happening on the very same night that U.S. Central Command told us in a statement its forces were conducting precision airstrikes against a missile storage facility and a command and control facility operated by the Houthis within Houthi-controlled Yemen, there near the capital of Sana'a here. So is this just the cost of doing business, these operations?
Well, in some ways, yes. I mean, the Houthis are firing missiles, are firing drones. They don't have any fast movers like F-18s or something, but they do have drones and missiles that they fire in there, and that may have been part of the clutter, if you will, of the airspace that where the Gettysburg made this mistake. But with that said, this is the type of mistake that should not happen. And as you and I have talked about this offline. I have a background working with aircraft in very busy airspace. Calling in airstrikes, working with air officers, working with tactical air control party personnel to make sure this sort of thing is deconflicted. U.S. forces worldwide have worked extremely hard at trying to deconflict stuff, and mistakes do happen. Friendly fire incidents do happen. And I when Desert Storm, we had some very famous friendly fire incidents that happened involving airstrikes where we fired on our own forces. We have training exercises. A good friend of mine had a naval officer actually call an airstrike in on his own position during a training exercise. So these things do happen, but we have a lot of safeguards to prevent this. Now, as far as what will happen, that's going to be a big question. If it's a technical glitch, then somebody on the technology side is going to get hit on this. If it's a training glitch or command glitch, that's where you're going to talk about possible relief of command, not just of the Gettysburg, but my guess is that it will go beyond that. You're going to be looking at everybody from the Combat Information Center, the CIC, that controls where this is happening in there, who's the watch officer, who is making the calls. Obviously, the captain of the ship maintains full responsibility. But if it's a training glitch, if they force that ship to sea before the crew was ready to go, if they made a decision like that, well, I'm not quite sure where the responsibility will end as far as who's accountable for what. And the Navy, as you know, the Navy has been relieving commanding officers at a pretty regular clip.
Yeah.
So that's very possible. I'm not saying that's in or out. We don't have enough information right now. And if it is something that the captain, there's just no way that he could avoid like a technical problem with the system.
I see.
Well, then that's different. Yeah.
So, Hal, obviously this was at night. The USS Harry Truman was launching airstrikes against the Houthis, and the American warships came under fire from the Houthis as well here. So I think that's an important part of the story. During these friendly fire incidents, if not at the same time or before or after, they were coming under fire from the Houthis here. And so what does that mean for the overall mission against the Houthis in the Red Sea, in Yemen? Does it deter more strikes against some of these targets in this mission? Because Lucas Tomlinson notes, since the friendly fire incidents, no more strikes against the Houthis.
Well, that may be completely coincidental. It could be that they're holding back because they're trying to figure out what happened with this particular instance. It's not going to stop us from doing this. Look, the U.S. Navy, these carrier task forces, pardon the expression, but they have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. They have to be able to deal with congested airspace. They have to be able to launch, operate air operations, conduct strikes while they're in a contested environment. That's kind of what the Navy's mission is. That's what they do. They're a warfighting organization. As a warfighting organization, you will come under attack and you will conduct your mission at the same time. That's just kind of how it goes. That's what the military is all about. And so they're going to figure out what the problem is. Now, they may be holding back for have an operational pause while they investigate this issue to figure out what the problem is. Is it a bigger issue? Is it a systems issue, if you will? It could be software, it could be hardware, could be a training deficiency, as some have informally alluded to with the Gettysburg, but we're going to find out. I think right now they're just using a little bit of caution. Okay. But at some point here, they're going to actually go back into operation.
Okay, but say this first instance of the friendly fire incident, turned out to be deadly. If these pilots hadn't safely ejected, then what? And I know this is hypothetical here. Then what happens to our force posture in the Red Sea, in the Mediterranean? Do they pull out after such an incident or no?
Oh no. No, absolutely not. No. And look, I'm going to say this, and I don't want to trivialize it. The loss of life is a very serious issue every time, but we do, the military, it's a dangerous business. All right. Even peacetime stuff where you're in seas doing launch and recovery of aircraft where there's nobody shooting at you is an extremely dangerous business. In fact, there's it's one of the most dangerous things that's done in the military is launching and recovering aircraft from an aircraft carrier, particularly at night on the high seas. So that's that won't change. That's always going to be there. There's an inherent risk. If there had been loss of life, there would be the same thing. You're still going to have the same type of investigation. Obviously, there would be the onus on top of it that it was a fatal incident. But it doesn't make the incident, what happened, any less serious that we shot down one of our own aircraft and came very close to shooting down a second aircraft. And that's going to have to be fully investigated, fully evaluated. And that investigation could get very, very extensive because if it's a train deficiency or a systems deficiency, both of those have implications which impact flag level officers. Okay. And that's the big decision.
Hal, while we have you, and we thank you for being with us on this Christmas Eve, I want to focus our efforts yet again in the Middle East on the Israel-Hamas war, on the Israel-Hezbollah war. Of course, the truce, the ceasefire between Israel, Hezbollah, and Lebanon seems to be holding here. I want to talk about ceasefire talks, though, on the Hamas and Gaza side with Israel. Barak Ravid there at Axios has this today, that Netanyahu decided to call back for consultations the Israeli delegation from Doha after 8 days of negotiations on the Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal. And that's according to Netanyahu's office. Hal, we're also getting in a statement from Netanyahu on this Christmas Eve, and we do want to play that. But before we play that, Hal, does this spell out potential snags going forward? Why would Netanyahu bring back the delegation after 8 days of talks if something on the table was not credible? I know we've been in this position before, Hal, about they're very, very close, and then it breaks down, and they're very, very close, and then it breaks down almost, 10 times now? Do you think that's where we are right now, unfortunately?
Well, if looking at this and looking at the past, the inference would be that they'd hit some huge roadblock or obstacle in the negotiations, and that's why he pulled them back. And that may be exactly what it is. However, taken in context with all the recent information on these negotiations, these are pretty profound things that they're working on right now. And of course, they're playing their cards close. Yes, different parties are using the media, if you will, to enhance their position one way or the other. However, Israel is looking at this. They're very close. I think all the parties are very close, but Israel's very close to getting agreement. One of the challenges that Israel has, and this is a political issue Netanyahu has, if he gives away too much, he could literally have his cabinet start to fall apart because some members may leave. Right. So bringing them back for consultations may be to bring back the negotiators to consult with not just him, but to consult with all the members of cabinet saying, hey, look, this is where we're at. This is all we can do. So I would kind of read it that way for now, unless we know otherwise.
All right. Hal Kempfer, as always, thanks so much for joining us on this Christmas Eve, Hal, and Merry Christmas to you and yours.
All right, Andrew. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take our final commercial break of the hour. Though when we come back, we will be staying in the Middle East right now, going on there in Bethlehem, in the West Bank, on this Christmas Eve. Of Christmas Eve Mass. We'll have it for you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. All right, let's go back to the Middle East, of course, as the war continues there between Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, and so many others. The Houthis as well continue to make their attacks against assets in the Red Sea, but also against Israel as well. This was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's message on this Christmas Eve to Christians in the Middle East. Let's listen.
My dear Christian friends, as you gather with your family and friends this Christmas, I wish the Christian community in Israel and around the world blessings for a Merry Christmas from the Holy Land. At a time when Israel is fighting on 7 fronts, we deeply appreciate the steadfast support of our Christian friends around the world. You've stood by our side. You've stood by our side resiliently, consistently, forcefully, as Israel defends our civilization against barbarism. The people of Israel are united in defending our nation against those bent on our destruction. We seek peace with all those who wish peace with us, but we will do whatever is necessary to defend the one and only Jewish state, the repository and the source of our common heritage. Israel leads the world in fighting the forces of evil and tyranny, but our battle is not yet over. With your support and with God's help, I assure you, we shall prevail. From Jerusalem, city of peace, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
All right, the message there from the Israeli leader Netanyahu. Well, we are going out to where it all began for Christians there. I'm talking about Bethlehem there at the Church of the Nativity, where so many millions of Christians around the world believe there the birth of Jesus Christ took place. This is live there at the Church of the Nativity in the West Bank, in Bethlehem there in Palestine. And so this is going to be presided over by the Latin Patriarch there of Jerusalem. And this is, I believe we do have English translation. It's midnight there almost. This is midnight Mass on Christmas Eve. Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa, he's the leader of the Catholic Church in the Holy Land, will be presiding. You see him there. Also in attendance will be the Palestinian leader of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas. Let's listen.
Let us pray. O God, who gladden us year by year as we wait in hope for our redemption, grant that just as we joyfully welcome your only begotten Son as our Redeemer, we may also merit to face him confidently when he comes again as our Judge.
Per omnia saecula saeculorum.
Now we follow the first reading, followed by the second reading and the Gospel. A reading from the book of Prophet Isaiah. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Upon those who dwelt in the land of gloom, a light has shone. You have brought them abundant joy and great rejoicing, as they rejoice before you as at the harvest, as men make merry when dividing spoils. For the yoke that burdens them, the pole on their shoulder, and the robe of their taskmaster you have smashed, as on the day of Midian. For every boot that tramped in battle, every cloak rolled in pledge will be burned as fuel for lamps. For a child is born to us, a son is given us. Upon his shoulders dominion rests. For a child is born to us, a son is given us. Upon his shoulder dominion rests. They name him Wonder Counselor, God Hero, Father Forever, Prince of Peace. His dominion is vast and forever peaceful. From David's throne and over his kingdom, which he confirms and sustains by judgment and justice, both now and forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this.
بالحق والبر من الآن وللآباد. غيرة رب القوات تصنع هذا. Verbum Domini.
Now, as the Psalm 95, as the responsive psalm is sung, let us meditatively listen to the psalm.
Udienatus est nobis Salvator, qui es Christus Dominus. Cantate Domino canticum novum, cantate Domino omnis terra, cantate Domino benedicite nomine eius. Annunciate de diem in diem salutare eius, annunciate inter gentes gloriam eius, in omnibus populis mirabilia eius. Letentur celi et exulte terra, sonet mare et plenitudo eius, gaudebunt campi et omnia, quae in eis sunt, tuc exultabut omnia ligna silvarum. A facie Domini quia venit, quoniam venit indicare terram, judicabit orbem terrei in justitia, et populos in veritate sua.
A reading from the letter of St. Paul to Titus. Brothers, the grace of God has appeared, saving all and training us to reject godless ways and worldly desires, and to live temperately, justly, and devoutly in this age, as we await the blessed hope, the appearance of the glory of the great God, of our Savior Jesus Christ, who gave himself for us to deliver us from all lawlessness, and to cleanse for himself a people as his own, eager to do what is good. Verbum Domini.
Dominus vobiscum. Et cum spiritu tuo. Lectio Sancti Evangelii secundum Lucam. Gloria tibi, Domine.
A reading from the Holy Gospel according to St. Luke. In those days, a decree went out from Caesarea Augustus that the whole world should be enrolled. This was the first enrollment when Quirinius was governor of Syria. So all went to be enrolled, each to his own town. And Joseph too went up from Galilee, from the town of Nazareth to Judea, to the city of David, that is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house of family of David, to be enrolled with Mary, his betrothed, who was with child. While they were there, the time came for her to have her child, and she gave birth to her firstborn son. She wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. Now there were shepherds in that region living in the fields and keeping the night watch over their flock. The angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were struck with great fear. The angel said to them, "Do not be afraid, for behold, I proclaim to you good news of great joy that will be for all the people. For today, in the city of David, a Savior has been born, for you who is Christ the Lord. And this will be a sign for you. You will find an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes and laying in a manger." And suddenly there was a multitude of the heavenly host with the angel, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace to those on whom his favor rests."
Et hoc vobis signum invenietis infantem panis involutum, et positum in praesepio. Et subito facta est cum angelo multitudum militiae celestis, laudantium Deum et dicentium, gloria in altissimis Deo, et super terram pax, in hominibus bone voluntatis. Verbum Domini.
Dear brothers and sisters, the Lord give you peace. I want to greet, first of all, Mr. Ramzi Khouri, representative of Mahmoud Abbas, President of Palestine. We want to send our greetings to the President. We greet also the Jordan Ambassador of Palestine, representing His Majesty King Abdullah II. On this occasion also we want to thank His Majesty for his continued support for the Christians here in Palestine, in Jordan, and also for his steadfast, stubborn, continuous support also for all the population of Gaza. We know very well that the Royal Hashemite Court is one of the few institutions able to help concretely the population of Gaza. Thank you, Ambassador of Jordan, different representative. Since you are talking of Jordan, it's also occasion to greet the new elect Bishop of Jordan, for Jordan, Monsignor Yatual Mabruk. I greet also the General Consuls here, and I have to say that even if you are celebrating maybe in a kind of low profile our celebrations, all the world is looking to us. Many call from abroad recently also the President of France called to express his closeness to the Christian community of Bethlehem, Palestine, also today also the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, many others called. And we have to be grateful, I have to say, since everyone is looking to us tonight. We are grateful for this closeness and for this empathy towards our situation, the situation we are living in this period. Anyway, and thank you also to all of you, and greet especially our parish of Bethlehem. Today is your day, and we are happy to be together tonight. I have to admit, frankly, that it's a little bit difficult to talk tonight about the joy of birth of Christ to all of us here, and also to those who are looking to Bethlehem in this moment. In Christmas, we talk about the song of glory, joy, music, lights. Christmas is full of beautiful aspects especially for the children, but not only. And all these songs seems a little bit out of tune. After a tiring year full of tears, bloodshed, suffering, here where hopes seem to be very light from us, and all the plans for peace and justice crushed, till now at least. We have to continue anyway. So it seems something, we are living a kind of contradiction. So I asked myself in the past weeks, what could I say? And to be credible, and to believe what I say. Sometimes also our faith was challenged this year. The word of faith, I mean, we believe in God, the presence of God. Sometimes we ask ourselves, God, come, where are you? I think it's human to say this. But the gospel of today, the beautiful song in Latin, I think will help us also to relieve from this burden, from this difficulty. The figure of the shepherds of the Christmas story came to my rescue, at least. On that night, which is also tonight, they listened to the angels and believed them. So this is why I choose also to take this part of the gospel. It was sung very beautiful in Latin, but I'm not sure you understood. So I will read something in English. In those days, we know very well the story very well. In those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that the whole world should be enrolled. This was the first enrollment when Quirinius was governor of Syria. And Joseph too went up from Galilee, from the town of Nazareth to Judea, to the city of David that is called Bethlehem. We know very well. I was struck by this aspect. Joseph and Mary experienced the grace of Christmas, the birth of Jesus, but not in a way nor a time or under circumstances that they have chosen. Others choose for them. And the circumstances were not favorable to them. It was not simple for them. Even at that time, an overpowering empire ruled the world, and then decided census all over the world of that time, Roman Empire. And they decided the destinies of entire peoples. At that time also Holy Land was equally subject to the game of international interest. Nothing new, apparently. Not less than today. And the poor people had to be registered, and their labor served the other people's quality of life. Anyway, yet, without complaint, without refusal, without rebellion, Joseph and Mary went to Bethlehem. They are open to receive the birth of Christ in that way. We were ready immediately to write statements, to condemn, demonstration, nothing. There is no one word from them. They went there and did all what was ordered. Was their choices driven by resignation, by doubt, powerlessness, incompetence, or even ineptitude? Certainly not. It was driven by faith. Faith, when genuine and deeply rooted, brings a fresh and enlightened perspective on history, because believing is seeing. We see what we believe, according to what we see with the heart, not with the eyes only. And what did Joseph and Mary see by faith? They saw through the word of angel God in history, the Word made flesh, the eternal in time, the Son of God made man. And that is what we also see here tonight, enlightened by the word of the gospel. So the birth of Jesus, the Emmanuel, means God with us, we shouldn't forget this, shows the way God is working, entering in our history, in the history of the world. He is not indifferent, he's not afar. It's not true that God is there, we are here. God is present. Christmas is this, Emmanuel, God with us. So he doesn't reject our history. He's not afar from us. He enters, embraces our history, loves it, enters, but not according to the human powers. Enters in history with a delicate and strong pace of a newborn child. The way he enters into history, the way of a child who's born. Something very delicate, but also the most beautiful gesture of love we can have. So even today, the eternal life, God finds a place, even in this harsh time, through hearts and minds willing to welcome it. If God is not present, it's not because he's not present, but because we don't give him space. So the Nativity of Lord is all about this. In his Son, the Father gets personally involved in our history, bears its burdens, shares our suffering, our tears, our bloodsheds, and offer us a way out, filled with life and hope. Another point is important also to consider. We say that God is powerful, true. But his presence is not in competition with the powers of this world. Because if it is in competition, we will lose, because we see how the evil powers are so strong. The power of the divine love is not simply stronger, but is different. We cannot compare.
All right, you are listening there to the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem at the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem present his homily there. We're going to step away from this. We are going to potentially put it on an alternate stream in case you are so inclined to continue watching the Mass there. But we do have a lot more of these holiday stories to tell, including an update on how holiday travel is going on this Christmas Eve. When we come back, we're going out to Charlotte Douglas International Airport there in North Carolina. We'll see you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. A very gorgeous, festive vantage point there outside the Fox News World headquarters in New York City there. Well, Christmas, of course, just hours away, and last-minute travelers, well, they are dashing through the airport here. Take a look at all the airports we have at our disposal there. But it's not only winter weather causing issues for some flyers. We want to head out now to JFK International Airport there in the Big Apple. That's where we find Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres. Chelsea, good to see you, and a Merry Christmas Eve. And I just want to correct the record. You're always in Charlotte. I just assumed you're going to be at Charlotte's airport. You're in New York City. What are travelers telling you there?
Hey, Andrew. Good talking to you. Merry Christmas Eve. I just got here this afternoon, so don't sweat it. I can tell you this, though, that Christmas Eve really did start off with a rocky start, and that's because American Airlines had to ground all of their flights pretty early this morning. They came out and they said that it was a vendor technical issue, and it briefly affected some of their flights. Well, it didn't last too long, but it sure did cause quite a few delays, and it also surprised and shocked a few travelers.
I go, oh no, I'm going to spend Christmas here in the airport. But I make good friends. I make friends real easy. So.
This morning, winter weather also affected other airports. Half a dozen of them in the Northeast needed extra time today to de-ice with the freezing temps. A senior editor at the travel website The Points Guy says airports are staffed and ready for any challenges this holiday season. But he does encourage people to proactively prepare for flight changes by tracking your inbound flight.
A lot of people think, you know what, if I'm flying from Florida to Texas for the holidays, I don't have to worry about winter weather. Well, if your plane is sitting in Chicago or sitting in Detroit and is coming to Florida to pick you up, then you do need to worry about that weather. So you can keep an eye on where your plane is, where it might reach one of those points of getting delayed.
Now, that might seem like common sense, but the whole point is just because if you are watching your inbound flight and you know that it's going to be delayed, then you can at least check in with your airline and see if there's other flights that you can switch around to actually get to your destination a little bit quicker. Now, as for the rest of today, the entire country actually had over 4,000 delays, nearly 400 cancellations. That's from FlightAware's Misery Map, and on their Misery Map, it's even showing right now where you are, Andrew, there in Phoenix. That airport is number 4, one of the biggest airports right now in the country that has the most delays. So DFW is number 1 by a long shot. Yeah, but Phoenix is up there. So if you're flying in and out today, just know you're probably going to be expecting a little bit of traffic.
All right, you never want to be in the Misery Map. Chelsea Torres, thanks so much, and have a good Christmas.
You too. Merry Christmas.
All right, in the meantime here, we're staying, though, with holiday travel, hearing from American Airlines about what exactly went wrong to necessitate the need for about an hour-long nationwide ground stop today. They say we have resolved a vendor technology issue that briefly affected flights this morning. They say we sincerely apologize to our customers for the inconvenience and have issued a travel alert to allow for additional flexibility. Well, our colleague, Fox News correspondent Dana Marie McNichols, she's down there at Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta with more. Let's listen.
Whether it's by plane, train, or automobile, millions of Americans are packing up and heading out for the holidays.
There's also a magic about the holidays that makes it exciting to travel.
AAA says nearly 120 million people will travel 50 miles or more from their homes between December 21st and January 1st, which is on pace to narrowly beat the travel record set back in 2019 pre-pandemic.
Not everybody leaves at the same time at the end of the year, and that's what makes this year-end travel period a little bit trickier. It's good to prepare and plan ahead for the worst-case scenario.
Some American Airlines travelers saw their worst-case scenario Tuesday morning, a nationwide ground stop. More than 1,400 flights were delayed due to a technical issue. Flights were grounded for about an hour before the all-clear was given. American Airlines apologized in a statement, adding, "It's all hands on deck as our team is working diligently to get customers where they need to go as quickly as possible."
You know, if America says it's under control, then I got to go with American and believe them.
The other thing to be mindful of, weather. While many hope for a white Christmas, snow could cause some travel delays in the Northeast. Snow is also in the forecast for the Mountain West, while other areas of the West Coast and South could see rain.
So be flexible. If you're going on a road trip, and you see that there's severe weather coming, adjust your time.
Experts say the least busiest time to travel this year is on Christmas Day. In Atlanta, I'm Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News.
Dana Marie, thanks so much. Back out live to yet another one of our airport shots there on the tarmac at SeaTac in the Seattle area. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a little past the bottom of the hour here, 3:30 Mountain Time there, 5:30. I believe this is in New York City. Take a look at that. That's right in Midtown Manhattan. I believe that's outside St. Patrick's Cathedral as they are gearing up for midnight mass there on this Christmas Eve. Of course, we've been showing you the midnight mass there in Bethlehem in the West Bank at the Church of the Nativity there. Still the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. You see there Cardinal Pizzaballa giving his homily there to the dignitaries gathered, including the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas there. So, of course, there in the West Bank in Bethlehem, I'd be remiss if I didn't say we are thinking of these communities there as war continues in Gaza, as war continues in South Lebanon and elsewhere, and Israel fights another day here. In the meantime, though, I want to just highlight this pretty crazy video. We've been talking about holiday travel. We've been talking about that pier collapse in Santa Cruz, California, due to the high surf. We want to go to another pier. We want to go to another marina now in South Florida. You may have seen this already. Take a look at this, though. You see there, Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue extinguishing 2 fires after a boat exploded at the Lauderdale Marina. Now, a total of 6 people were injured. We transported 5 to area hospitals, 3 with traumatic injuries. The 6th was missing in the water and was located by BSO after a lengthy search, deceased, unfortunately. So 1 person did lose their life after this just incredible, crazy video captured this boat explosion there right at the marina in Fort Lauderdale. Fox 35 Orlando reporter Jordan Segundo has more. Let's listen.
A beautiful Monday afternoon on the water, quickly taking a tragic turn. A vessel carrying several people exploding at a fueling dock in Fort Lauderdale.
It was like a boom kind of, and I turned around and the whole dock was already on fire. I heard it, obviously. It was loud, man. It was crazy.
It all happened around 6 p.m. Monday night, just feet away from the 15th Street Fisheries restaurant.
Boat exploded, there was a boat on fire, and there were people in the water.
And
and I hear some sort of boom. I turn around, and it's just engulfed in flames.
This witness video showing the massive flames and the chaos that followed. This woman was on a boat right next to where the fire began and had to evacuate with her family.
I was screaming, and then they told us we have to get out right away. I was trying to focus to see where my family was.
Tamer Dimiati works at 15th Street Fisheries. He saw it all happen and quickly sprang into action.
The people that we pulled out of the water, they had burn marks on their arms, on their legs. I mean, it was glass everywhere, fiberglass, regular glass. I mean, the explosion hurt a lot of people that was around the boat as well, not just the people on the boat.
Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue says 5 people suffered severe injuries and were rushed to area hospitals. Witness accounts of someone missing, triggering a desperate search in the water for the 6th person. This EarthCam video showing one person on the dock slipping into the water just moments after the explosion. Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue divers spending hours in the water searching, their efforts leading to the recovery of that missing person. At Broward Health Medical Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida Fish and Wildlife arriving to speak to surviving victims.
All right, and we thank Fox 35 Orlando reporter there, Jordan Segundo, back out live full to this video of the flames, the thick black smoke rising over the marina there in Fort Lauderdale. But you never know what's going to be captured on so many of these cameras all around the country, and that boat explosion was captured just coincidentally, and so they're still working to determine the cause, and so 5 people injured in this. A 6th who was missing was pronounced deceased there. So a very dangerous scene, and this happened. You see all the boat traffic behind it. People were out to dinner. They heard this. They saw this. Can't imagine witnessing that in person, in reality. So wanted to make sure we got that in there as well here on this Christmas Eve. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. What we want to do right now is go back out live there to the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. Midnight Mass there on this Christmas Eve continuing. Let's watch.
Ac notte, fratres carissimi, qua paruit benignitas et humanitas salvatoris, nostri Dei, non in operibus justitiae nostre, sed in eius misericordia confidentes, preces Deo nostro supplices.
Now let us put forth all our intentions as the prayer of the faithful goes on. Let our response be, Lord, hear our prayer.
Verbo concepit et ineffabiliter generavit.
Dominum de precemur, te rogamus aurios.
من أجل مدينة بيت لحم لتستقبل دائما المسيح المخلص بين أهلها فتصبح رمزا للسلام والمصالحة في عالم تمزقه الخصومات والحروب.
Dominum de precemur, te rogamus aurios. Per la famiglia umana, perché il Signore Gesù raduni i dispersi, spezzi le catene degli oppressi, porti la speranza agli sfiduciati, sostenga gli operatori di giustizia e di pace. Dominum de precemur, te rogamus aurios.
For all who come in faith to the grotto of the Nativity of our Savior, that moved by the good news of this night, they may become the leaven of peace throughout the world.
Dominum de precemur, te rogamus aurios.
Pour tous ceux qui cherchent la lumière et pour tous ceux qui sont sur le chemin de la foi, afin que, dans le Christ, ils naissent à la vie nouvelle.
Dominum de precemur, te rogamus aurios.
Für die ganze Welt, der Herr schenke allen Völkern, Rassen und Nationen seinen Frieden.
Dominum de precemur,
por los que a la voz del ángel hemos venido a celebrar el misterio de la encarnación de nuestro Salvador, para que su palabra convertida en pan de vida y bebida de salvación sea alimento y luz que guíe nuestro continuo caminar hacia su segunda venida.
Dominum de precemur, te rogamus aurios.
Quesumus Domine Deus noster, ut fidelium tuorum supplicationes apud te ipsa commendet, que Deum et hominem castis visceribus meruit maiulare. Per Christum Dominum nostrum.
Amen.
Dear brothers and sisters, as we enter into the liturgy of Eucharist, let us put forth all our intentions once again and offer all our prayers during this offertory.
Oratre fratres, ut meum ac vestum sacrificium acceptabile fiat apud Deum Patrem omnipotente.
Suscitia Dominus sacrificium de manibus tuis, ad partem gloria nominis sui, ad utilitate povere nostra, Deus Christus Sancte.
Grata tibi si Domine quesumus, odierne festivitatis oblatio, ut per ex sacrosanta commercia, in ilius inveniamur forma, in quote cum est nostra substantia, qui vivit et regnum saecula saeculorum. Amen. Dominus vobiscum.
And with your spirit.
Sursum corda.
Lift them unto the Lord.
Gratias agavamus, Domino Deo nostro. Dignum et justum est. Vere dignum et justum est, ecum est salutare. Nos tibi sempre et ubique gratias avacere. Domine Sancte Pater omnipotens eterne vederemus, quia per incarnati verbi mysterium novamentis nostre oculis lux tue claritatis infulsi, ut dum visibiliter Deum cognoscimus, purum per unc invisibilium amorevem rapiavamur, et ibi Deo cum angelis et arcangelis, cum tronis et dominatio bonibus, cumque omni militia celestis ex exercitus, hymnum gloriae Tuae vecavanimus, sivine fivine vedicebentes.
Andrew Kraft back here. Let's step away for a quick commercial break there as so many Christians in Bethlehem right now are celebrating midnight mass there on this Christmas Eve, the place where it all began there, the site of the birth of Jesus Christ. All right, in the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break, our final one of this hour. We'll be back in just a moment with more festive stories on this Christmas Eve. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we near the top of the next hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. I hope you're having a good start to your Christmas Eve festivities. Hope you're with family and friends. In the meantime here, we have a few just top business and economics headlines. Remember, we've been following the Amazon workers who are on strike at various locations nationwide here. The Teamsters there are leading the charge. They say the widespread solidarity with Amazon Teamsters is unstoppable. Over 200 Teamsters pickets at Amazon facilities nationwide have supported the thousands of Amazon Teamsters on strike. They say the message is clear. Amazon must fulfill its legal obligations and bargain a fair contract. We do have some reporting, though, from Fox Business correspondent Madison Allworth. She was covering some of these strikes in Queens in New York, outside some of the Amazon warehouses and distribution facilities. She says that she's still waiting on official confirmation from the Teamsters, but an Amazon delivery driver confirmed to Madison Allworth that the strike is over for now. They say they were sent home yesterday and told to enjoy the holiday with their families. That same driver told Madison Allworth they're meeting after Christmas to vote on whether to continue the strike or to extend a new deadline to Amazon to come to the negotiating table with the Teamsters. So we're not entirely sure if that's just at that one location in Queens of New York, or is that the case for all of these locations that are striking there outside these Amazon facilities. So wanted to make sure we let you know about that there. In the meantime, though, we want to go out now to Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram on what the IRS is doing, or should I say giving away to 1 million Americans. Here's this report.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
As holiday shoppers flock to stores for last-minute gifts, many notice their wallets emptying faster than in years past.
The price is higher. Yeah, a lot higher. You can see that. You can notice that. I noticed a lot.
Prices overall are 22% higher than they were 4 years ago. And that's really hard. That kind of a shock to people's finances is really hard to adjust to.
But for nearly 1 million taxpayers, some relief is on the way. The IRS announcing a plan to issue a total of $2.4 billion in special payments to nearly 1 million taxpayers. But there are limits. The plan calls for payouts to those who did not claim federal stimulus checks on their tax returns for 2021. You're still eligible for now. In a recent interview, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen explained the rationale for initiating the economic relief, started during the peak of the COVID pandemic.
We saw cars lined up in parking lots at food banks. People were really hurting.
Despite higher prices and inflation, Yellen maintains the economy is churning. She credits the continuing COVID relief efforts, including the recovery rebate credits, for still helping taxpayers today.
We acted very quickly to alleviate the suffering the pandemic had caused and to support the economy. And the consequence was that we enjoyed the fastest and strongest recovery, really, of any advanced nation.
Just how much money taxpayers get depends on a variety of factors, but the maximum payment is $1,400 per person. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thanks so much. Moving on to yet another major business headline. Remember, yesterday we brought you the news that these two major automakers, overseas, Honda and Nissan, are planning to merge. I want to talk to you, though, about another planned acquisition that has faced some roadblocks here. Josh Wingrove there at Bloomberg has it that a U.S. national security panel has deadlocked on its review of the sale of U.S. steel to Nippon Steel, a procedural development that opens the door for President Biden to block the transaction. Fox's Alexandria Hoff with more on what President Biden's going to do about this proposed sale.
U.S. Steel has been a cornerstone of American industry since 1901, but a proposed sale would see the company taken over by Japanese giant Nippon Steel. It's a deal that has the support of some in the industry.
I think Nippon's the best deal for U.S. Steel.
But the sale needs approval from the federal government. And on Monday, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, which reviews potential foreign takeovers of U.S. companies, failed to reach a consensus on whether the sale of U.S. Steel to Nippon posed a national security risk. It's now up to President Joe Biden to make the final determination on a deal he has publicly opposed.
U.S. Steel has been an iconic American company for more than a century, and it should remain a totally American company. American owned, American operated by American union steelworkers.
Under the terms of the nearly $15 billion all-cash offer, U.S. Steel would keep its name and headquarters in Pittsburgh, but become a subsidiary of Nippon. The combined company would be among the largest steelmakers in the world. Some union workers say they are concerned about the future of their jobs, but others say the sale would provide a much-needed investment.
They're promising to put billions of dollars in our facilities. Our facilities are old down here. They need updated, they need upgraded.
President-elect Donald Trump also opposes the sale of U.S. Steel and said he would block it from going through. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thanks so much. All right, we're at the top of a new hour. It's 4 o'clock here, Mountain Time, 6 o'clock there on the East Coast, and we have a lot more in store on this Christmas Eve. All throughout the last couple of hours, we've been showing you some of these Christmas celebrations from around the world. And you've been listening to world leaders deliver Christmas messages to their populations, to the people under them here. We want to do that right now. Live picture there in London. Nighttime skyline view there across the pond. Well, we're hearing from Prime Minister Keir Starmer. This is his holiday message to so many Britons. Let's listen.
This Christmas, people will be travelling up and down the country, heading home, visiting relatives and loved ones, to celebrate together the hope and joy of this special season. It's a time to remind ourselves what's really important: family, friendship, and fellowship between all people, being there for one another in these celebrations as well as the more difficult times. I'd like especially to thank those who will spend their Christmas serving others this year in our NHS and emergency services, our armed forces, and the churches and charities that will welcome every person this Christmas. Because I know this is not an easy time for everyone. And my thoughts are with all those who are lonely this Christmas, having a tough time, missing a loved one. You are not alone. Because as Christians celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, the Christmas story reminds all of us to reach out to one another, to care for one another, and to look after those around us. This Christmas, I will be hoping for peace, particularly in the Middle East, as the birthplace of the Christmas story. I'll be looking towards a better, brighter future for every person, and celebrating the joy and wonder that Christmas brings. So, from my family to yours, I hope you have a very Merry Christmas.
All right, there from the UK Prime Minister there at 10 Downing Street, Keir Starmer. In the meantime here, we do have this post in from the royal family, King Charles III there, saying that the King's Christmas broadcast was filmed in the Fitzrovia Chapel in London, formerly the Chapel of Middlesex Hospital. It's now a space for quiet reflection, discovery, and celebration, connecting diverse communities from all faiths or none. In 1928, His Majesty's grandfather, King George VI, laid the foundation stone of the building. The featured Christmas tree was donated to Croydon BME Forum and Macmillan Cancer Support's Can You See Me project, and will be placed in the Royal Trinity Hospice, Clapham, the oldest hospice in the UK there. So you see a photo of King Charles. So I wanted to make sure, wanted to get some of these Christmas greetings in from our allies and friends across the pond in the UK. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take our first commercial break of this hour. We'll be talking about so many of these festive stories, festive holidays, and air traffic travel as well, snarling some passengers' plans, but nonetheless, some of these delays are getting ironed out here. So we got a lot in store this hour. We'll see you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving with more of these holiday-themed stories from some of our station partners around the country. Well, you know, here on Live Now from Fox, we covered extensively at the time hurricanes Helene and Milton and the aftermath that they wrought to so many communities in the Southeast. There at Fox 13 in Tampa, they have this report, Christmas After the Storm. Let's listen.
Sandbags still piled along the perimeter of this Miller Road home. Trenches and a berm now failing to protect the property.
The stress is unbelievable. I'm telling you, it makes you sick thinking that you could lose everything.
Lenny and Chanel Gabella bought as much time as they could, but constant seepage from flooded Miller Lake overpowered their pumps. Their septic tank flooded, so a camper on loan from a neighbor is the only way the couple and their 3 young children can go to the bathroom or bathe.
It is
a nightmare.
hell. It's
a
the worst.
nightmare that we cannot wake up from. I don't understand how we could flood out of our home 3 months after a hurricane.
1 month ago, the county, FDOT, and the city of DeBary began pumping water from the lake. But Catherine Levinson says the pumps can't keep up with the water flowing in through this drainage pipe under US 1792. Neighbors pleased to have it sealed, denied.
Is it to save the big businesses that are on the other side of the lake? Maybe. But they are sacrificing us.
This and the threat of more land development nearby has Levinson and others on edge.
There's 60 acres on the other side behind me that is, from what I understand, for sale. As soon as that develops, where's their water going to go? Over here. So Lenny's house is going to be gone, maybe mine also.
Forced to spend the holidays elsewhere, it's too late for a Christmas miracle at the Gabella household. They're just hoping they'll still have a home for the new year.
We're hardworking middle-class folk, and you lose this, you're done. You've worked so hard to build your family and have a home.
Hannah McKenzie, Fox News.
Hannah, thanks so much. In the meantime, yet another major story we have followed all year. You know, the NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. Well, at this point in time, they are still up there on the International Space Station. You'll remember earlier this year, I believe it was in the summer, they launched in the Boeing Starliner to the ISS, but their coming home has been delayed. Our colleagues there at Fox 26 in Houston spoke with Butch Wilmore's pastor about what's keeping him sane this holiday season all the way up there in space. Let's listen.
While Barry Wilmore's physical being floats above us in orbit, his mental and spiritual being remains grounded.
With the unknown about when he would be coming home, when he would be coming back, that just, his faith was rock solid because his faith is in Christ, who is a solid rock.
Wilmore and Suni Williams, both Houston astronauts, blasted off June 10th on Boeing's first astronaut flight to the International Space Station for an 8-day mission. Well, that turned into 8 months due to spaceship mechanical issues, and now is looking more like a 10-month timeline as the duo waits for another crew to launch into space. Meantime, back here on Earth, Wilmore's pastors at Providence Baptist Church in Pasadena say it's almost like he's still here.
That's been Barry from as soon as he became a member. He's active within the body of the church.
The astronaut and his family have been faithful members for 17 years.
We praise you, Father. We thank you.
And even in outer space, his loyalty hasn't changed. He's still tuned into church, still tapped in with you all, and it sounds like still tapped into his faith, even all the way from up there.
He's listened to the sermons. We had a class. We have a Bible Institute that he took one of our classes last semester. He is definitely tuned in. He is engaged. He's serving the people as he's able.
Live streaming service and even calling elderly members to check on them from space.
And it's very comforting knowing that Barry's still Barry. You know, he, even though he's been in the news for everything.
Wilmore's wife and kids do miss him as each day passes, including a daughter who is in her senior year, and he is missing a large chunk of that.
The longer he's going to be away from his family, and the less of Logan's last year, that's the only hint of any disappointment that I've heard from him or his wife is that he's missing this senior year.
While this delay was unplanned, I'm told his family is often prepared for changes and delays.
Deanna, his wife, has been asked a number of times, you know, isn't this frustrating? And her response is absolutely not. They're doing the safe thing.
All right, what an incredible window into what your loved ones would do if you're up in space waiting to come home there, spending Christmas at the space station nonetheless here. All right, wanted to make sure we showed you some of those really creative, incredible stories connected to big stories we've been following all throughout the year here. This is the time of year to kind of recap what did happen in 2024. What will we remember in history? In the meantime here, we do have some shots because we're going out to Dallas very soon. Take a look at Dallas right now. You can't even see it. We have yet another picture there too. And so we were bringing you the news that according to the Fox Weather Misery map, most of the flight delays going on right now are located in Dallas. We'll be going out there in just a moment. All right, so live pictures there over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You can barely make it out. It's so foggy and dark there on this Christmas Eve. Well, let's go to Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. That's where we find our friend there, Fox 4 Dallas reporter Amelia Jones. She is tracking some of this holiday travel. Amelia, who have you spoken to, and how are some of these delays and disruptions there?
Hey, Andrew. Well, I can tell you as flights are finally starting to arrive here at DFW Airport, passengers are getting their bags and they're frustrated because their flight was delayed or they couldn't get to their connecting flight or potentially a connecting flight was canceled. And all they want is to be home for Christmas. And also this morning, American Airlines had a nationwide ground stop for about an hour for technical issues. So right now we're dealing with the lingering consequences of that ground stop this morning, combined with some very heavy rain and storms that we got this afternoon here in the DFW area, and it is creating some really major headaches for people on this Christmas Eve. Taking a look at Flight Aware right now, it shows that flights are delayed out of DFW Airport by about an hour and a half, and then flights delayed out of our other airport, Dallas Love Field, where Southwest Airlines flies out of. Those departures are delayed by almost an hour.
'Twas the day before Christmas, and all through the airport, people are dealing with delays and possible cancellations.
It's supposed to leave 2 hours late.
Brian Kenny is heading to Illinois to see family. Before he got to DFW Airport, he learned American Airlines temporarily grounded all flights nationwide because of a technical issue.
It's like they were already giving us options to cancel and get a refund before they told us it was delayed.
The ground stop was lifted early this morning, but the incoming storms didn't help the airline get back on track. Tuesday afternoon, inbound flights were delayed for several hours at DFW Airport and Love Field Airport, which pushed some departure times back as well. The FAA says the reason is because of weather and staffing.
I'm waiting for my daughter, who I haven't seen in over a year.
Lori Mulkey has been waiting since 9 o'clock this morning. Weather diverted her daughter's flight from Colorado Springs to Amarillo.
It's just kind of put a damper on Christmas, literally and figuratively speaking.
While it's not the Christmas Eve she had in mind, she's happy to wait.
She told me, "I'm sorry, Mom, that you've had to wait so long." And I told her, that's okay, you're worth it. So I can't wait to see her.
You can't control the weather, but those we spoke to encourage everyone to try and be in good spirits. It is Christmas, after all.
Everybody's on the problem. Everyone's working towards it to fix it. So just be patient and be in good spirits.
American Airlines didn't elaborate on what caused the technical issue, only saying that it involved one of their vendors. People are starting to show up here at DFW Airport for those evening flights tonight. And just to give you an idea kind of nationwide, Andrew, of how busy the airports have been this holiday season, well, TSA reported that they screened more than 2.8 million people on Sunday, and they expect the travel volume that happened on Monday and then even today on Christmas Eve to be very similar. For now, back to you.
All right, Amelia, for those traveling, we hope they don't experience any more delays. Amelia Jones there live for us at DFW. Amelia, hope you have a good Christmas. We'll check in soon.
Thank you. You too, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, just a few more notes on this story. Just back out live to our shots there. It's pretty nasty weather in the DFW there. You can barely make out the Dallas skyline. I want to put this up at Dallas Love Field Airport. They say, weather alert. Storms may cause travel delays throughout North Texas. Please check with your airline for updates on your flight status. And they say you can monitor any ground stops issued by the FAA using that following link there. Well, talking about flights up in the air, take a look at our FlightAware map. You can see a lot of them there over the continental United States. So if you are traveling, we hope you are experiencing safe travels without delays, but that's just the nature of the Christmas season. In the meantime here, we do want to take just a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. More top headlines on this Christmas Eve, where that came from, in just a moment. Actually, before I forget, we are just hours away from the highlight of our night here as well on LiveNOW. Track Santa Now, and you can join us starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. Alongside our partners there at NORAD as we follow the big man's movements all night as he delivers presents and goodies and gifts to all the good boys and girls worldwide here. So it's going to be hosted by my colleagues, Stephanie Quinu and Christina Evans. They've got you covered in this 3-hour span. Tracking Santa Now. You're not going to want to miss it. We're just hours away. So want to make sure we got that programming note in there. We'll see you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're nearing the bottom of the hour very soon here, but we want to tell some good stories today. And so many of our station partners and Fox affiliates, our friends, our reporters are out in their communities telling those good stories this holiday season, including there in Atlanta, what some community members are doing in order to distribute hot meals to those in need. Let's listen.
Well, it's been a very busy morning here at Hosea Helps with two major efforts underway. The first is a toy drive. You can see all of these bags behind me filled with toys. 500 children are going to be receiving those today. Volunteers are going to be driving them to their homes so that they have them on Christmas morning. The other is going to be a meal delivery for the homeless community here. They're going to be taking 270 meals in total to 3 major homeless camps here in the Atlanta area. And the CEO tells me that's actually less than what they've been able to do in years past, due in part to the donations that they've received. He says the cost of food is impacting the amount families have been able to donate, but he says this is something that's important for them to do every year to make sure people experiencing homelessness feel loved this Christmas.
A part of what we're doing has to do with delivering food, but when individuals living on the street see a volunteer deliver that food, somebody that gave of their time, there's a little bit more love that comes with the meal. And that message of love is really what we're using the food to transmit.
We do know 120 families will also be coming to this location tomorrow to have a Christmas meal. But again, this toy delivery effort well underway here at Hosea Helps, and we're told crews will be heading out to those homeless camps here in the next few hours. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on their efforts here today, right here on Fox 5. For now, in Atlanta, Kim Luffler, Fox 5 News.
Kim, thanks so much. In the meantime here, we're headed from Atlanta now to the Tampa area. Fox 13 has a look at a veteran who is getting their own home this Christmas season. Let's listen.
Hey, Rhonda.
Hi.
Yeah. So today we are giving several veterans that we work with in the community some very impactful gifts. We're going to try to change their lives this holiday. Glad you guys made it. Did you have trouble finding it? Goodwill, Minnesota, our main focus is employment. So the Veteran Services Department, we focus on the veterans and their families.
Hi, Rhonda. Nice to meet you.
The past couple of years, we've worked with the Gail Baird Foundation.
Today we're celebrating some local veterans who are in need of some special gifts that the Gail Baird Foundation is happy to sponsor, and this is in my mom's name, who was a military wife for 25 years and really respected and admired the military personnel.
And they gave us such a generous gift that there was a lot left over, and they wanted us to do this Christmas gifts for the veterans we're working with. Do you want to give this to them? And we'll just walk over there and be like, sure, thank you for your whatever, thank you for your service.
Got a bike for your son.
Oh my God, you guys are absolutely amazing.
And this is
his favorite color too.
Perfect.
Awesome.
It was a hard choice to be able to select certain people out of everybody we work with because we love them all, you know, but we found the ones that we think we could make the biggest impact on right now.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much.
Can I give you a hug?
Yep. Sure.
Thank you so much.
We had a few different types of people we chose. We had a couple veterans we chose that are retired, going through some medical stuff that needed some AC repairs.
Mr. Joe, Matt Fonville, how you doing?
All right.
Hey, just want to give you a call back to let you know I'm staying here with some gentlemen that, you know, a lot of strings got pulled, but we got it done. We got your AC covered. We're going to be installing a brand new AC for you at no extra cost.
And then another veteran we work with, she's driving an old 90s, early 90s vehicle that's fallen apart, and it would cost a lot to get it fixed. So we were able to get with Sarasota Ford and get a really nice used car, and she doesn't know it yet, so we can't wait to give that to her. So, Merry Christmas. That's your new car.
Seriously?
Yeah. It's all a thing.
Check it out. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh my God.
Get rid of that other car for you.
Oh my God. This is just amazing. I don't have words.
So we just hope that they know that we see them. We see their service to the country. We see how they've come so far in the civilian side of things, you know. The people that have been struggling that we've worked with, how they've overcome their struggles, and they've come to us to allow us to be a part of that. We just hope that they see that, and then it inspires them to do even better, and in turn be able to give back to the community even more.
All right, so we thank our partners there at Fox 5 Atlanta and Fox 13 Tampa for giving us those stories. Let's move now to Houston. Live picture there over at the Houston skyline. And it's all about getting in the holiday spirit. The Impact 13 Foundation founded by athlete James Harden, has been on a mission to help the Houston community. And this year, the organization took local kids on a Christmas shopping spree. Let's go out to that shopping spree with our friend there at Fox 26 Houston, reporter Jonathan Mejia. He's tracking this story for us. Jonathan, good to see you, and Merry Christmas Eve. We want to tell good stories tonight, don't we?
That's right. It's a Christmas Eve to remember for 20 families here in Houston. They were able to splurge right here in Target, all thanks to NBA star James Harden and his Impact 13 Foundation.
It's very supportive. I mean, it's a blessing, because, things like this don't come all the time. And, when you see opportunity, take advantage of it.
Very beneficial because, like you say, with the closing process and us saving up the money and getting in the house and stuff, it makes it hard, for holidays when it's coming up. So this was a blessing.
20 families were blessed this holiday season by NBA star James Harden and his Impact 13 Foundation. These families became homeowners this year, so that made budget for Christmas shopping very tight.
It was kind of hard this year because, trying to move in, get situated, get stuff for the house and stuff. So it came at perfect timing, to be honest. So I'm very grateful for it. I couldn't even describe. I'm kind of speechless right now. So because it was just, I greatly appreciate the opportunity.
We tell them, okay, the bigger picture is to closing your home. We can kind of celebrate and have those Sweet 16s and have those holidays celebrations a little bit later after you closing your home. So to give this opportunity to these families is huge.
The families shopped around and were assisted by Impact 13 Foundation volunteers without knowing that James Harden himself would make a surprise appearance.
It's like one of the best times. As people in my stature, you kind of forget about the people that's, the people that need it. And especially around these times, a lot of people that's searching for, love or joy or just a smile. And so, hopefully I can be that person to kind of give them that. It's like you on camera, they got you.
As for why Harden continues to give back to the Houston community, despite no longer living here.
They've done so much for me, man. My 9 years of playing basketball here, my entire family still lives here, so, it's who I am. It's a part of me, and they've done so much for me, so I feel like it's an honor to give back and make sure this city, deserves it. So I'm just as happy. Hope everybody have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and enjoy it.
Yeah, so you're able to hear directly from the families who tell me they're just thankful and grateful to James Harden and his foundation for this blessing. Reporting in Houston, Jonathan Mejia.
Jonathan, thanks so much for bringing us this story here on Live Now. But you see James Harden, who now plays for the Clippers, I think, if I have that right. But clearly he means so much to the Houston community. So how much?
A lot. I mean, this place was full. We're talking about volunteers, families, children, everyone here just wanted to get a close-up look to the NBA star.
All right, Jonathan Mejia there live for us at that Target in Houston. Jonathan, if we don't see each other, have a good Christmas and Happy New Year. We'll check in 2025.
Likewise.
All right. In the meantime here, that's going to do it for my live time up here on the Live Now desk. But don't you worry, I'll be back in the saddle tomorrow on Christmas Day. But just want to extend our thanks for watching Live Now from Fox all throughout the year. But don't you worry, we are just hours away from one of the highlights tonight on this Christmas Eve, tracking all of Santa's movements alongside our partners there at NORAD. That begins at 9 p.m. Eastern. You're not going to want to miss it. Santa's been very busy already. In the meantime, though, we want to focus our efforts yet again on more of these Christmas stories. And we want to go to, for Christians, where it all started, the birthplace of Jesus Christ there in Bethlehem at the Church of the Nativity. Still ongoing. Midnight Mass on this Christmas Eve. Let's continue watching.
Now you are witnessing the friars and the priests and clergy entering the grotto where the Jesus was born, the nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ. When the patriarchate enters with the baby Jesus, he places above the star of Bethlehem, called as. So he placed the baby Jesus as a sign of Jesus was born.
Tuus ves perennis Dominus vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo.
Lectio Sancti Evangelis.
A reading from the Holy Gospel according to Luke.
Gloria tibi, Domine.
In those days, a decree went out from Caesarea Augustus that the whole world should be enrolled. This was the first enrollment when Quirinius was governor of Syria. So all went to be enrolled, each to his own town. And Joseph too went up from Galilee, from the town of Nazareth to Judea, to the city of David, that is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house of family of David, to be enrolled with Mary, his betrothed, who was with child. While they were there, the time came for her to have a child, and here she gave birth to her firstborn son. She wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in this manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. Now there were shepherds in that region living in the fields and keeping that night watch over their flock. The angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were struck with great fear. The angel said to them, "Do not be afraid, for behold, I proclaim to you good news for great joy, that will be for all people. For today in the city of David a Savior has been born for you, who is Messiah and Lord. And this will be a sign for you. You will find an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes and laying in this manger." And suddenly there was a multitude of heavenly hosts with the angel, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace to those on whom his favor rests."
et pastores erant in regione adem vigilantes, et custodientes vigilias noctis supra gregem sum, et angelus Domini stetic juxta illos, et claritas Domini circumfulsidilos, et timuerum timore magno, et dixit illis angelus, non lite timere, ecenim evangelis vobis gaudium magnum, quod erit omni populo, quia natus est vobis hodie Salvatorum, qui est Christus Dominus, in civitate David, et hoc vobis signum, invenietis infantem panis involutum, et positum in praesepio, et subito facta est cum angelo, multitudo militiae celestis, laudantium Deum et dicentium, Gloria in altissimis Deo.
Et in terra pax hominibus, ode voluntatis, laudamus te, benedicimus te, adoramus te, glorificamus te, gratias agimus tibi, propter magnam gloriam tuam, Domine Deus Rex celestis, Deus Pater omnipotens, Domine Filii unigenite, Iesu Christe, Domine Deus agnus Dei, Filius Patris, qui tollis peccata mundi, miserere nobis, qui tollis peccata mundi, suscipe deprecazione nostra, qui sedes ad dexteram Patris, miserere nobis, gloriam tu solus sanctus, tu solus Dominus, tu solus sanctissimus, Iesus
All right, we've just been listening into this live there, the midnight mass that's happening there in Bethlehem. Of course, that is the birthplace of Jesus Christ. So we do want to step away now for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage. Of course, we were just listening into the midnight mass that's happening there at Bethlehem's Church of the Nativity. Let's listen back in.
Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Te Dominum confitemur, eternum Patrem, omnis terra veneratur, ibi omnes angeli, ibi celiet universe potestates, ibi cherubim et
Dear brothers and sisters, thanks for joining us for the celebration of the Eucharist of the Christmas celebration from Bethlehem. We thank you wholeheartedly for joining us, and do join us for the upcoming celebrations from Holy Land. We wish you all a Merry Christmas from Bethlehem. Thank you. Take care.
All right, as you heard there, this celebration, Midnight Mass there in Bethlehem, just now wrapping up. Of course, we've been carrying it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Did want to go ahead and show you the remainder of that event. All right, so we are going to take this opportunity to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on right now with our coverage of some of these Christmas masses that are happening around the world. Let's now turn our attention over to France at the Notre Dame. This is where midnight mass is now being held for the first time since the doors of the Notre Dame reopened following that devastating 2019 fire. Let's listen in.
Bénédiction et donna la coupe à ses disciples en disant: Prenez et buvez-en tous, car ceci est la coupe de mon sang, le sang de l'alliance nouvelle et éternelle, qui sera versé pour vous et pour la multitude en rémission des péchés. Vous ferez cela en mémoire de moi. Il est grand le mystère de la foi. En faisant ainsi mémoire de ton Fils, de sa passion qui nous sauve, de sa glorieuse résurrection et de son ascension dans le ciel, alors que nous attendons son dernier avènement, nous t'offrons, Seigneur, en action de grâce, ce sacrifice vivant et saint. Regarde, nous t'en prions, l'oblation de ton Église, et daigne y reconnaître ton Fils, qui, selon ta volonté,
All right, we did just want to bring you a few moments there from inside of the Notre Dame Cathedral, of course, having that Christmas Mass for the first time in 5 years, of course, since the reopening of that building after that devastating 2019 fire. Did just want to bring you a few moments from this event here on Live Now from Fox. Also do want to come back stateside as we're showing you a live look right now at the White House as well. Of course, still decked out fully for the Christmas season and the celebration. We've been, again,